417. The events proved that it was wrong. If it had evolved in another way, you would have a basis today to say that Cuba too will evolve into an undeformed revolution without the intervention of the masses. You would be correct in your line today. But it didn't, so at least you ought to put a question mark over the application of the identical method today, as if we had not gone through an experience and as if Pabloism had not been completely repudiated by history itself. The question of Stalinism happens to be one of the most important questions that has come up today. The concept that Yugoslavia carried through a political revolution, Yugoslavia which is today a deformed workers' state where a political revolution must be carried through, the concept that Mao's China carried through a political revolution where today it is a deformed workers' state where a political revolution must be carried through is a gross distortion of the theory of the political revolution. Gross distortion of that theory. Secondly, some comrades here seem to be saying that the question of political revolution is an open one. They are saying that it is possible that you will need an insurrection, but it is also possible that the bureaucracy will reform itself. This is a defensive position if you want to argue it. It has a name and its name is Trotskyism and we know it's Trotskyism. If I think Trotsky is a simple advocate of reform, that he doesn't believe that it is possible for a revolutionary overturn, then you haven't read Trotsky. Read his best, don't read his worst. Read his Russia in Transition. This is what he says. He says it's possible that you're going to have a revolutionary overthrow, but it is also possible the bureaucracy may evolve in a different way. That's Trotskyism. Trotskyism is identical to exactly what Weiss and Deck wrote in that article and what in an even more open and blatant way Myra defended at this meeting and what Dave defended in relationship to Yugoslavia. That's Trotskyism. That we have struggled against, and that is not our view. That is not the Trotskyist attitude towards Stalinism, and we ought to make that clear. We ought to clear up these concepts. That's our task. Changing nature of Pabloism. What can you say? The problem is simple. It is this. It is simple in this sense. The problem is not the question of the changing Pabloism but of the changing SWP. I don't claim that there is no political basis for the regroupment of the SWP majority and the Pabloites. I think there is a strong political basis because the SWP majority has adopted the essential views of the Pabloites. Now I don't have to argue with you about this. All you have to do is what I did in my document. Someday when you have a spare evening, go back and read the views of the party at the time of the open letter and read what you're saying now. It's a different line. That's all I have to say. Now maybe you were right to change your line, but it's a different line, and if there is a new 418.5 world reality which requires a change in line, it can't be the whole past 15 years. It's got to be the period since 1953. It's got to be the period after China, after Yugoslavia, when we said, despite these events, we still maintain this particular line as against Stalinist conciliationism, which we analyzed in the document Against Pabloid Revisionism, 50 or 60 pages in detail, accusing the Pabloites of the identical formulations and identical views that can be found in the 1961 International Resolution. There has been an evolution. The evolution has been in that direction. Now on the question of reunification, Comrade Alvin raises the analogy of the 1903 period, the 1928 period, the period when he said essentially Lenin and Trotsky were defending a new program. That's not true. They were defending an old program. In those periods, the periods of the organization of a party and the period after 1928, Lenin and Trotsky were essentially trying under different conditions to coalesce together the revolutionary forces, the revolutionary Marxist forces as against all the other tendencies and trends. These were periods of turmoil and confusion within the international movement. In both cases turmoil within an international movement which adhered to a common, so-called common, Marxist outlook. In 1903 it was a matter of assembling the real Marxists from the phonies. In 1928 it was assembling the real revolutionary communists. That was the problem in both cases. periods when it was necessary to carry on a dual process of pulling in forces, and they did it in those periods, and breaking from centrists. That's essentially the problem today. Anyone who holds that we have today a theoretically and politically cohesive, international doesn't know what they're talking about. Our problem today is precisely to coalesce the essential Trotskyist forces on an international basis. This coalescence must be done through the two processes of the pulling together of every sincere revolutionary element in the Trotskyist movement and a struggle against every centrist and revisionist element within the Trotskyist movement. If there weren't such revisionist elements, how come there was the split in 1953 to begin with? That is essentially the dual process. The party majority has proposed only one of these two processes. No longer is there a question of struggle. It is only a matter of figuring out organizational formula to pull everyone into. Into what? And around what program? The central Trotskyist program. Well, what is the central Trotskyist program? That has to be defined in a political and ideological struggle. That is what is under discussion today in the international. Not simply how we can get people together, but around what do we get them together. And, that is why the discussion of organizational formula has already gone over into the question of political program. 419. Now my own feeling is this. What we need and what we're going to have is a full and thorough international discussion aimed at precisely this, defining the Trotskyist program and around that basis reunifying and pulling together the international. Now it goes without question that this will be a very complex, a very long process. Our position is this: we feel that the Socialist Workers' Party is adopting a political outlook, an international outlook, which is in contradiction to its traditions, and to its own methods of work in this country. That's our opinion. We may be wrong. We believe this. This is our opinion. Flowing from that opinion, it is our conviction that with future developments in the US especially and internationally, our outlook will be verified. In which case, in our opinion, the whole business of a minority-majority division will no longer be necessary. It is this approach and this attitude that we take. Perhaps, of course, you think we're dogmatic and sectarians and will never recognize reality, but perhaps as these developments occur in this country and internationally, your outlook will be vindicated, in which case, believe it or not, we may even change our minds, though it is difficult for you to conceive of that idea now. I think I have posed several questions, several historical happenings which, if they do occur, will mean that, as far as we are concerned, a fundamental change in our whole outlook. One would be to be shown in reality that the Stalinist bureaucracy can be reformed. This would require a new orientation, and we would have to abandon ours. To be shown, in other words, that other forces outside of the working class, with its own consciousness, its own actions, in its own capacity, and with its own party, can make revolutionary change of a fundamental socialist nature in our society. Then we would change our outlook. I don't think that that outlook is going to be vindicated, and people who see in Cuba a vindication of that outlook had better remember what they say today, next year. You can also remember what we say. We'll see what happens. 420. For the centrism of the SWP 7, 1962. James Robertson. 1. The decisive importance of the nature of the party. 5. The American minority has been nurtured in the SWP and is a tendency within the party. The SWP, and youth, continue to loom large as a shaping influence upon the minority. How the SWP is analyzed and summed up determines a. The tasks of the minority which are carried out within and through the SWP, b. The nature, scope, and very existence of the minority groupings, flowing from our conclusions about the stat and direction of development of the party. Thus the question of the nature of the SWP is of decisive and central importance to our perspective and tasks. It would be an error to view the nature of the party as some kind of a priori or external label to be applied to the SWP. To know the nature of the SWP is to know how the party is moving and will move in response to events, opportunities, and challenges in the class struggle and in relation to the aim of the socialist revolution. It is possible to perceive the broad outlines of the party's political shape even under conditions of relative quiescence. It must be our continual responsibility to do this, checking our expectations against results, so as to properly orient our tasks. To do otherwise would render our entire role directionless and random, at the mercy of chance impressions and momentary situations. To some relevant party history, a sketch of highlights since 1940. A. The American Trotskyists took a stunning double blow in 1940. Over half of the movement broke away, and a few months later Leon Trotsky was murdered. 7. Robertson 1964. 421. Among those breaking away from the movement, 40% of the party and 80% of the youth, were most of the party's writers. Theorists, as well as a whole political generation who had made up the youth leadership. The party lost nothing in the way of intransigence and solidity through these blows, as was shown by its resolute role in the Smith Act trial and the upsurge in the working-class trade union struggles during 1943–47, out of which issued Cannon's affirmation, the coming American Revolution. However, a theoretical sterility and blunting of political alertness took place and was never made good. All these circumstances underline the recent statement of the British SLL that the SWP had made no political contribution to the world movement since 1940, in Trotskyism Betrayed by SLL-NC July 21, 1962. B. The response of the SWP to the Tito-Stalin split marked the opening of a period in the party's existence which was concluded with end of the regroupment period. The response to the Cuban Revolution is on a new and different plane. It was a period in which, when opportunities opened up somewhere, the party typically would initially respond in a revolutionary manner. Failing to get sufficient results, it would begin to water down its approach, enthuse over dubious elements and press hard against the limits of formal revolutionary doctrine. Then a halt would be called, cooling off took place, and its historic opportunity or hero of only yesterday, though perhaps unchanged, became completely passé. The eulogistic and shameful scrabble after Comrade Tito in 1949–50 was a reaction to disappointments in the reversal of the trade union struggle, a sharp decline in the party's size and influence, all in the context of the growing witch hunt, which started Cochrane Clark's restlessness to break out of the revolutionary movement. Similar reactions set in internationally in the Fourth International, but it was not until the Cochrane Group in the United States was ready to break overtly with revolutionary Marxism that the then US majority recoiled and led a world split which arrested the rightward drift in the party for a time. Yet, the split was weak and defensive for the following reasons. 1. It placed organizational over political issues. The split of the FI was simply announced in the pages of the Militant as a reaction to the World Center's support of the Cochrane-Clark Group. It was not fought out to a culmination and rupture, thus catching the SWP's co-thinkers by surprise and unprepared, and left the neutrals perplexed and inside the FI. 2. It placed national over international considerations, as was in addition shown by the SWP's endorsement of the expulsion of the French majority by the Pablo Center in 1952. See SWP International Discussion Bulletin of November 1952, Documents on the Crisis of the PCI, French section. 422-5. Of the FI. This took place only a year prior to the SWP's own break with Pablo. Immediately in 1954, at Weiss' instigation, the party was made to undergo the strange experience of the anti-McCarthy campaign, in which McCarthy was dished up as a full-blown fascist who had to be fought in the streets by the trade unionists. This qualitative overstatement of McCarthy's role was accompanied by an agitational campaign in the very depth of a period of terrible isolation, reaction, and passivity, while the Militant, week after week, shredded and reduced to a parody the Trotskyist understanding of fascism. Then in 1956–58 came the series of regroupment activities growing out of the Stalinist crisis, which began with the adoption of the excellent SWP statement on socialist regroupment, and which correctly facilitated the SWP's involvement in open forum discussions. It also facilitated and encouraged the winning over of a left wing from the liquidating Schachtmanite YSL Young Socialist League. Soon however the impatient attempt at a payoff at any price led to flattery in the militant of the Gatesites faction and then split away from the Communist Party led by John Gates, who were heading for the Democratic Party, and to an adaptation to the National Guardian, as in the building of Guardian supporter clubs. Then came the treatment of the ISP Independent Socialist Party with an approach of robbery principles. Only the intransigence of anti-Trotskyist elements saved the SWP from being a partner to a common electoral New York State slate, which would have placed the SWP in the compromising position of being in an electoral bloc for propaganda. The feverish assertion in the PC draft resolution of March 1959 that regroupment was bigger and better than ever, came just when the regroupment period had palpably come to an end. But then J.P. Cannon called a halt, and that was that. The party was contained rather formally within nominally principled limits. 3. The present political positions of the SWP, i.e. the autocatalytic or chain reaction breakaway of the SWP from the programmatic fundaments of revolutionary Marxism. Revolutionary parties are not immune to errors, e.g. the Bolsheviks' revolutionary democratic dictatorship of the proletariat and peasantry. However, the further and clearer the departure from the politics of a consistently class struggle character, the stronger the restorative, correcting, force within the party. But, after an incubation period of some years, see point 2, the party, unclearly over the youth, openly on the Cuban Revolution, i.e. the permanent 423 revolution, and grossly over Pabloism and the Fourth International, i.e. internationalism, has not merely broken with Leninism, but has overtly replaced it with something else. What has been in recent years a tendency to give an opportunist twist in practice to attempts of the party to seize on opportunities, until a halt was called by restorative forces within the party, characteristically J.P. Cannon, has changed to an overt breakaway from Marxism with the party's response to the Cuban Revolution, so that the accumulated opportunist forces and appetites within the party were not only unleashed but outright encouraged by Cannon's initiative in attacking the SLL. With the response to the Cuban Revolution, the variance between words and deeds has become qualitative. The dominant motives and practice today are a clash of attempts to recruit dubious human material at the expense of revolutionary principles, opposed by the fear that any recruitment efforts might alienate the friendly leadership groupings of whatever organization the majority can locate. LE. July 26, Local 1199, SNCC, etc. 8. For the degenerative process, the SWP as a centrist party. Centrism is a catch-all word to describe any of those organizations which in Lenin's words are revolutionary in words, opportunist in deeds. The SWP in particular has fallen victim to degenerative processes similar to those which overtook the pre-World War I German social democracy and Lenin's Bolsheviks, so that the party stands today, in opposition to the most essential aims of the Trotskyist movement for a major part of the globe in the declared dispensability of a revolutionary proletarian party to lead the colonial masses to victory, victory as opposed to the stalemate of the deformed workers' states of the still more illusory victories that do not transcend entanglements of capitalist imperialism, be internationally no longer for a world party, a fourth international as the self-organized, international vanguard of the working class. Instead, the SWP seeks a limited unity of mutual amnesty with other centrists in order to form both an international publicity agency for assorted leftward-moving bureaucracies and to retain an organizational fig leaf to cover. 8. Editor's note. July 26 refers to pro-Castro elements in Cuba and among Cuban Americans in the US. Local 1199 refers to a left-wing trade union, concentrated in New York City, of hospital and healthcare workers. SNCC refers to the radical civil rights group, Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. 424-5. Their break with the essential substance of proletarian internationalism, the struggle to build a world party of the workers. Given these profound differences with revolutionary Marxism, it is to belabor the obvious to insist merely upon the centrist character of the SWP. On the contrary, it is critically important, in accepting the characterization of the SWP, not to be swept away and into a split perspective as though centrism equaled some kind of political leprosy. To quote a letter to Ed of October 18, 1961, which deals with this question. In the past few years the party has begun to react to opportunities by turning each one into a cycle of opportunism until the given opening is exhausted. Each time a selection takes place, some, notably the Weiss Group, get worse and move toward liquidationism, but others react and are impelled in a leftward direction. This process has just begun, if one stops to view the SWP historically. There are two roads open. Either each wave of oppositionals will let themselves get washed out of the party, making it even harder for succeeding left-wingers, or each opportunist venture into fresh fields will augment the revolutionary Marxists with additional forces. 5. The SWP as a rightward-moving centrist party. Centrism is a phrase which covers a multitude of sins. As Trotsky put it, speaking formally and descriptively, centrism is composed of all those trends within the proletariat and on its periphery which are distributed between reformism and Marxism and which most often represent various stages of evolution from reformism to Marxism and vice versa. The SWP falls short of being a left-centrist party, that is, one of those organizations or groupings, often moving left from the Social Democrats or out of the CP, which genuinely desires and seeks to work for the socialist revolution but suffers some internal limitation in the form of ideological or organizational baggage which it is unable to transcend in practice. E.g. the Workers' Party USA, 1941-46, the Austrian Revolutionary Socialists, 1934-38, the left wing of the P0UM at various times. The SWP's practical excursions into activity bear not merely the stamp of being mistaken or inhibited in some way from a revolutionary standpoint, but in addition have become opportunist in intent. The theoretical or political explanations are just that, not guides to revolutionary action, rather covers, rationalizations to maintain a revolutionary rhetoric. Comrade Mage's recent 425. Critical notes on the Political Committee draft problems of the Fourth International and the next steps is nothing but a political expose of a whole series of such rationalizations. The disease of the SWP is degenerative in character and some insight and guidance can be gained for us by comparison with the CPUSA which was undergoing a degenerative process in the period 1924-34. However, it is important to keep in mind the quite different circumstances and mechanism in the case of the SWP. The SWP in its leadership has become a very old party. From 1928 to the present, 34 years, it has been led by the same continuous and little changing body of personnel. Thus it is the most long-lived, ostensibly revolutionary, organization in history. Its current national committee must have one of the highest average ages of any communist movement ever. While the leadership is old, many of the leading rank-and-file party stalwarts at the local branch level are middle-aged and comfortably well off, skilled workers with many years seniority and homeowners to boot. Most extreme, but no means unique in this respect, is one of the two largest party branches, Los Angeles. 6 general and long-term conclusions re the SWP. The divisions within the SWP are irreconcilable since they reflect differences which are and will ultimately be reducible to the difference between reform versus revolution. It is a strong temptation in politics to succumb to impatience and seek to artificially accelerate what is deemed inevitable in the long run into an immediately posed issue. The break of the SP with Marxism has taken place over foreign issues about which many subjectively revolutionary members are insensitive and unaroused. The process of clarification within the SWP will not be complete until the party has to face up to major class struggles within the United States. From now until such a time the role of the revolutionary Marxists within the party must be that of an aggressive, political polarizing force. The fundamental task of the minority must be to win unambiguously the mantle of trotskyism, off recognition as the revolutionary Marxist party within this country. 426-5. Call for the reorganization of the minority tendency. 9. 1962. Tim Walforth et al. 1. The tendency expresses its general political agreement with the tendency of the International Committee, which has agreement around the 1961 International Perspectives Resolution presented by the Socialist Labour League. It must, therefore, begin from the standpoint of its responsibilities towards the political struggles of this tendency in relation to the construction of the Revolutionary Party in the United States. The tendency recognizes that the building of the SWP as a revolutionary party depends on and derives from its adherence to the revolutionary international perspective and approach. 2. The tendency must pay particular attention to the development of a perspective for work in the United States and the Negro movement. The main political work of the tendency within the party will be to patiently explain the nature of tabloid revisionism and liquidationism as a method, and its relation to the problem of developing a concretely revolutionary perspective for work in the trade union and Negro movement. 3. The tendency must recognize that the SWP is the main instrument for the realization of socialism in the U.S. There is no other organization outside the party which can decisively aid the struggle for socialism at the present time. Our comrades must therefore work as loyal party members, contribute to all aspects of the work, literary and practical, taking part in all the party's electoral activity and sub-drives, i.e. campaigns to secure subscriptions to the militant, and accepting the administrative decisions of the leadership even though we might be very much against them. Members of the tendency must recognize that the SWP is their party and they must speak as people who are responsible for their party. The difficulties of the party must not be exploited in a factional way. These must be seen as G. Wolfarth et al. 1963, pages 44-5. 427. The overhead price for lack of political clarification. Since the responsibility for this clarification now rests squarely on the shoulders of the tendency, to make factional capital out of the party's difficulties would be nothing more than shelving that task which is the main purpose for the existence of the tendency. The tendency must not make premature characterizations of the leadership of the SWP except of those, such as Weiss and Swabeck, who have clearly revealed their Pabloism in theory and practice. The center group, which is, of course, the majority, cannot be described as a finished tendency in the same way as the Pabloites. To be sure, there are elements of centrism in its thinking and activity, but these do not predominate. To characterize the SWP as a finished centrist tendency is to give up the political battle before it has begun. We must believe that by common work and political discussion it will be possible to win a majority of the party to adopt a correct line on Pabloism and for the building of the Revolutionary Party in the United States. 4. The present tendency shall dissolve and shall re-establish itself on the basis of the preceding points. 5. Only those comrades who accept this outlook can be considered part of the tendency. 428-5. 6. Radical Laborism versus Bolshevik Leadership. 10. Excerpts, 1965. Richard Kirk and Clara Kay, Richard Fraser and Clara Fraser. Character of the present leadership. 13 years have elapsed since the fight with the Cochranites. Until 1961, the stewardship of the SWP was nominally held jointly by the current regime and the Weiss Group leaders. With the elimination of the Weiss Group, the Dobbs-Carey Group entrenched itself and established a political monopoly of the leadership. What are the principal achievements of the existing leadership since consolidating themselves? 1. The withdrawal from Cuba defense work and from trips to Cuba designed to break the travel ban. 2. The reduction of the once independent youth to a chattel of the SWP national office, and the prolonged insulation of these youth from the ferment around them in the general student movement. 3. The removal of all political minority representation on the political committee, the avowed intention of destroying all minority formations, pockets, and opinions in the party at large, and the tidal wave of expulsions on ephemeral grounds and in an unprecedentedly compulsive manner. 4. Recurrent disasters in our relations with the Northern black struggle and an absolute self-segregation from the Southern struggle that is indefensible, especially on the incredible organizational grounds of no forces available. 5. Rejection of obvious and principled opportunities to enlarge the party through serious fusion, regroupment, or united front tactics. 6. Chronic organizational and political intimidation of all party advocates of the emancipation of women. 1 O'Kirk and K. 1965. 429. 7. Ignominious default in regaining ideological hegemony over the radical movement, rationalized away by the canard of an absence of qualified personnel to accomplish this. 8. Refusal to assume organizational initiative of any kind in any mass movement, and the corollary of elevating basic organizational tasks of the party, fundraising, subscription drives, paper sales, to the plane of political crusades, thereby reducing party life to internal maintenance plus election campaigns. It is time to inquire into the nature of a leadership which has basically undermined the interventionist and democratic traditions of the party, and yet appears before the party with complacency and with an organizational resolution that validates everything it has done and then proceeds to shake the big stick at the remaining party dissidents. What is wrong with the regime? An analysis of its history and modus operandi leads inescapably to the conclusion that the present leadership is radical Laborite in character and not Bolshevik. It is Laborite because it believes that socialist politics on an extended scale will develop exclusively through the medium of a labor party based on the unions. It is radical because of the powerful residue of the traditions of revolutionary socialism in the party. In its social origin, the regime derives from the militant AFL unionism of the 30s, and its vision does not basically project beyond the trade union upsurge of the distant future that will lead to the Labour Party. This myopia lends an anti-political cast to its view of reality. Not typical syndicalists, nor anti-party in the Cochranite sense, the regime nevertheless does not intervene decisively in the real political life of the time so long as the arenas of struggle and motion remain outside the labor movement and sometimes opposed to it. The regime permits participation in other movements, in a grudging response to pressure from party branches in the field, but the participation proposed by the center is a follow-the-leader adaptation to the prevailing winds of whichever movement strikes its fancy at a given time. When controversy develops, as it must, within these movements, the word is usually, get out. The rigidly unionistic framework of the regime's long-range strategy results not only in non-intervention but in a deep-rooted, anti-theoretical habit. As a consequence of the single-minded unionistic laboristic blueprint for revolution, the party has become increasingly constricted, rigid, conservative. 435. And turned inward. This produces, in deepening errors of theory, program, strategy, and tactics in those areas demanding the greatest familiarity and precision of evaluation, the colonial revolution, youth, the peace movement, the black struggle, the labor movement, women's emancipation, and revolutionary regroupment. The chief characteristics of the radical Laborites, then, are fourfold. They are non-interventionist, contemptuous of theory, union-bound in strategical orientation, and politically unstable in their reactions to any given juncture. Non-interventionist. Exclusively focusing on the strategic variant of the Labour Party, the leadership is generally impervious and insensitive toward non-unionistic facets of the class struggle, and where it must evaluate the radical developments of any stage, it is inconsistent and ambivalent, apparently disinterested in fundamental, rather than repertorial, conjunctural analyses and the tactical shifts, other than inspection tours, indicated by conjunctural changes. The regime recognizes struggles other than large union upheavals for general propaganda purposes only. Somewhat like the Socialist Labour Party clinging to its fetish of socialist industrial unionism and riding out a half-century with election campaigns and journalistic commentary, the SWP seems resigned to a pattern of reporting and general socialist education. The vital problems and needs of the newly developing vanguard groups in the country are treated superficially, except for correctly urging them to independent political action. The militant has no more advice for them than the National Guardian, which approves them all, or the weak, why people, which is contemptuous of them all. What should Malcolm X have done? What should the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee and the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party do? Students for a Democratic Society? Progressive Labor Party? What next for the campus teach-ins? What program for women? Doesn't anybody have to do anything before the unions move? Evidently not. Evidently no current development involves urgent political problems, demanding direct intervention, initiative, and agitation by the SWP. Today's real and potential mass movements are considered interesting but secondary and subordinate phenomena, and their groping leaders are viewed by the SWP with an uncritical blindness which sometimes borders on adulation, or with excessive political suspicion and competitive organizational mistrust. 431. Compounding the error, the regime also neglects probes into the unions, preferring to wait until the time is more patently promising. Comrades working in unionized shops are instructed not to appear as union politicians but to concentrate on recruiting to the party. Not only is this a false polarization of interdependent activities, but the logic involved would force the party not to conduct election campaigns on pain of being labeled establishment politicians, an accusation frequently made against us which we constantly have to explain. And today we must explain it again to the party leadership, wherever we are revolutionary politicians working within extant structures in order to either change their policies or overthrow the structures themselves. If it is tactical to work within the framework of the bourgeois state via election campaigns, how downright sectarian it is to fear the guilt by association charge engendered by working within the framework of the degenerated class organs of the proletariat, the union movement. We are not spectators of the internal union processes from within the unions. Wherever our organizational participation in the union provides us a rostrum for principled propaganda and agitation, we would be foolish to abjure it. It is significant that the political resolution stresses our propagandistic nature and tasks, while the organizational resolution mentions the multitudinous areas of participation and intervention supposedly characteristic of our party and evidently supposed to be maintained. But this is a liturgical chant only. Business will proceed as usual, and intervention will be cooled off and discouraged wherever possible. The present projected intervention in the youth anti-war movement, for instance, will produce as few lasting results and political continuity as did our participation in Fair Play for Cuba Committee to aid the Monroe Defendants, Freedom Now Party, etc., because the orientation to mass work is either politically wrong or tactically superficial. Anti-theoretical. Coming forward in the struggle against the petty bourgeois intellectual opposition in 1941, and helping to defeat it, the present Dobbs-Carey leadership gradually converted our suspicion of middle-class intellectuals into a rejection of all theoreticians in politics. The Dobbs-Carey regime tolerates theory on foreign affairs which do not deeply concern it, China, Cuba, the international, and on questions of abstract philosophy, which are not troublesome as long as they remain abstract. 432-5. But any encroachment upon its domestic territory by a minority viewpoint is promptly labeled intellectual. The word has become synonymous with oppositional and with petty bourgeois and is used as an insult. The dialectical interconnections of the Leninist concept of worker Bolshevik, Marxist intellectual, organizer theoretician, etc., have been summarily split in two by the regime with the separate parts reassembled into new units. Theory/ideology is now the exclusive function of the regime, while the ranks and the organizers are expected to work at sub-drives, fund drives, forums and campus activities, period. Naturally, this leave the thinking to us law results in very little thought by anyone at all. Minorities are answered not with logical political disputation, but with muddying distortion and fabrication of the issues, invective and personal organizational attacks. Political arguments used to be serious and educational experiences for the entire party membership. Today, any consistent or persistent theoretical, strategic, or tactical difference provokes a reflex characteristic of the labor officialdom, echoing its intolerance, prejudices and sewer terminology. Contempt for theory breeds an inability to tolerate criticism, and both traits are expressed in the anti-intellectualism of the radical Labo writes. Neo-economist. The Dobbs-Carey leadership is the second major negative tendency closely associated with labor unionism to appear in the SWP in the post-war period. Between the present leadership and the Cochranites an obvious affinity existed, marked by the reluctance and tardiness of the Dobbs-Carey break with Cochrane. However, an important difference exists between these two factions. The Minneapolis Teamsters Union and the Sailors Union of the Pacific, and Marine Firemen, were the first two mass labor bases won by the SWP, and they produced the present leadership of the party. These unions, not as socially and politically advanced in terms of overall program and ideology as the newer CIO unions, were nevertheless extremely militant in their pursuit of job benefits and resistance against government intervention into the unions. They were therefore among the first objectives of the employer-government drive to housebreak the labor movement. The Teamsters came under fire immediately before World War II and the Sailors Union of the Pacific shortly after the war. The hierarchies of these unions joined forces with the bosses and the state to drive out the radicals, and the struggles which ensued forced a sharp end. 433. Decisive break between the SWP and these unions, cutting off the present SWP leadership from its base of mass support. The Cochranites, on the other hand, were still more or less firmly entrenched, mainly in the United Auto Workers, in 1951. They were propelled away from the party because they had a mass milieu and mass base to lean on and escape into as the witch hunt became general. Centrist. Of recent years, several opponents of the Dobbs-Carey leadership both within and outside the party have characterized the majority as centrist. The prevalence of this term requires an evaluation of the regime with respect to a definition of the word. The Dobbs-Carey regime does reveal definite political deviations from revolutionary criteria. 1. The regime certainly flirts with reformism in three areas. Their approach to the black question is reformist, as most glaringly revealed in the curious proposition that all black political action is the solution to the race question in the North, while troops to the South will raise the political level of blacks there. Secondly, the party regime has substituted the 30 hours work for 40 hours pay slogan for Trotsky's sliding scale of wages and hours, instead of connecting them. While 30 to 40 is an important demand to press, and may obviously have positive consequences, it still does not, by itself, necessarily constitute a bridge from reformist to revolutionary consciousness. On the contrary, it may become a means of strengthening reformism at a given stage. And in sectors of the economy undergoing automation, the 30 to 40 slogan doesn't scratch the surface of the vast unemployment problem. Thirdly, the very barrenness of the political committee's current political resolution, void of either conjunctural analysis or revolutionary perspective, holds the door open to further flirtations with reformism. 2. The political reflex of the leadership to critical events and shifts is demonstrably non-revolutionary. Forceful intervention by comrades Cannon and Graham was needed to rectify the hands-off, third camp policy adopted at the outbreak of the Korean War. The political line during the Cuban Missile Crisis was at best ambivalent and at worst bordered on joining the anti-Soviet hysteria, only from the left. 434-5. The regime betrays an obsession with security, as in the Cuba trips, which more often than not attempts to mask an unsure policy. Their unseemly concern with respectability occasionally veers toward panic, as evinced after the Kennedy assassination, revealing marked instability, impressionism, and legalistic defensiveness. The reductio ad absurdum of this approach was performed by the Young Socialist Alliance leadership when it issued national mimeographed instructions to its convention delegates, including married couples, forbidding them to shack up with each other because of security. 3. The disinterest in and hostility towards any movement for women's emancipation reveals another facet of the basically non-Bolshevik outlook of present leadership. All right. Do all these enumerated weaknesses add up to centrism? Trotsky defines centrism as an unstable political formation in motion between reformism and Bolshevism. The course of motion in centrism is to be found largely in external social forces which exert both reformist and revolutionary pressures. But the one thing which clearly characterizes the SWP leadership is its ability to insulate itself from all external pressures by means of a rigid sectarianism. Isolated from both the reformist and revolutionary pressures exerted by the mass movements, it is subject to the direct pressure of the capitalist class, with no counter-pressure from the mass movements. The effects of this pressure have been thus far insufficient to cause modernism in the SWP, rather, a certain stagnation grips the party and its leadership. If and when the SWP majority relates itself to the existing mass movements, and permits itself to feel and react to the contradictory and alternating pressures generated there, its true and definitive political character will emerge. Life will show whether the present indefinite state of the core of the majority signifies centrism. Everyone, in fact, will be tested under these conditions. Meanwhile, we do not yet see that the political designation of centrism has an important bearing on the problem of party leadership in the SWP today. More important at this moment and decisive for the future are its sectarianism, self-insulation, irrational suspicion of new vanguard formations, particularly anything emanating from the CP milieu or the South, and insensitivity to the problems and struggles of the most oppressed. These traits derive not so much from centrist faults as from a laborite economist reflex operating in the period of a degenerating labor movement. Actually, the regime has not changed very much in the past 2 decades. Vast changes in the objective situation have simply exposed another side of its character. 435. Strategy of the holding operation. This is a state of suspended animation which freezes program and cements the cadre in a decades-long cliff-hanging position until the resurgence of organized labor, the main question, is at hand. Then, the party is supposed to drop down to terra firma and move in. The present tightened-up propagandistic activism is only a new form of the basic holding operation, designed to make it palatable to energetic youth. This self-paralysis and self-segregation, this marking time and treading water, is constantly being disturbed by the pressure of changes, turns and crises provided by everyday events. The economy gyrates in abrupt swings and cycles, social relations shift, and political repercussions accumulate. The rhythm of revolutionary politics, like that of life, is the rhythm of the seesaw. But the regime will not be provoked into altering its freeze-in. It equates programmatic firmness with the posture of the spectator and tries to modulate and modify the significance of every development to fit its own long-range timetable. Its perspective and schedule, however, based on a concept of relatively uneventful evolution, leave no room for relating to the leaps and twists of the real political world. The regime hopes to see a growth in the party from small to bigger, and then, someday, on to power. Unfortunately, such a smooth and predictable progression is not in the nature of things, as the German social democracy came to learn. Behind the welfare state facade of US capitalism lie a voracious imperialism, the Mississippi police state, the Vietnam War, etc., all producing cataclysmic reactions. It is possible to keep one's head and balance only if the chronic imbalance and inbred surprises of the system are appreciated and anticipated as the norm. But the party is rocked and disoriented at virtually every new and unexpected juncture because it is not geared to dialectics, materialism or political flexibility. The very nature of monopoly capital dictates the swift sequence of widely varying conjunctures. A fixed program that does not grow, and a petrified long-range strategy that persists no matter what, are results of contempt for the changing winds of reality. The SWP today has asserted its superiority over the basic laws of political motion. It promises that hanging on, hanging tough, waiting it out and letting the struggle come to us, is sufficient for eventual victory. In a revolutionary period, we expect the masses to intervene in their own destiny. We expect a revolutionary party, however, to be doing this all the time. 436-5. 7. The organizational character of the Socialist Workers' Party. 11, excerpts, 1965. Farrell Dobbs and George Novak. I preamble. Differences over our organizational principles and practices have arisen periodically in the development of our party. It has been our experience that in periods of sharp internal political dispute there often arises, as a corollary, a conflict over our basic concepts of democratic centralism, expressed either implicitly or explicitly. In such cases it becomes the responsibility of the party leadership to restate and reaffirm the concepts which govern our organizational forms and procedures. At the founding convention of the SWP in 1938, after the split from the all-inclusive Socialist Party, cognizance was first taken of the need to codify the basic Leninist concepts of democratic centralism. This was done in the form of a resolution adopted by the convention. The action was intended to serve a double purpose: 1. To effect a codification of our organizational concepts to bring them into line with the revolutionary principles embodied in the program of the founding convention. 2. To cement the fusion of the left-wing split off from the SP with the Trotskyist cadres who comprised the most homogeneous Marxist tendency in the newly fanned party by making available to the ranks a clarifying statement of our Leninist views on party organization. The Leninist concept of democratic centralism was subsequently challenged, most notably in the struggle with the Burnham-Schachtman opposition in 1939-40 and in the Cochranite split of 1953. On each occasion, the party reaffirmed its basic organizational principles and amplified them to ward off and defeat the specific challenges to our concepts of democratic centralism. In the recent political dispute which culminated in the expulsion by the National Committee plenum of the leaders of the Robertson faction for disloyalty, we noted, 1. The existence of a considerable number of younger Com. 11 Socialist Workers' Party National Committee 1965. 437. Raids who, because they joined our ranks after 1953, were relatively unfamiliar with the past disputes in the party over the organization question, did not have available the documents of those disputes and were only vaguely acquainted with our basic concept of democratic centralism. This category does not include the disloyal Robertsonite leaders who consider themselves experts on this score. 2. The existence of various individuals and tendencies who spoke as defenders of the Robertsonites against the disciplinary action taken by the plenary session of the party leadership for their blatant disloyalty to the party. It is contended that such disciplinary action constituted a violation of our concepts of democratic centralism. In the course of the discussion, representatives and defenders of the Robertson Group advanced views which the party leadership, in its overwhelming majority, consider at variance with our basic concepts of party organization and procedure. It thus becomes imperative to clarify, once again, the Leninist concept of democratic centralism to remove whatever confusion has arisen on this score and to amplify, in the light of the current controversy, our basic ideas on party organization. To this end, the December 1963 plenum of the National Committee designated a drafting commission composed of Comrades Cannon, Ward, and Dobbs, to submit a draft codifying our fundamental views on democratic centralism as they have evolved out of past controversies and introducing such amplifications as are indicated by the conflicting views manifested in the current discussion. 2. Record of party struggle for its organizational principles. The organizational structure and practices of a Marxist party are not immutable. They are derived from the major tasks to be accomplished at a given stage of the class struggle. The need for an ideologically homogeneous and democratically centralized organization flows from the perspective and actuality of deepening social crisis and sharpening class conflict, which makes imperative the revolutionary solution of basic social problems. The anticipation and active preparation of such revolutionary developments in the United States has determined the kind of party our movement has set out to build from its birth. Its organization form is intended to serve the central aims set forth in our program of abolishing capitalism and reorganizing America on a socialist basic. Only a combat party of the Leninist type is capable of organizing and leading the working class and its allies to the conquest of power in the main fortress of world imperialism. Confronted as the people are by the most powerful and ruthless ruling class in the world, the party of the American Revolution must be 438-5. Conceived and constructed as a cohesive and disciplined combat organization. That is why our party has sought to base itself on the tested and proven Leninist rules of organization, summed up in the concept of democratic centralism. Democratic centralism is a dialectical concept which does not lend itself to rigid definition and application regardless of time, place, and circumstance. Our party has forged its own specific form of the Leninist concept in the heat of struggle under concrete American conditions. The party's organizational principles are an integral part of its living history. These clearly defined and well-established principles are ready to be taught to young revolutionaries coming into our ranks and to be defended against attempts to water them down and thereby corrode the revolutionary fabric of the party. As a combat organization, the party strives for political homogeneity in the sense that admission to its ranks requires fundamental agreement with its program and principles. For similar reasons, unconditional loyalty and disciplined conduct are required as a condition of membership. To safeguard party unity in debating and deciding policy, a conscious effort is made to teach comrades to argue out problems on the basis of principles and to act always from the standpoint of principle. Along these lines, the party has developed in a free and democratic internal atmosphere. All individuals and tendencies have a full chance to contribute to the development of the party and to the shaping of its leading cadres. The party is guided by the concept of democratic centralism in regulating both its public activity and its internal affairs. Full rights are accorded to minorities as conditioned by the democratic principle of majority rule. Minority views may be presented in internal discussion at the proper time and in an appropriate manner as determined by the party. Once a decision has been made on disputed issues, the minority is subordinated to the majority. Between conventions, authority becomes centralized and the party confronts the outside world with a single policy, that of the majority. All members are required to subordinate themselves to the policies and decisions of the party. Official party bodies determine what is correct procedure, and no individual or group can arrogate that right. Through these democratic centralist practices, the party maintains its role as a revolutionary vanguard. Its character as a combat organization is safeguarded. Unity in action is preserved. Firmness of political line is assured and the party is enabled to maintain its principles unadulterated. Relation of organization to politics. Building a Leninist-type party entails uncommon difficulties because of this country's position as the powerhouse of world capitalist reaction. Alien class. 439. Pressures bear down upon the party with enormous force in a hostile political environment. At times these pressures generate centrifugal currents in our ranks. Ideas, moods, and motivations at odds with our program and traditions penetrate the party's internal life. Those affected tend to translate their own nervousness into exaggerated criticism of the party and begin to develop basic differences with the party line. The seemingly abstract relation of organization to politics then becomes very real, because those who develop basic political differences also develop an urge to throw off restrictions imposed upon them by the party's organizational concepts. They become antagonistic to democratic centralism. Attempts are made to undermine the party's homogeneity and make it amorphous, to render it diffuse in class composition, identity, and outlook, to revise its principles, to weaken its discipline and unity in action, and to debase the meaning of party membership. Party building therefore involves a continuous process of cadre selection. While striving constantly to attract new forces, we also find it necessary from time to part company with those in our ranks who become disoriented. In the struggle for our principles, the party creates stable cadres educated against both opportunism and sectarianism. Through long experience, the party has learned to be on the alert for signs of opportunist tendencies toward capitulation to alien class pressures and to mobilize for struggle against them. Similarly, the party is schooled to oppose sectarian abstentionism and ultra-left adventures designed to leap over objective difficulties. While combating both opportunism and sectarianism, the party educates its cadres to shape their course along the basic lines of the transitional program adopted by the Trotskyist movement in 1938. Transitional program. Central to the transitional program is recognition that mankind's crisis in the struggle for socialism is primarily a crisis of revolutionary leadership. It is the aim of the Trotskyist movement to build a combat organization capable of filling the leadership void. To do so, the party can countenance neither opportunist adaptation to the status quo nor sectarian abstention from living struggle at its prevailing level of development. The party intervenes in the daily struggle with transitional demands stemming from today's conditions and today's consciousness within sections of the mass movement. All these demands are aimed toward leading the masses to one final conclusion: the conquest of power by the working class. Only a tightly knit combat party can meet these revolutionary tasks. In the struggle to build such a party, cadre selection goes on as a constant molecule. 445. LAR process. New individuals are attached to the movement and some already in our ranks drop away. The proportions between these two categories vary with the ups and downs of external political trends. At given conjunctures, the process may pass beyond individual selection and involve organized groups. In a political upturn, a leap in party growth may be accomplished through a principled unification with other forces who are moving toward Trotskyist positions. Or at another stage, an organized group may split away from the party from either sectarian or opportunist motives. Thus, unifications and splits are alike methods of building the party, each representing a concentrated form of expression of the continuous process of cadre selection. The SWP had its origins in the break of the Trotskyist left opposition from the Communist Party when the latter succumbed to Stalinist degeneration in the 1920s. Starting with such cadres as could be salvaged from the CP, the pioneer Trotskyists reached out for new forces turning revolutionary in the labor radicalization of the 1930s. Some reinforcements were secured through individual recruitment, but the main gains were registered through unifications with the American Workers' Party in 1934 and soon thereafter with the left wing of the Socialist Party. No less decisive in shaping the viable Trotskyist cadres of the 1930s was the 1935 split of the sectarians in our ranks who opposed the unifications. Petty bourgeois opposition. The founding of the SWP in 1938 marked the completion of such unifications as were possible under the given conditions. Adverse political trends were already developing as the labor radicalization subsided, and when World War II began in 1939 the party was plunged into a deep internal crisis. The petty bourgeois wing of the party quickly capitulated to the pressures of bourgeois public opinion, which bore down heavily upon the movement as the ruling class prepared for American entry into the war. An organized opposition, led by Burnham, Schachtman, and Ahem, began a vicious fight to overthrow the party's program and principles. Their first panicky impulse was to rush to the mimeograph machines and issue a call for the masses to rise in spontaneous opposition to war. Their next step was to renounce the Trotskyist position of unconditional defense of the Soviet Union against imperialist attack. Through Burnham they questioned many of the principles of Marxism. Through Schachtman they began to replace Trotsky's definition of the Soviet Union under Stalin as a degenerated workers' state with the false theory of bureaucratic collectivism. In a frenzy to free themselves from party discipline, the petty bourgeois opposition opened an all-out attack on democratic centralism. They demand 441. DED the right to publish their own public organ. To grant their demand would have destroyed the centralist character of the party, it would have meant the creation of dual party structures and a complete breakdown of discipline. That, of course, was precisely what the petty bourgeois opposition wanted, as they demonstrated when they split from the party upon being defeated at the 1940 convention. The same convention reaffirmed the Leninist character of the party in its resolution on the organizational conclusions of the present discussion. Dealing specifically with the opposition's demands, the resolution reaffirmed and made more explicit the party's unconditional right to control the public activity of all its members. After the split, the party published a book by Comrade Cannon, The Struggle for a Proletarian Party, in which the organizational lessons of the 1939-40 internal struggle are documented and analyzed. The book constitutes a valuable guide to young revolutionists eager to learn the Leninist principles of organization. American Theses. Cleansed of the petty bourgeois defectors from Trotskyism, the party stood firm throughout the war. In the 1944-46 labor upsurge it was able to win many new rebels to its ranks, thereby recouping the losses experienced in the 1940 split. With a confidence tempered in the fires of adversity, the party charted its post-war perspectives through the American theses adopted at the 1946 convention. With revolutionary advances abroad confronted by the military interventions of US imperialism, the theses assert, the role of America in the world is decisive. The showdown battles for the communist future of mankind will be fought in this country. A socialist victory here, merging with the world revolutionary forces, will put an end to the outlived capitalist system as a whole. As against all petty bourgeois skeptics, the theses affirm the capacity of the American working class to fulfill its historic role as an organic part of the world revolutionary process. US capitalism is heading toward a deep social and political crisis that will precipitate an unparalleled mass radicalization. The working class will acquire political class consciousness and organization in a sweeping movement similar to the rise of the CIO. Given the decisive leadership of a revolutionary vanguard party, Labor and its allies will move toward the conquest of political power. It is to fill precisely that vanguard leadership role that the SWP has shaped its political course and organizational structure, following the example of the Bolshevik Party of Lenin and Trotsky. The SWP has hammered out its revolutionary program in ideological battles, and it defends that program against 442.5. Every kind of revisionist assault upon it. The party has assembled a strong core of professional leadership which it strives to expand in order to strengthen party work and maintain leadership continuity. It aims to train its cadres in the irreconcilable spirit of a combat party of revolution, a party aspiring to lead the workers to victory in a struggle for political power. Pessimism and Impressionism. The party's capacity to uphold the perspectives of the American theses was soon to be put to the test under worsening objective conditions. A reactionary atmosphere of Cold War and witch hunt replaced the favorable climate of the labor upsurge in the mid-40s. A new minority opposition, born of petty bourgeois pessimism and impressionism, developed within the party under the leadership of Cochrane. It was an unprincipled combination, divided as to whether political hope should be placed in self-reform of the Soviet bureaucracy, or in the miracle of an American Union bureaucracy turned militant. What held the combination together, until they split from the SWP, was their common loss of faith in the revolutionary capacity of the working class. They denied that anybody could build a party capable of smashing the bureaucratic obstacles within the labor movement and leading the masses toward the conquest of power. As always happens when basic political differences arise, the Cochranites began a campaign to undermine the party's democratic centralist principles. Their attack centered on an attempt to subvert the principle of majority rule by imposing a minority veto of majority decisions. At the May 1953 plenum, in the middle of the internal struggle, the National Committee responded with a resolution reaffirming the organizational principles laid down by the 1938 and 1940 party conventions. The resolution also contained a third section rejecting the Cochranite attempt to set up dual power in the leadership and specifically affirming the application of majority rule through official party bodies. Soon thereafter the Cochranites went on a sit-down strike against the party, which led to their suspension in November 1953 and later to their formal expulsion. In the political conflict, a big majority of the membership rebuffed the Cochranite attack on the transitional program and American theses. Leaving aside similar experiences of lesser degree, such are the landmarks of internal struggle through which the party has worked out and maintained its organizational cohesion. Despite extremely prolonged objective adversities, all revisionist attacks have been fought off. The party remains firmly committed to its vanguard aim of leading the American workers and their allies to the conquest of political power. Battle-tested cadres have been developed and a vital core of professional leadership created. The party's basic principles as a COM 443 BAT organization have been clearly established: firmness in political line, unity in action, disciplined conduct in all internal party affairs, unconditional loyalty to the party. New attack on principles. Today the party faces yet another attack on its organizational principles, which comes as a reflex to the appearance of new political differences. Toward the end of the 50s an unusually protracted internal discussion began, centered on the Chinese question, Negro struggle, Cuban question, and reunification of the world movement. Minority groupings took form around one and another issue. A factional atmosphere was soon generated inside the party, especially by a minority combination made up of the Robertson Mage White and Wohlfarth Phillips groups. It was plain from the outset that the Robertson-Wohlfarth combination had the idea that middle-class intellectuals must take over American Trotskyism and set it straight. They began with factional sorties in the youth around several issues. Later they linked themselves with the Healy faction of the Socialist Labor League in a declaration of war on the SWP policies and leadership. They opposed party policy on such key issues as world unification, Cuba, Algeria, the Negro struggle. In the name of proletarian intervention in the mass movement, they advanced a hodgepodge of sectarian abstentionism and harebrained adventurism. In general, they showed the usual traits of the rootless petty bourgeois radical caught up in frenzied self-delusion. In the fall of 1962, the combination split into the Robertson Mage White and Wohlfarth Phillips components, apparently in a dispute over tactics in their factional attempt to overturn the party's program and principles. They entered the 1963 pre-convention discussion as rival factions but without any significant differences in political line. As the discussion proceeded, they took potshots at one another that helped to reveal the depth of their hostility toward the party majority. An outstanding example was the Wohlfarth faction's revelations about anti-party documents secretly circulated by the Robertsonites. At the party convention, both factions were defeated politically by an overwhelming majority, and both were excluded from representation on the incoming National Committee because their loyalty to the party was in question. Expulsion of Robertsonites. After the convention, the political committee requested a control commission investigation into the Wohlfarthite charges concerning the anti-party attitude of the Robertson faction. The commission obtained copies of documents by Robertson, Ireland, and Harper that had been circulated behind the back of 444-5. The party. Its findings were reported to the political committee for action as provided by the party constitution. These Robertsonite documents constituted a declaration of unending war on the party, which was characterized as right-centrist. Policies were outlined for that amounted to a factional raid on the party. In practice, it meant double recruitment, first to the tight faction, then formally to the party, on the basis of the faction's own program and methods, indoctrination of contacts against the party program, convention decisions, and organizational principles before they applied for party membership. They ridiculed the idea of party patriotism and sneered at the concept of party loyalty as a religion. Faction discipline was put before the party discipline in their party-wrecking expedition. Because of their disloyalty, in word and deed, the political committee suspended from membership Robertson, Mage, and White as leaders responsible for the factional disloyalty, also Harper and Ireland for their complicity in the secret documents. Further disciplinary action was referred to the National Committee. The December 1963 plenum approved the PC action and expelled the 5 from the party. The disciplinary action against the Robertsonites has been assailed by all organized minorities within the party and by some individual members. It has been contended from one and another quarter that party loyalty is only an idea, that disciplinary measures can be taken only upon specific proof of overt acts of indiscipline, that the party leadership has introduced new organizational concepts in an effort to settle political differences by suppressing the right of organized dissent, that the leadership is trying to make the party monolithic in the Stalinist manner. Party loyalty. Not one of those assertions and accusations contains an iota of truth. To begin with, loyalty is far more than an abstract idea, it is a standard of political conduct. The party's whole democratic centralist structure is founded on the rock of organizational loyalty. Without loyal members, the party, as a voluntary organization, would have no basis upon which to maintain the necessary discipline in carrying out its revolutionary tasks. Disloyal people don't believe in the party, they won't pitch in selflessly to help build it, and they will resist and evade discipline. That is why the organizational resolution adopted at the SHP's founding convention specified that unconditional loyalty to the party is required of every member. Brushing aside that specific provision of party law, an attempt is made to brand unconstitutional the disciplinary procedure against the Robertsonites, which hinges on the issue of party loyalty. It is charged that the trial procedures 445 under Article 8 of the party constitution have been violated. The charge is unfounded as it ignores the fact that Article 8 covers procedures in handling disciplinary matters originating at the branch level. When the National Control Commission acts, however, its procedures are governed entirely by Article 6 of the party constitution, and the provisions of the latter article were followed to the letter in the Robertson case. Another charge is directed at the Control Commission itself, which is alleged to have exceeded its authority in demanding and presuming to evaluate the Robertsonite secret documents. Again, the charge is utterly without foundation. Article 6 authorizes the Control Commission to investigate any individual or circumstance, and it obligates party members to furnish the Control Commission or its authorized representatives with any information they may require. As to its alleged presumption in evaluating the Robertsonite documents, Article 6 provides that the Control Commission shall present its findings and recommendations to the Political Committee for action. Emphasis added. Acting strictly within its constitutional authority, the Control Commission obtained the documents in question. Upon examination, it found that they manifested a hostile and disloyal attitude toward the party, and it said so in its report to the Political Committee. Taking the same view, the Political Committee suspended from membership those held primarily responsible for the documents. The plenum approved the Political Committee action, and it expelled from the party those the Political Committee had suspended. An anti-party faction. Although the action against the Robertsonites was unique in one respect, the form of the evidence involved, it had its precedent and justification in the loyalty issue over which they were expelled. Usually an anti-party faction tries to conceal its divisive aims until it is ready to split, and its disruptive course must be exposed through its disloyal acts. The Robertsonites seemed to think, however, that they could get away with their secret circulation of anti-party documents, using them in their factional raid on the party, until they themselves decided the time had come for an open split. Although given every opportunity to repudiate the documents and affirm their loyalty to the party, not one of them did so. They seemed to believe the party would have to submit to their wrecking operation until and unless specific acts of disloyalty could be proved against them. The plenum transcript on the subject shows that disloyal acts were indeed committed by the Robertsonites, but that is beside the point. With or without proof of specific acts, the party had the right, and its leadership the duty, to stop the self-indicted factional raiders who were out to wreck our movement. Any 446-5. Doubts on that score should have been definitively resolved by their attitude and actions since the expulsions in peddling malicious gossip to the capitalist press as part of their attempt to smear the SWP publicly. Some opponents of the disciplinary action have argued, however, that in principle anyone can advocate anything he pleases within the party, and the policy followed in the Robertsonite case has been likened to capitalist use of thought control measures. The argument is false on both counts. The SWP is a voluntary organization which individuals or groups are free to join or leave as they agree or disagree with its program, aims and activities. But they are not free to accept or reject the imposition of governmental authority. If they resist the regulations governing society as laid down by the state power, they are not simply told they will have to depart and organize a rival party of their own, they are threatened with jail. That is why governmental attempts to proscribe views are anti-democratic, and it is idiotic to accuse the SWP of aping the capitalist government in the Robertson case. Basis of party's existence. As a voluntary and revolutionary organization, the SWP has the right to define the basis for its existence. The party exercises that prerogative by putting distinct limits on the right of advocacy within its ranks, as determined by majority decision through the official bodies, acting in compliance with the party's program, principles, and convention decisions. Disloyal people not only cannot advocate anything they please within the party, they cannot be allowed to carry on their advocacy behind the back of the party. Those who don't want to comply with the party's democratically decided definition of the basis for its existence have the right to withdraw from the organization and form one of their own. It has also been claimed that the leadership, while acting in the name of striving for relative internal homogeneity, is actually trying to make the party monolithic. To lightly make so grave a charge is irresponsible, because it infers a Stalinist form of degeneration within the SWP, and the charge is baseless. Monolithism means the suppression of all political dissent and the imposition of rigid political conformity by a dictatorial bureaucracy. It is a Stalinist corruption of Leninism which our Trotskyist party rejects and combats. We are guided by the Leninist concept of relative internal homogeneity based on loyal adherence to the party's program and principles and voluntary acceptance of its discipline. These qualities enable the party to maintain internal stability and to function dynamically in its public activity, even though conjunctural political differences arise. Ample room is provided for the expression of dissident views, even major ones of serious import. The right to organize tendencies and 447. Factions is safeguarded. All the leadership demands is that every member be loyal to the party's program and principles and be disciplined. Factionalism and party unity. A properly conducted discussion of internal political differences contributes to the good and welfare of the party. It facilitates the hammering out of a correct political line and it helps to educate the membership. These benefits derive from the discussion provided that every comrade hears all points of view and the whole party is drawn into the thinking about the questions in dispute. In that way the membership as a whole can intervene in disputes, settle them in an orderly way by majority decision and get on with the party work. This method has been followed by American Trotskyism throughout its history and has resulted in an effective clarification of all controversial issues. Concentration on private discussions of disputed issues, on the other hand, tends to give the comrades involved a one-sided view and warps their capacity for objective political judgment. Inexperienced comrades especially are made the target of such lopsided discussion methods. The aim is to line them up quickly in a closed caucus, and prejudice their thinking before they have heard an open party debate. When dissident views are introduced into the party in that manner, groupings tend to form and harden, and the dissenting views tend to assert themselves in disruptive fashion, before the party as a whole has had a chance to face and act on the issues in dispute. A relatively homogeneous party should be able to resolve episodic differences without resort to factionalism. Even when comrades have differences of a serious nature over one or another particular aspect of party policy, it does not follow that they should rush to form a faction. Objectivity requires that they do no more than form an ideological tendency which confines its activities to a principled collective effort to argue for a change in the given policy, and the tendency should present its views openly before the whole party in a responsible and disciplined manner. A tight-knit faction, however, is qualitatively different from an ideological tendency. It tends to become in effect a party within the party, with its own program and its own discipline. Such a formation cannot be justified politically unless its organizers consider their differences so fundamental that they must conduct a showdown fight for control of the party. Factionalism means war inside the party, and it entails the possibility and danger of a split. For these reasons, internal party disputes should be conducted in an objective way, both to safeguard party unity and to educate the membership in principled politics. Comrades should not be hasty to organize internal group. 448-5. Ings. When the party has made its decision on the issues in dispute, groupings formed during the polemical struggle should dissolve into the party as a whole. Regulation of internal affairs. Temporary groupings that arise out of conjunctural political differences should not be perpetuated regardless of principled considerations indicating the need for their dissolution. If they are, it indicates that narrow group interests have been put ahead of basic party interests. A danger arises that such permanent formations may degenerate into unprincipled cliques bound together by personal associations, and their existence may drive others into counter-formations. An atmosphere of aimless, endless internal conflict is generated that could tear the party to pieces. It is precisely to safeguard itself from such harmful consequences of factional anarchy that the party exercises the right to regulate its internal affairs. While a decision is being reached, comrades holding dissident views receive all normal minority rights, including the right of organized dissent. After a party decision has been made, the democratic rights of the majority take precedence. All members are required to accept the majority decision and help to carry it out. Comrades holding minority opinions are not disqualified from serving the party in any capacity, nor are they asked to give up their dissident views. They must simply await a new opportunity to present their views when internal discussion is again formally authorized. Comrades opposed to expulsion of the Robertsonists disregarded the significance of the expression of party opinion at the July 1963 convention. An exceedingly long preparatory discussion had been held. Minorities received most of the space in an unprecedented volume of internal bulletins. During pre-convention discussion in the branches, and at the convention itself, minority reporters got generous time allotments. Democracy in action, as represented by the convention vote, showed a very strong majority, while the dissenting groups taken as a whole constituted only a weak minority. Through that decisive test of the relation of forces, the convention firmly decided the issues in dispute. The discussion was terminated for the time being, and all comrades were expected to pitch into party activity on the basis of the convention decisions. Thought and action. It shows disrespect for the opinions of the party membership when dissident comrades seek to proceed as though the convention vote meant nothing. To contend that differences have arisen in new forms, as has been said, is simply a pretext for continuing discussion of issues decided by the convention. Equally deceptive are the arguments that party comrades are thinking people who 449 don't want to be reduced to simply doing organization chores, and that polemical discussions will liven up an otherwise dull branch meeting. Without critical political think and rethinking, one could not be a revolutionist. But there must be alternative periods for emphasis upon thought and action. The party is not a perpetual discussion circle whose chief function is to provide a forum where free thinkers can express themselves whenever and however they please. Ours is a disciplined party of action. We discuss in order to arrive at a policy to serve as a guide for collective action, and we decide in order to act as a united body with a single purpose. Those who say they find it impossible to function in such a party really mean they don't want to do much except talk. They are not serious militants worthy of a workers' party. Considering all the facts, it is ridiculous to charge the leadership with introducing new organizational concepts intended to suppress organized dissent. If new concepts have been introduced within the party, and they have, they don't come from the leadership. They come from those who challenge the elementary obligation of the party leadership to defend the integrity of the party against a wrecking operation. Although the present minorities have varying political differences with the majority and between themselves, they appear to hold a common wrong view on the question of internal party discipline. The disloyal Robertsonists are defended on the grounds of alleged minority rights. It is claimed that an organized minority has the unconditional right to determine its own conduct inside the party. Discipline is held to apply only to public activity. Official party bodies are allegedly without right or power to regulate a minority's activities in organizing itself and presenting its political views. To grant such demands for special license to organized minorities would strip the party of the right to regulate its internal affairs and would undermine its whole democratic centralist structure. The democratic principle of majority rule would be overturned, discipline in public activity would be confounded, and all semblance of political homogeneity would be lost. The party would become converted into an all-inclusive federation of autonomous factions. It would degenerate into a political jungle where perpetual factional warfare prevailed. Party of American Revolution. It is foolish to imagine that the coming American Revolution can be led by a party honeycombed with political kibitzers, professional Democrats who disdain the rights of the majority, and factional hooligans. In this country, the masses and their socialist spokesmen face the most vicious ruling class. At home, its government deals with social protest through legal and extra-legal. 455. Thugs armed with clubs, tear gas, fire hoses, cattle prods, dogs, guns and bayonets. The ruling class made America the shame of the world as the first and only nation to use atomic weapons against other human beings. The rulers of this country unleash brutal military interventions against anti-capitalist rebels abroad, and they repeatedly go to the brink of nuclear war in their efforts to turn back the world revolutionary tide. To go up against such a ruling class, labor and its allies need the leadership of a cohesive and disciplined combat party. If our party is to meet that need, it must once again beat back disintegrating factors which threaten and undermine its revolutionary vitality. The membership must be educated and re-educated in principled Trotskyist politics and the Leninist principles of democratic centralism. The party must tighten up against internal disruption, demand responsible conduct from every member, enforce discipline, and require unconditional loyalty to the organization. While scrupulously protecting the normal democratic rights of minorities, the democratic principle of majority rule must be no less rigorously enforced. Only in that way can we approach our revolutionary tasks as one party with one program. Again, and once again, comrades must be taught that party patriotism is part of revolutionary consciousness. Disloyalty and indiscipline must be looked upon as crimes that bring punishment. A party that aims to lead the most decisive revolution of our time must have members who believe in it, who want to help build it, and who are quick to defend it. People of that caliber must in turn have the kind of a party to which they can confidently dedicate their life and their hope for the socialist future. 111 Codification of Organizational Principles. From the whole experience of more than a century of working class struggle throughout the world, we have derived the Leninist principles of organization, namely, democratic centralism. The same body of experience has demonstrated that there are no absolute guarantees for the preservation of the principle of democratic centralism, and no rigid formula that can be set down in advance, a priori, for its application under any and all circumstances. Proceeding from certain fundamental conceptions, the problem of applying the principle of democratic centralism correctly under different conditions and stages of development of the struggle can be solved only in relation to the concrete situation, in the course of the tests and experience through which the movement passes, and on the basis of the most fruitful and healthy interrelationship of the leading bodies of the party and its rank and file. 451. Basing itself on the specific experiences and needs of American Trotskyism up to that time, the 1938 founding convention of the Socialist Workers' Party defined our organizational principles in a resolution on the internal situation and the character of the party. Soon thereafter a minority faction, led by Burnham, Schachtman, and Ahem, demanded the right to publish a dual public organ which would have amounted to freeing them from party control over their public activities. In rejecting the minority demand, the 1940 Party Convention reaffirmed the 1938 resolution and extended the definition of principles in a resolution on the organizational conclusions of the present discussion. Later on, a minority faction headed by Cochrane demanded a dual leadership authority in the form of veto powers within official party bodies intended to obstruct the carrying out of majority decisions. The Cochranite demand was rejected by the May 1953 plenum of the National Committee. The plenum adopted a resolution, on the organizational principles of the party, which reaffirmed the 1938 and 1940 resolutions and further extended the definition of our democratic centralist norms. At present our organizational principles are again under attack, this time in the form of a demand for dual disciplinary standards under which organized minorities would have the unconditional right to set their own norms of conduct inside the party. The demand is rejected as in violation of the Leninist principles defined in the 1938, 1940, and 1953 resolutions. In accordance with those resolutions which are hereby reaffirmed, and in view of the new problems that have arisen, the party's organizational principles are further defined and codified as follows. Character of party. The Socialist Workers' Party, as a revolutionary workers' party, is based on the doctrines of scientific socialism as embodied in the principal works of Marx, Engels, Lenin and Trotsky and incorporated in the basic documents and resolutions of the first four Congresses of the Communist International, and as embodied in the transitional program, the American Theses and other programmatic documents of the Trotskyist movement. The party's aim is the organization of the working class in the struggle for power and the transformation of the existing social order. All of its activities, its methods, and its internal regime are subordinated to this aim and are designed to serve it. The Bolshevik Party of Lenin set an unparalleled example for the building of the vanguard party capable of leading the working class to the conquest of power. The SWP, as a combat organization, which aims at achieving power in this country, models its organization forms and methods after those of Russian. 452-5. Bolshevism, adapting them, naturally, to the experience of recent years and to concrete American conditions. We reject the contention of social democrats, skeptics, and capitulators disillusioned in the Russian Revolution and its aftermath, that there is an inevitable and organic connection between Bolshevism and Stalinism. This reactionary revision of Marxism is a capitulation to democratic imperialism. It is capable of producing only demoralization and defeat in the critical times of war and revolution. Tendencies which advance skeptical criticisms of Bolshevism express their petty bourgeois composition and their dependence on bourgeois public opinion. The petty bourgeois is a natural transmission belt carrying the theories of reaction into the organizations of the working class. Those who seek to identify Bolshevism with Stalinism concern themselves with the search for absolute guarantees against the Stalinist degeneration of the party and the future socialist power. We reject this demand for ironclad insurance as completely undialectical and unrealistic. Our party, in the first instance, is concerned with the struggle for state power, and therefore with creating a party organization capable of leading the proletarian struggle to this goal. There are no constitutional guarantees which can prevent degeneration. Only the victorious revolution can provide the necessary preconditions for preventing the degeneration of the party and the future state power of the working people. If the party fails to carry through and extend the revolution, the degeneration of the party is inevitable. Insofar as any guarantees are possible against the degeneration of the proletarian party, these can be obtained only by educating the party in firm adherence to principles and by a merciless struggle against any personal and unprincipled clique combinations within the party. The history of the movement in this country amply reveals that such clique, with its utter disregard for principles, can become the repository for alien class influences and agents of enemy organizations seeking to disrupt the movement from within. The SWP condemns cliquism as hostile to the spirit and methods of Bolshevik organizations. Revolutionary centralism. From the foregoing it follows that the party seeks to include in its ranks all revolutionary and class-conscious militants, from the labor, civil rights, and student movements, all opponents of capitalism, who are prepared to stand on the Trotskyist program and to be active in building the movement in a disciplined manner. The Revolutionary Marxian Party rejects, not only the arbitrariness and bureaucratism of the Communist Party, but also the spurious and deceptive all-inclusiveness of the Social Democratic variety, which is a sham and a fraud. Experience has proved conclusively that this all-inclusiveness 453 paralyzes the party in general and the revolutionary left wing in particular, suppressing and bureaucratically hounding the latter while giving free rein to the right wing to commit the greatest crimes in the name of socialism and the party. The SWP seeks to be inclusive only in this sense, that it accepts into its ranks those who accept its program and principles, and that it denies admission to those who reject its program and principles. To overthrow the most powerful capitalist ruling class in the world, the SWP must be organized as a combat party on strong centralist lines. The resolution adopted at the founding convention gave a correct interpretation of the principles of democratic centralism. Its emphasis was placed on the democratic aspects of this principle. The party leadership has faithfully preserved the democratic rights of the membership since the founding convention. It has granted the widest latitude of discussion to all dissenting groups and individuals. The duty of the National Committee is to execute the decisions of the convention, arrived at after the most thorough and democratic discussion, and to permit no infringement upon them. Conditions, both external and in the internal development of the party, demand that steps now be taken towards knitting the party together, towards tightening up its activities and centralizing its organization structure. For the work of penetrating into the mass movement, for the heavy struggles to come against capitalism, it is imperative that a maximum of loyalty be required of every leader and every member, that a maximum of activity be required commensurate with the given situation of each comrade, that a strict adherence to discipline be demanded and enforced. The struggle for power organized and led by the Revolutionary Party is the most ruthless and irreconcilable struggle in all history. A loosely knit, heterogeneous, undisciplined, untrained organization is utterly incapable of accomplishing such world historical tasks as the proletariat and the Revolutionary Party are confronted with in the present era. This is all the more emphatically true in the light of the singularly difficult position of our party and the extraordinary persecution to which it is subject. From this follows the party's unconditional demand upon all its members for complete discipline in all public activities and actions of the organization. Leadership and centralized direction are indispensable prerequisites for any sustained and disciplined action, especially in the party that sets itself the aim of leading the collective efforts of the proletariat in its struggle against capitalism. Without a strong and firm national committee and its subordinate bodies, having the power to act promptly and effectively in the name of the party and to supervise, coordinate, and direct all its activities without exception, the very idea of a revolutionary party is a meaningless jest. 454-5. Membership rights and obligations. Only a self-acting and critical-minded membership is capable of forging and consolidating such a party and of solving its problems by collective thought, discussion, and experience. From this follows the need of assuring the widest party democracy in the ranks of the organization. Party membership confers the fullest freedom of discussion, debate, and criticism inside the ranks of the party, limited only by such decisions and provisions as are made by the party itself or by bodies to which it assigns this function. Affiliation to the party confers upon each member the right of being democratically represented at all policy-making assemblies of the party, from branch to national convention, and the right of the final and decisive vote in determining the program, policies, and leadership of the party. With party rights, the membership has also certain definite obligations. The theoretical and political character of the party is determined by its program, which demarcates the Revolutionary Marxist Party from all other parties, groups, and tendencies in the working class. The first obligation of party membership is loyal acceptance of the program of the party and regular affiliation to one of the basic units of the party. The party requires of every member the acceptance of its discipline and the carrying on of his activity in accordance with the program of the party, with the decisions adopted by its conventions, and with the policies formulated and directed by the party leadership. Party membership implies the obligation of 100% loyalty to the organization, the rejection of all agents of other, hostile groups in its ranks and intolerance of divided loyalties in general. Membership in the party necessitates responsible activity in the organization, as established by the proper unit and under the direction of the party. It necessitates the fulfillment of all the tasks which the party assigns to each member. Party membership implies the obligation upon every member to contribute materially to the support of the organization in accordance with his means. Rights of party as a whole. The rights of each individual member, as set forth above, do not imply that the membership as a whole, namely, the party itself, does not possess rights of its own. The party as a whole has the right to demand that its work be not disrupted and disorganized, and has the right to take all the measures which it finds necessary to assure its regular and normal functioning. The rights of any individual member are distinctly secondary to the rights of the party membership as a whole. Party democracy means not only the most scrupulous protection of the rights of a given minority, but also the protection of the majority. A dissenting minority has the right to organize itself, but the conduct of organized. 455. Minorities, just as that of every individual member, must be subject to regulation by official party bodies. The party is therefore entitled to organize its internal discussion and to determine the forms and limits. All inter-party discussion must be organized from the point of view that the party is not a discussion club, which debates interminably on any and all questions at any and all times without arriving at a binding decision enabling the organization to act, but from the point of view that we are a disciplined party of revolutionary action. The party must be cleansed of the discussion club atmosphere, of an irresponsible attitude toward assignments, of a cynical, smart aleck disrespect for the organization. To maintain party unity and make common political work possible, the majority must have the unconditional right to decide all issues in dispute. Every member must accept the decisions unconditionally and help carry them out. Official party bodies must determine correct procedure, both in public activity and in the regulation of internal affairs, on the basis of the party's principles and statutes. Discipline. The party in general not only has the right, therefore, to organize the discussion in accordance with the requirements of the situation, but the lower units of the party must be given the right in the interests of the struggle against the disruption and disorganization of the party's work, to call irresponsible individuals to order, and, if need be, to eject them from the ranks. The decisions of the National Party Convention are binding on all party members without exception, and they conclude the discussion on all disputed questions upon which a decision has been taken. Any party member violating the decisions of the convention, or attempting to revive discussion in regard to them without formal authorization of the party, puts himself thereby in opposition to the party and forfeits his right to membership. All party organizations are authorized and instructed to take any measures necessary to enforce this rule. Press. The party press is the decisive public agitational and propagandist expression of the organization. The policies of the press are formulated on the basis of the resolution of the conventions of the party, and decisions of the National Committee not in conflict with such resolutions. Control of the press is lodged directly in the hands of the National Committee by the convention of the party. The duty of the editors is loyally to interpret the decisions of the convention in the press. 456-5. The opening of the party press to discussion of a point of view contrary to that of the official leadership of the party or of its programmatic convention decisions must be controlled by the National Committee, which is obligated to regulate discussion of this character in such a way as to give decisive emphasis to the party line. It is the right and duty of the National Committee to veto any demand for public discussion if it deems such discussion harmful to the best interests of the party. Proletarianizing the party. The working class is the only class in modern society that is progressive and truly revolutionary. Only the working class is capable of saving humanity from barbarism. Only a revolutionary party can lead the proletariat to the realization of this historic mission. To achieve power, the revolutionary party must be deeply rooted among the workers, it must be composed predominantly of workers and enjoy the respect and confidence of the workers. Without such a composition it is impossible to build a programmatically firm and disciplined organization which can accomplish these grandiose tasks. A party of non-workers is necessarily subject to all the reactionary influences of skepticism, cynicism, soul sickness and capitulatory despair transmitted to it through its petty bourgeois environment. To transform the SWP into a proletarian party of action, particularly in the present period of reaction, it is not enough to continue propagandistic activities in the hope that by an automatic process workers will flock to the banner of the party. It is necessary, on the contrary, to make a concerted, determined, and systematic effort, consciously directed by the leading committees of the party, to spread out into all sectors of the mass movement, civil rights organizations which are becoming radicalized and in which workers predominate, labor organizations within industry and among the unemployed, campuses where an increasing number of students are turning towards socialist ideas. Central to all mass work must be the sinking of party roots into mass organizations and the recruitment of workers and students, black and white, into the party. At the same time students must be taught that they can transform the Trotskyist program from the pages of books and pamphlets into living reality for themselves and for the party only by integrating themselves in the workers' movement and breaking irrevocably from alien class influences. They must wholly and selflessly identify themselves with the working class through its vanguard party. Unless they follow this road they are in constant danger of slipping back into apathy and pessimism and thus be lost for the revolutionary movement. 457. Party activity must be organized on the basis of campaigns which are realistically adjusted to the demands and direction of the mass movement. These campaigns must not be sucked out of the thumb of some functionary in a party office, but must arise as a result of the connections of the party with the mass movement and the indicated direction of the masses in specific situations. All party agitation campaigns, especially in the next period, must be directed primarily at those mass organizations in which we are attempting to gain a foothold and attract members. General agitation addressed to the working class as a whole or the public in general must be related to those specific aims. The press must gear its agitation into the activity conducted among specific sectors of the mass movement so as to transform the party paper from a literary organ into a political organizer. The integration of the party into the mass movement, and the transformation of the party into a proletarian organization, are indispensable for the progress of the party. Responsibilities of leadership. To build the combat organization capable of leading the masses to power, the party must have as its general staff a corps of professional revolutionists who devote their entire life to the direction and the building of the party and its influence in the mass movement. Membership in the leading staff of the party, the National Committee, must be made contingent on a complete subordination of the life of the candidate to the party. All members of the National Committee must be prepared to devote full-time activities to party work at the demand of the National Committee. The party demands the greatest sacrifices of its members. Only a leadership selected from among those who demonstrate in the struggle the qualities of singleness of purpose, unconditional loyalty to the party and revolutionary firmness of character, can inspire the membership with the spirit of unswerving devotion required for victory. The party leadership must, from time to time, be infused with new blood, primarily from among the younger party activists. Comrades who show promise and ability through activity in the mass movement should be elevated to the leading committees of the party in order to establish a more direct connection between the leading committee and the mass movement, and in order to train those engaged in mass work for the tasks of party direction itself. The leadership of the party must be under the control of the membership, its policies must always be open to criticism, discussion, and rectification by the rank and file within properly established forms and limits, and the leading bodies themselves subject to formal recall or alteration. The membership of the party has the right to demand and expect the greatest responsibility from the 458-5 leaders precisely because of the position they occupy in the movement. The selection of comrades to the positions of leadership means the conferring of an extraordinary responsibility. The warrant for this position must be proved, not once, but continuously by the leadership itself. It is under obligation to set the highest example of responsibility, devotion, sacrifice and complete identification with the party itself and its daily life and action. It must display the ability to defend its policies before the membership of the party, and to defend the line of the party and the party as a whole before the working class in general. Sustained party activity, not broken or disrupted by abrupt and disorienting changes, presupposes not only a continuity of tradition and a systematic development of party policy, but also the continuity of leadership. It is an important sign of a serious and firmly constituted party, of a party really engaged in productive work in the class struggle, that it raises from its ranks cadres of more or less able leading comrades, tested for their qualities of endurance and trustworthiness, and that it thus ensures a certain stability and continuity of leadership by such a cadre. Continuity of leadership does not, however, signify the automatic self-perpetuation of leadership. Constant renewal of its ranks by means of additions and, when necessary, replacements, is the only assurance the party has that its leadership will not succumb to the effects of dry rot, that it will not be burdened with dead wood, that it will avoid the corrosion of conservatism and dilettantism, that it will not be the object of conflict between the older elements and the younger, that the old and basic cadre will be refreshed by new blood, that the leadership as a whole will not become purely bureaucratic committee men remote from the real life of the party and the activities of the rank and file. Role of official bodies. As provided by the party constitution, the National Committee directs all the work of the party, decides all questions of policy in accord with the decisions of the National Convention, appoints subordinate officers and subcommittees, including the political committee, and in general constitutes, between national conventions, the functioning central authority of the party. The political committee, appointed by the plenum, functions as the central authority of the party between plenums of the National Committee and is authorized to speak and act in its name. It shall be optional with the political committee whether or not it will conduct a poll of the National Committee before acting on any question before it, except that such a poll shall be taken upon the request of any National Committee member for a plenary meeting. 459. Of the National Committee. The political committee is obliged to comply with the decision of the majority of the full National Committee in such a poll. All party organs, institutions, and bodies, including the party locals and branches, shall be under the supervision of the political committee, acting for the National Committee. All party units and individual party members are required to comply with any directives of the political committee between plenums of the National Committee, pending appeal to the plenum. As provided by the party constitution, local executive committees shall direct the activities of the locals and act with full power for the locals between city conventions. Branch executive committees, on the other hand, as provided by the party constitution, shall be subordinate to the branch membership. In accordance with the principle of democratic centralism, minorities shall have the right to present their views in all internal party discussions. The plenum, and between its sessions, the political committee, has the right and duty to lay down rules for the regulation of the discussion, to see that it is fairly conducted as has invariably been the case in the past, and to see that it does not disrupt the orderly functioning of the party in all its activities. The principle of majority rule shall apply with full force and effect in all party bodies and in all party activities. 6. Debates and interventions. Paul L. E. Blanc. Items in this chapter give a sense of other issues on which there were divergent opinions debated within the Socialist Workers' Party. One dispute arose in regard to Isaac Deutscher, whose writings had a powerful impact through the 1950s and 1960s. A Polish Trotskyist in the 1930s who had considered the 1938 formation of the Fourth International to be premature and a sectarian mistake, he reinvented himself in the 1940s, when, as an ex-Trotskyist and refugee in Britain, he became fluent in English and achieved international prominence as a journalist. His focus was international events, with a specialty on Eastern Europe and the USSR, but in 1949 he produced a massive, scholarly biography of Joseph Stalin. Deutscher wrote as a sophisticated Marxist, with a strong Trotskyist influence but a decidedly independent bent. His well-researched portrait of Stalin offered a detailed, nuanced, and illuminating account of the revolutionary movement and struggles through which Stalin was shaped, of Stalin's own climb to power, and of the subsequent policies he advanced, with attention to what Deutscher considered not only the bad and the ugly, but also the good. Specifically, Deutscher saw Stalin, despite his brutality and national narrowness, despite his distortions of Marxism and suppression of an inter-party democracy that had been the norm in the time of Lenin, despite the vicious and murderous quality of many of his policies, as having played a largely progressive role in overseeing and helping advance the industrialization and modernization of the USSR, which could provide the basis for a future socialist society. Deutscher believed such socialism would necessarily require genuine democracy and freedom of expression, with a humanism absent from Stalin's personality and practices, but that this might be achieved through political reform, even self-reform, of the existing bureaucratic rule. He saw the Stalinist bureaucracy and the bureaucratic dictatorship as continuing to represent, in highly distorted and often destructive form, to be sure, some of the original revolutionary aspirations of the 1917 revolution, and that the foreign policy of the USSR in the Cold War had progressive qualities as well, as a counterbalance to US imperialism and as a force often inclined, for its own systemic reasons, to deploy Soviet military forces or to aid various anti-colonial and 461 national liberation struggles, in order to make more and more of the world non-capitalist. Point 1. This corresponded to the orientation in the Fourth International represented by Michel Pablo, and Deutscher's work had consequently been targeted for polemical assault, including by none other than James P. Cannon himself, Trotsky or Deutscher, on the new revisionism and its theoretical source of the factional struggle receded into the past, and as Deutscher produced the first and then the second volume of his monumental biography of Trotsky, The Prophet Armed and the Prophet Unarmed, the attitude toward Deutscher began to shift, with Joseph Hansen repeating some of the criticisms while at the same time acknowledging virtues in Deutscher's account. 2. But with the publication of the final volume, The Prophet Outcast, Hansen offered the fairly laudatory review presented here, which, as we can see, generated a sharp criticism from George Brightman, with a rejoinder in which Hansen stuck to his guns. 3. Far more contentious was an ongoing debate around the Chinese Revolution of 1949, and particularly around the subsequent regime and policies under the leadership of Mao Zedong, most commonly before the 1970s spelled Mao Zedong, and his comrades in the Chinese Communist Party. After the disastrous destruction of what had been a very substantial Chinese communist movement in 1927, due to its leadership reluctantly following directives of the Stalin-Bukharin leadership of the Communist International, Mao and other survivors fled to and regrouped in China's rural hinterlands. Here they eventually built up a powerful peasant base, fighting against Japanese invaders as well as the corrupt right-wing nationalist dictatorship of Chiang Kai-shek. The popular support that had by the end of the Second World War enabled them to win a civil war against the nationalists, declaring the People's Republic of China in 1949. The Chinese Trotskyists, some of whom had been top leaders of the Communist Party up to 1927, were either imprisoned or forced into exile with the establishment of Mao's regime, and they themselves were sharply divided on how to interpret and respond to events. There were also differences among us Trotskyists. 4. There was general support in the SWP for the 1949 revolution. This was seen as a mass insurgency of the country's impoverished peasant majority, led by well-organized Chinese communists who viewed themselves, more or less, as a stand-in for the Chinese working class. But the explicitly Stalinist ideology of Mao and the Chinese Communist Party was viewed differently by different us Trotskyists. Since Stalinism was seen as essentially counter-revolutionary and authoritarian, Mao and his comrades were viewed very critically and with deep suspicion by some. For similar reasons, some concluded that because they were leaders of a popular and successful revolution, Mao and his comrades could not be seen as genuinely Stalinist, nor as flat-out authoritarians. A number of different currents, though in all cases minority currents, advanced such a perspective within the SWP, from the global class war tendency around Sam Marcy to those associated with Richard Fraser and Clara Fraser in Seattle. The case for thoroughgoing support for Maoism was persistently articulated, over a number of years, by two veteran Trotskyists, Ames Swaybeck and Frank Glass, using the name John Liang, mostly in SWP internal discussion bulletins. One of their most complete analyses, before they parted ways over secondary analytical differences, is presented here. In Maoism and the Neo-Stalin Cult, SWP leader Tom Carey articulated a thoroughgoing critique of this general approach, taking on as well the growing influence of Maoism on the US left in the 1960s, and advancing a more orthodox understanding of the Trotskyist position. 5. Not long after the publication of his polemic, Carey and Dobbs initiated disciplinary proceedings against Swaybeck for violating organizational discipline. This would finally culminate in his expulsion. His disagreement with this approach contributed to a series of interventions by James P. Cannon, with which this chapter concludes. Differences were noted between what some had called the Cannon regime and that of Dobbs and Carey. With Cannon there was political leadership, commented Morris Lewitt, who, under the party name Stein, remained in the central leadership throughout the 1950s. With Dobbs and Carey it was minutiae. Neither of them brought political grasp. Dobbs, a veteran of the Teamsters' struggles in the Midwest, had been pushed into the position of National Secretary, although in Lewitt's view, he wasn't prepared for this kind of job. He was really green. I was sorry for him. He was a trade union man who never had a chance to participate in a political discussion in a branch, which for us was novel. Carey was far more politically oriented than Dobbs, in Lewitt's opinion, but he also had a problematical side. Tom was a fighter, a factionalist, in Morris's opinion. He had to be restrained all the time. 6. There was some concern about creating an appropriate balance within the SWP central leadership. In part through Cannon's pressure from afar, Lewitt, with Dobbs, Carey, and Murray Weiss, served on a 4-person secretariat that functioned between meetings of the political committee. Unlike the others, he wasn't on staff, and his job prevented him from reading all of the materials to be discussed and from engaging in certain preliminary discussions. Yet he made his own distinctive contributions. I'd have to knock down some of their ideas, that were not very mature. In 1960, devastating health issues removed both Lewitt and Weiss from their leadership positions, with Weiss a combined stroke and mental breakdown, with Lewitt an undiagnosed potassium deficiency. 7. That Cannon was dissatisfied over the resulting predominance of the Dobbs-Carey leadership is reported in the recollections of a younger comrade who got to know him, Leslie Evans. Cannon complained to him about what he perceived as a routinist and ingrown orientation, and that the SWP has become intolerant of differences of opinion. Cannon also objected to the notion of simply getting rid of comrades considered to be problematical. The party is a voluntary organization. You can't hire and fire in the party. If you lose an experienced person, you can't go out on the street and hire a replacement. You have to conserve what you have. 8. George Brightman reports. When the PC decided to submit a resolution on organizational principles to the 1965 convention, it chose a committee of Dobbs, George Novak, and Cannon to prepare a draft. Dobbs wrote it and Novak edited it. A copy was sent to Cannon, who sent it back without comment. He thought the draft was poorly written and too ambiguous on certain key points, but did not undertake to amend or redraft it. He did not attend the 1965 convention, which adopted the resolution by a vote of 51 to 8. 9. It was also at this convention that a new element was drawn into the SWP central leadership, a youthful activist layer around a relatively recent recruit named Jack Barnes, ostensibly following the lead of Dobbs and Carey, capable and creative in his own right, and perceived as being absolutely loyal to the Trotskyist program. But there was an aspect of the Dobbs and Carey approach to that program that Morris Lewitt saw as problematical, with its stress on centralized discipline and expulsions. That's what happened with the Barnes clique, superdisciplinarians. I blame the party leadership for going along with them. And then it came to them, and they were kicked out. 10. Lewitt is here linking realities of the 1960s with developments of the 1980s, when the Barnes leadership carried out a super-centralist purge that eliminated many old-timers, including Tom Carey himself, and simply abandoned the SWP's historic program in what turned out to be a relatively transient and distorted Castroist orientation. It could be argued that this problematically telescopes different aspects of a more complex reality. A younger participant, Barry Shepard, a one-time ally but ultimately an opponent of Barnes, remembers the 1965 SWP convention and the 1965 organizational resolution in very positive terms. 11 and emphasizes what he sees as the very positive qualities of the Dobbs-Carey team. Farrell's main strength was shown in assembling a team. This team worked together, and no one was a star. The rule was to encourage everyone to do the best they could, not to discourage. Farrell also was a kind of watchdog over our program, together with Tom. This helped us keep our Marxist bearings as we navigated new waters. Farrell was able to play this role because of his political and moral leadership. He was absolutely incorruptible. He never had an exaggerated view of himself, and was able to learn from others and encourage them to make contributions. Bringing this team together and making it function as a thinking machine was no small task. Farrell Dobbs, together with James P. Cannon, Tom Carey, and other party leaders of Farrell's generation, kept the party together through the difficult days of the Cold War anti-communist witch hunt. The Dobbs team was able to recruit a new layer of young people as that became possible in the mid-1950s, and especially in the 1960s. They were able to educate us, and give us room to develop and demonstrate our own leadership capabilities, and to gradually take over the reins. The transition in leadership became complete in the early 1997s. 12. At the same time, many others associated with the SWP experience as it unfolded in the 1970s and 1980s have found resonance in the kinds of things Cannon was trying to communicate in the 1960s, which are presented here. These documents were originally gathered together by George Brightman and issued by a group of former SWP members, the Fourth Internationalist Tendency, as a pamphlet entitled Don't Strangle the Party. 13. Joseph Hansen. 6. The Prophet Outcast by Isaac Deutscher. New York, Oxford University Press, 1963, 543 pp. $9.50. The final volume of the trilogy tells the story of Trotsky in banishment from the workers' state which he, together with Lenin, had founded. It describes the great intellectual contributions made by this giant revolutionist in these years, his final political battles, and the bitter personal tragedies that befell him before he was slain by Stalin's emissary. The volume was obviously not an easy one for the biographer. The central issues of our time, in which Trotsky stood as the continuator of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, are still with us, have grown in acuteness in fact, and it is impossible to deal with Trotsky without also dealing with these. To talk about Trotsky means to talk about the capitalist system in its period of decay and violent resistance to social and economic change, about reviving the proletarian democracy destroyed by the reactionary bureaucratic caste that appeared in the Soviet Union, about the as yet unresolved problem of creating a leadership capable of leading humanity forward to a new and better order. No matter how Deutscher chose to handle these topics, what he said was bound to be controversial. An additional hazard was that the Trotsky of these years was the Trotsky most familiar to the present generation, the man who still exists in living memory and whose image seemed to become engraved on all who met him, if only briefly. The biographer met these challenges very well indeed. As in the previous volumes, he remains scrupulous toward facts, 15 seeks the truth, and does not hide his own views and predilections. The disagreements one may have with him thus center on points in which his judgment and political views affect the final portrait he offers of Trotsky. The merit of the biographical material he has assembled can be questioned by no one, unless ill will enters in. It is a precious contribution to knowledge of Trotsky, his ideas, and the character of the time he lived in. The general plan of the volume is the same as the two previous ones. Deutscher presents summaries of Trotsky's main writings during the years under consideration, plus excerpts to give the reader a taste of the original. These are nearly always well chosen and constitute a valuable part of the book. But since, unlike the earlier years, most of the original sources are readily available, the biographer has legitimately reduced the proportion of anthology to the necessities of historical narrative. Conscientious work in the Trotsky archives at Harvard has enabled Deutscher to present new material of the greatest interest. He was particularly fortunate to obtain the special permission of Natalia Trotsky before her death to examine family correspondence. The revelation thus provided of the family life of the Trotskyists, particularly when it was caught up most tensely and tragically in the tempestuous public struggles of the final years, adds a new dimension to the image of Trotsky hitherto available to the public. Deutscher even permits us to glimpse over his shoulder a few lines related to Trotsky's love life with Natalia, words written only for her. Finally, Deutscher has interviewed many people who met Trotsky or who worked closely with him. From their reports he has selected what he felt he needed or had room for. Out of these rich and varied sources a picture of Trotsky emerges that is the most lifelike of the three volumes, although, to be completely frank, the finished portrait does not quite catch Trotsky, in my opinion, at least as he was. known to his closest collaborators in the final years, and calls attention rather too much to the biographer. I will return to this. Deutscher considers the Principio period, from 1929 to 1933, to be by far the most productive and fruitful of Trotsky's final years. He devotes half the volume to it. Trotsky's literary production at Principio was indeed enormous and of the highest quality: the 3-volume history of the Russian Revolution, an autobiography, My Life, a series of profound and stirring articles on the most crucial issue of the day, the rise of Nazism, continuation of his current appreciations of developments in the Soviet Union, the only original Marxist contribution on this subject at the time, occasional writings of first-rate importance on such topics as the beginning of the Spanish Revolution, and a wide correspondence on an international scale related to the task of reconstructing the revolutionary socialist movement. Deutscher does an excellent job of inventorying and assessing these treasures. His praise of Trotsky as a historian is especially warm and appreciative. Like Thucydides, Dante, Machiavelli, Heine, Marx, Herzen, and other thinkers and poets, Trotsky attained his full eminence as a writer only in exile, during the few Principio years. Posterity will remember him as the historian of the October Revolution as well as its leader. No other Bolshevik has or could have produced so great and splendid an account of events of 1917, and none of the many writers of the anti-Bolshevik parties has presented any worthy counterpart to it. Deutscher does not hesitate to estimate it as the greatest work of its kind. His historical writing is dialectical, as is hardly any other such work produced by the Marxist school of thought since Marx, from whom he derives his method and style. To Marx's minor historical works, The Class Struggle in France, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, and the Civil War in France, Trotsky's history stands as the large mural painting stands to the miniature. Whereas Marx towers above the disciple in the power of his abstract thought and Gothic imagination, the disciple is superior as epic artist, especially as master of the graphic portrayal of masses and individuals in action. His socio-political analysis and artistic vision are in such concord that there is no trace of any divergence. His thought and his imagination take flight together. He expounds his theory of revolution with the tension and the élan of narrative, and his narrative takes depth from his ideas. His scenes, portraits, and dialogues, sensuous in their reality, are inwardly illumined by his conception of the historical process. Trotsky's autobiography, in Deutscher's opinion, is less satisfactory because of a certain unevenness. One can agree with Deutscher in this without sharing the reasons he offers for finding the latter part of the book not up to what can be expected from Trotsky at his best. Deutscher holds that Trotsky's explanation of the struggle with Stalin is defective. Trotsky does not go to the root of the matter, and he leaves Stalin's ascendancy only half explained. Deutscher feels that Trotsky pictures Stalin as too much villain and that he virtually ignores the intrinsic connection between the suppression by Bolshevism of all parties and its self-suppression, of which Stalin was the supreme agent. The flaw, in Deutscher's view, is thus due to faulty political vision, a considerable weakness in the man whom Deutscher otherwise views as a supreme political genius. However, Trotsky was quite familiar with the theory for which Deutscher argues, concerning the alleged organic connection between Bolshevism and Stalinism. He specifically rejected it on more than one occasion, and with arguments that I find still convincing. Trotsky's defective political insight, if such it is not peculiar to My Life, it is common to everything he wrote, touching this subject, in his final years. What really gives the autobiography its unevenness is the shift away from personal material. The first chapters are on the level of great autobiographical literature. The latter parts shift to political polemic. Excellent as this may be in its own right, it clashes increasingly with the autobiographical form in which it is cast. In contrast to his openness in the first parts in offering absorbing intimate material, Trotsky, in the final parts, becomes more and more reticent. The reasons for this are perfectly understandable and, in fact, do Trotsky credit. His primary interest was not psychological self-revelation but political action. He remained to the end of his life a leader who necessarily subordinated all other considerations to the interests of the political wars he was engaged in. Deutscher, one must agree, is right in saying about the autobiography that if he had not written it in 1929, or shortly thereafter, he might not have written it at all. In unity of form and content, Deutscher's biography contrasts favorably with the final sections of my life. As we follow Trotsky's thought and the course of his political battles, we participate at the same time in his personal fortunes. We catch some of the pleasures, the more common emotional stress and the searing tragedies. We get to know something of Zina, the daughter who suffered. 476. A nervous breakdown under Stalin's persecution, who resisted psychoanalytic treatment and who finally committed suicide. Leon Sedov, the devoted son, comes to life for us. Leon, who had such a close political and personal relationship with his father that he became the receptacle for explosive paternal tensions that could find no other safety valve and which Leon could not understand but only brood over in the final days before his own death at the hands of the implacable common foe. Natalia emerges as a granite figure. To Deutscher she is the heroine of the epic, and all who read this biography are bound to share his admiration for her. She was truly of the stature required to share to the end the fortunes of the prophet outcast. As the titles of the trilogy indicate, the prophet armed, the prophet unarmed, and the prophet outcast, Trotsky's capacity to see into the future was, for Deutscher, his most irresistible gift. He cites examples of Trotsky's almost uncanny accuracy. Two of them in the final volume will undoubtedly impress everyone who reads them. The first one, on the grand level of the international class struggle, illustrates the contrast between Trotsky's clear vision of the meaning of the rise of Hitler and the blindness of the Stalinists, represented in this case by Thälmann, as late as September 1932, a few months before Hitler became Chancellor. Thälmann, at a session of the Comintern executive, still repeated what Münzenberg had said. In his pamphlet on how National Socialism is to be defeated, Trotsky gives one answer only, and it is this: the German Communist Party must join hands with the Social Democratic Party. This, according to Trotsky, is the only way in which the German working class can save itself from fascism. Either, says he, the Communist Party makes common cause with the Social Democrats, or the German working class is lost for 10 or 20 years. This is the theory of an utterly bankrupt fascist and counter-revolutionary. This is indeed the worst, the most dangerous, and the most criminal theory that Trotsky has construed in these last years of his counter-revolutionary propaganda. One of the decisive moments in history is approaching, Trotsky rejoined. When the Comintern as a revolutionary factor may be wiped off the political map for an entire historic epoch. Let blind men and cowards refuse to notice this. Let slanderers and hired scribblers accuse us of being in league with the counter-revolution. Has not counter-revolution become anything that interferes with the digestion of communist bureaucrats? Nothing must be concealed, nothing belittled. We must tell the advanced workers as loudly as we can. After the third period of recklessness and boasting, the fourth period of panic and capitulation has set in. In an almost desperate effort to arouse the communists, Trotsky put into words the whole power of his conviction and gave them once again the ring of an alarm bell. Workers' communists. There are hundreds of thousands, there are millions of you. If fascism comes to power, it will ride like a terrific tank over your skulls and spines. Your salvation lies in merciless struggle. Only a fighting unity with social democratic workers can bring victory. Make haste, communist workers, you have very little time to lose. The second example is Trotsky's admonition of Trygve, who later became head of the United Nations. The then Minister of Justice in the Norwegian government put Trotsky under house arrest, barred him from answering the charges in the infamous 1936 Moscow frame-up trial, and even cut him off from correspondence. Lie attempted to force Trotsky to sign a shameful agreement not to make any statements referring to the Moscow frame-up trial, in which Trotsky and his son were principal victims, and to submit the mail, telegrams, and telephone calls of himself, his wife and secretaries to censorship. 20 years later, eyewitnesses of the scene still remembered the flashes of scorn in Trotsky's eyes and the thunder of his voice as he refused to comply. He leveled a series of damaging questions at THIRD-WORLDISM. At this point Trotsky raised his voice so that it resounded through the halls and corridors of the ministry. This is your first act of surrender to Nazism in your own country. You will pay for this. You think yourselves secure and free to deal with the political exile as you please. But the day is near, remember this. The day is near when the Nazis will drive you from your country, all of you together with your pantoffel minister-president. THIRD-WORLDISM shrugged at this odd piece of soothsaying. Yet after less than 4 years the same government had indeed to flee from Norway before the Nazi invasion, and as the ministers and their aged King Haakon stood on the coast, huddled together and waiting anxiously for a boat that was to take them to England, they recalled with awe Trotsky's words as a prophet's curse come true. 472-6. There is justification in singling out this aspect, in emphasizing Trotsky as prophet. It helps create interest in what he had to offer the world. Nevertheless, a certain amount of reduction occurs. At worst, the image, with its undue connotation of extrasensory intuitive powers, tends to obscure the image of Trotsky as scientist. It contributes to an imbalance in the portrait. Before coming to that, however, it is perhaps advisable to say something about Deutsch's differences with Trotsky, which come to the fore in this volume. Throughout the biography Deutscher stresses the continuity of Marxist thought represented by Trotsky, evaluates to the best of his ability what Trotsky added to the body of Marxist literature and offers accurate and readable presentations of Trotsky's special contributions. In previous volumes he considered Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution, his brilliant work in the field of literary criticism, his outstanding role in the 1905 and 1917 revolutions, his program for the first workers' state as it stood isolated in the 20s, his opening of the struggle against Stalinism. In this volume, Deutscher calls special attention to Trotsky's analysis of the nature of fascism and how to fight it, an addition to Marxism that is little appreciated today, primarily because of the unending campaign of slander against Trotsky. Most of Trotsky's followers would add to this list, and even put it in the top rank of his achievements, the analysis of the Soviet Union as a degenerated workers' state, particularly Trotsky's estimate of the roots and nature of Stalinism. Deutscher has strong reservations on this. He feels that Trotsky, while making the fundamental contribution, did not see altogether clearly on the subject. The Revolution Betrayed occupies a special place in Trotsky's literary work. It is the last book he managed to complete and in a sense, his political testament. In it he gave his final analysis of Soviet society and a survey of its history up to the middle of the Stalin era. His most complex book, it combines all the weakness and the strength of his thought. It contains many new and original reflections on socialism, on the difficulties with which proletarian revolution has to grapple, and on the role of a bureaucracy in a workers' state. He also surveyed the international position of the Soviet Union before the Second World War and tried to pierce the future with daring and partly erroneous forecasts. The book is a profound theoretical treatise and a tract for the time, a creative restatement of classical Marxist views, and the manifesto of the new Trotskyism calling for revolution in the Soviet Union. Trotsky appears here in all his capacities, as detached and rigorously objective thinker, as leader of a defeated opposition, and as passionate pamphleteer and polemicist. The polemicist's contribution forms the more esoteric part of the work and tends to overshadow the objective and analytical argument. Because of the wealth of its ideas and its imaginative force, this has been one of the seminal books of this century, as instructive as confusing, and destined to be put to adventitious use more often than any other piece of political writing. Even its title was to become one of the shibboleths of our time. Deutscher follows with a summary of the book which is quite good. However, Stalinist state for Stalinist regime in a workers' state is scarcely a happy condensation. He finds himself in agreement with Trotsky's program against bureaucratism and for proletarian democracy and considers it still relevant over a quarter of a century after its formulation. Then he indicates one of his main disagreements with Trotsky. From the tenor of the revolution betrayed, it is clear that he saw no chance of any reform from above, and there was indeed no chance of it in his lifetime and for the rest of the Stalin era. But during that time there was no chance in the Soviet Union of any political revolution either. This was a period of deadlock. It was impossible either to cut or to untie the Gordian knots of Stalinism. Any program of change, whether revolutionary or reformist, was illusory. This could not prevent a fighter like Trotsky from searching for a way out. But he was searching within a vicious circle, which only world-shaking events began to breach many years later. And when that happened, the Soviet Union moved away from Stalinism through reform from above in the first instance. What forced the reform was precisely the factors on which Trotsky had banked: economic progress, the cultural rise of the masses, and the end of Soviet isolation. The break with Stalinism could only be piecemeal, because at the end of the Stalin era there existed and could exist no political force capable and willing to act in a revolutionary manner. Moreover, throughout the first decade after Stalin there did not emerge from below any autonomous and articulate mass movement even for reform. Since Stalinism had become an anachronism, nationally and internationally, and a break with it had become an historic necessity for the Soviet Union, the ruling group itself had to take the initiative of the break. Thus, by an irony of history, Stalin's epigones began the liquidation of Stalinism and thereby carried out, malgré Yux's memes, parts of Trotsky's political testament. 474-6. But can they continue this work and complete it? Or is a political revolution still necessary? On the face of it, the chances of revolution are still as slender as they were in Trotsky's days, whereas the possibilities of reform are far more real. 16. In the prophet outcast Deutscher still holds that continuous reform is more likely than a revolutionary explosion. However, he agrees that this can be only a tentative conclusion. There can be little or no certitude. He says finally, at any rate, the present writer prefers to leave the final judgment on Trotsky's idea of a political revolution to a historian of the next generation. It is not my intention to get into a dispute at this time with Deutscher on self-reform or political revolution, a complicated question. I will only indicate the central issue. The immediacy of a political revolution is not at stake, the disagreement is not about that. What is involved in principle is the character of the ruling caste in the Soviet Union. In Trotsky's view it was not just a bureaucracy but something more, somewhat like a class in its rapacity and its need to monopolize power but lacking the economic roots and economic stability of a true class. Will such a social formation, out of self-volition, eventually offer the masses effective forms of proletarian democracy? Trotsky held the view that the answer was no, since the effective operation of proletarian democracy would signify liquidation of the bureaucracy as a social formation enjoying special privileges. A negative answer, in tum, implied that political revolution was the only means left to the masses to intervene in their own rule. This did not necessarily mean a violent explosion, although it would certainly signify a thoroughgoing shake-up undertaken at the initiative of the masses. None of the concessions granted by Stalin's heirs up to now have affected the political monopoly held by the bureaucratic caste. Trotsky's conclusions would thus seem to have received corroboration from the pattern of the reforms themselves. From the viewpoint of the world Trotskyist movement, Deutscher's agreement on the validity of Trotsky's program establishes the possibility in principle of practical collaboration with him, even though action, so far as he is concerned, might never go beyond working for continuous reform. Since advocates of continuous reform and political revolution have the same end in view, the establishment of proletarian democracy in the workers' states, a rather wide basis for cooperation exists. To this it can be added that it will doubtless be in the process of seeking to obtain reforms of increasing importance that the Soviet masses will eventually prove in life who saw most clearly and who suffered to some degree from illusions as to the means by which Stalin's alteration of the political structure will eventually be rectified. In addition to inability to prophesy correctly how the workers' state would be regenerated, Deutscher holds that Trotsky failed to forecast correctly the pattern which the world revolution actually took in the post-war period. I would not deny that there is an element of truth in the latter assertion. The specific pattern of the Chinese Revolution, organization of the peasantry into armies and their advance from the countryside to the city, offers the most spectacular example of a mode foreseen by no one. The Cuban Revolution offered powerful confirmation of what could be deduced in the case of China, that there is much still to be learned about potentialities in the revolutionary process, in particular about the increasing role of revolutionists of action, foreseen by Trotsky, in contrast to the earlier predominance of the pioneers of theory. To say that these revolutions deviated from the pattern forecast by classical Marxism does not bring us to the heart of the matter, however. The October Revolution in its time likewise deviated from the forecasts of classical Marxism. Trotsky's theory of permanent revolution was not yet part of classical Marxism, yet in the final balancing of accounts the October Revolution offered the most powerful confirmation of classical Marxism. The problems in theory offered by China and Cuba are not qualitatively different. What they point to is the importance of the method to be used in approaching them. This was already indicated by Trotsky, if not as prophet, then as scientist. 476-6. In a postscript, Deutscher offers some contributions in relation to this. What he says is interesting but not exactly new to the Trotskyist movement, which has been discussing these questions since the downfall of capitalism in Eastern Europe. In passing, Deutscher notes certain physical characteristics of Trotsky. The likeness grows to photographic accuracy. Photography always misses somewhat. This is all the more notable since Deutscher never happened to meet Trotsky and had to rely on the impressions of others besides, of course, the written record. The portrait as a work of art, one must also agree, is quite good. A reservation, however, must be registered. Deutscher's preoccupation with accounting for the apparent discrepancies between Trotsky's program of political revolution in the USSR and the actual post-Stalin concessions, Trotsky's program of socialist revolution in the industrially advanced countries and the actual advance of the world revolution in the colonial sector, Trotsky's program for rebuilding the revolutionary socialist movement and the actual organizational weakness to this day of the Fourth International, lead him, in my opinion, to miss something very important. I am not interested here in debating these questions, but in considering how Deutscher's positions affect his finished portrait. Trotsky was enormously attractive to not a few intellectuals. His power of prediction, his range of intellect and culture showed his mind without the slightest doubt to be one of the greatest the West has produced. To follow Trotsky's thought in all its ramifications is an absorbing study, as Deutscher's biography proves. It is a challenge to measure Trotsky's theory against the historical reality. The temptation can even be strong to vie with the master by attempting a better construction where it may seem he went wrong. This is perfectly legitimate and one cannot quarrel with such ambitions. They can prove to be productive. A trap does exist, however. The very subtlety, range, and depth of Trotsky's thought and the quantity of his productions, which make him so magnetic to intellectuals, can lead one to overlook Trotsky's essential simplicity. In working closely with Trotsky, one soon noted an extraordinary combination of qualities: enormous energy, unbelievably quick perception and rapport, extraordinary memory, and the mobilization of these gifts in a most efficient and businesslike way. Mobilized for what? A very simple task: the establishment of planned economy in place of the anarchic relations of capitalism. This was the elementary chore which this genius set for himself as a youth when he 477 decided to choose Marxism as his field. It was the job to which he stuck steadily through the years. He was still working at it when he was struck down. If you wish to question the wisdom of how Trotsky directed his genius, as Deutscher does in the instance of his seeking to build a new international, it would seem in order to begin by questioning the wisdom of this primary decision. A case can be made out concerning the abysmal waste of taking humanity's very greatest intellects and compelling them to become occupied with bringing order into our way of organizing the production and distribution of food, clothing, housing, and taking care of the rest of our basic social needs. Trotsky's answer to that is that we do not choose the time we are born into. Our problem as individuals in finding our niche is to grasp the main tasks facing mankind, and, as members of the human race, do what we can to help accomplish them. From Trotsky's viewpoint, this also offers a human being the greatest possible satisfaction. All the rest follows, including the burning importance which Trotsky placed upon organization of the Fourth International. But like all great men, Trotsky had his foibles. Of course. But having granted this, can we in all consistency maintain that the biographers of great men, including the biographer of Trotsky, are free from them? If we concede to Deutscher the saving grace of having his own foibles, perhaps it will not be considered out of order to suggest that one of them was failure to see the importance of probing deeply into the meaning of the kind of human relations that Trotsky advocated, sought, instigated, enjoyed, and participated in organizing, above all at the close of his life, in the light of his enormous experience and when he was at the very height of his intellectual powers. To bring the inner Trotsky into full light, he must be seen, I would judge, in the setting of his active pursuit of these human relations and as they fitted into his own great guiding purpose in life. Our biographer's usually keen insight deserts him at this crucial point, and in place of all the threads falling satisfyingly into place to disclose the coherence of Trotsky's intelligence and will, the threads fray out into loose ends. Deutscher shows his prophet with eyes growing dim. How such a clear-sighted genius could fail so lamentably to see things which Deutscher considers obvious remains an unresolved contradiction in the biography. Deutscher seems to sense this. He grants that Trotsky remained unfailingly optimistic about revolutionary perspectives to the very end, yet he suggests that doubts had begun to creep in. He makes much of Trotsky's argument in the factional struggle that broke out in the Socialist Workers' Party in 1939 that if the working class proved incapable of meeting its historic obligation. 478-6. Then Burnham's anti-Marxist theory of bureaucratic collectivism would prove to be the wave of the future, socialism a mere utopia and all of Marxism wrong. He suggests that Trotsky at bottom discounted the movement he had founded. His real last will and testament contains not a single mention of the Fourth International. Deutscher bears down rather heavily on the theme. Thus at the close of his days Trotsky interrogated himself about the meaning and the purpose of all his life and struggle, and indeed of all the struggles of several generations of fighters, communists, and socialists. Was a whole century of revolutionary endeavor crumbling into dust? Again and again he returned to the fact that the workers had not overthrown capitalism anywhere outside Russia. Again and again he surveyed the long and dismal sequence of defeats which the revolution had suffered between the two world wars. And he saw himself driven to the conclusion that if major new failures were to be added to this record, then the whole historic perspective drawn by Marxism would indeed come under question. I think that Deutscher is wrong in believing that Trotsky interrogated himself. He was answering the interrogations of others, and with the most powerful arguments at his command. Trotsky was as hard as diamond and completely flawless in his view of the long-range course of history. What did Trotsky really do again and again? He posed the alternative facing mankind, barbarism or socialism. He did not hesitate to pick up the arguments raised by those who had really begun to doubt and to sicken of the struggle. He spun them to logical absurdity and exposed their theoretical bankruptcy, their bankruptcy. Commenting on the over-emphatic and hyperbolic argument which Trotsky leveled against Burnham, Deutscher comments, perhaps only Marxists could sense fully the tragic solemnity which these words had in Trotsky's mouth. It is true that this was the way they sounded to some of the leaders of the opposing faction, but they hardly sounded that way to Trotsky or his closest collaborators. We can perhaps better appreciate Trotsky's meaning by considering the same basic alternative which he posed as it stands today, almost a quarter of a century later. If the acuteness of the alternative had grown less, without the action of the working class, then the founding of the Fourth International would have turned out to be a utopian project because its aim, the mobilization of the working class to avert barbarism, proved to be not necessary. Or if we faced the opposite situation, an actual perspective of centuries of barbarism, the project likewise would have proved to have been utopian. What is the truth? 479. Neither situation holds. The alternative is still posed, but the delay in determining its outcome has enormously increased its acuteness. The alternative, socialism or barbarism, has become the alternative, socialism or nuclear ruin. Physicists now tell us, Trotsky's followers only repeat it, that war with atomic weapons can signify the suicide of mankind and even the destruction of all the higher forms of life. Trotsky's picture of the possibility of a barbarism in which mankind would have to crawl painfully forward on all fours is idyllic compared to the tragic solemnity of the picture now facing us, a barren planet in which life itself might have to crawl up again from the amoeba or, if lucky, some of the lower vertebrates. Does this mean that we must abandon hope or that there is room for more doubt than in Trotsky's last years before the outbreak of World War RR? On the contrary, the need for socialism is posed all the more imperatively. This leads us directly to the point of sharpest difference with Deutscher, who is to be credited with the success in intensifying the acuteness of the historic dilemma facing the world. The Second and Third Internationals. The life and death importance of Trotsky's final efforts to construct a new international has received sufficient confirmation, we should think. A pure pragmatist will demand, all right, where are the revolutions in the West? The question lacks the intended force because it leaves out the great post-war upsurge, especially in Italy and France, a phenomenon which Deutscher does not consider, although it is surely relevant in any discussion of Trotsky's forecasts. Is another upsurge, of even greater potential power, ruled out? In questions relating to the decline of a system and the rise of a new one, sufficient range must be taken. Exactly how much range is not easily determined even by a genius like Trotsky. Deutscher is so concerned to prove the hopelessness of Trotsky's project of rebuilding the worldwide revolutionary socialist movement that he puts in question a different thesis which he proffers, namely, that Stalin was much more capable than Trotsky estimated him to be. Stalin, as Deutscher proves, was infinitely afraid of the Fourth International. He displayed an obsession over it. Was this merely paranoia, the counterpart to Trotsky's grotesque foible, or did the capable Stalin have a certain amount of reason in his efforts to exorcise the phantom? Why Stalin's extraordinary concern over the sectarian squabbles and impotent goings-on of Trotsky's followers? Other rulers, too, have shown strange disinclination to accept the view that the Trotskyist movement can be dismissed as a failure. It is hard to know exactly what Deutscher thinks Trotsky and his run-off-mill followers should have done in the years when they were fighting the spread of fascism, struggling against Stalinism and the reformism of the social. 486. Democracy, warning of the danger of World War I, posing the historic dilemma facing mankind and seeking to build a revolutionary socialist leadership. Trotsky's work in collaboration with the vulgar followers who rallied to his program provides one of the best keys to a deeper understanding of his character. Deutscher is grievously blind to this. If you view Trotsky primarily as a prophet, as Deutscher does, this blind spot becomes understandable. It is not easy for a prophet to transfer his gifts, it is even quite a foible to try it. If you look at Trotsky just a bit differently, however, his efforts come into better focus. Let me resort to analogy. In an epidemic, it is necessary for a physician to take a leading part in the community defense, utilizing his special knowledge to help organize, with whatever means are available, a campaign to stem the epidemic and eventually eliminate the possibility of its recurrence. In his novel La Peste, Camus offers us the figure of Dr. Bernard Rieur, who finally succeeded in mobilizing his hometown against the disease first noticed in the abnormal behavior of the rat population. The team assembled by Dr. Rieur learned a great deal about bubonic plague and how to meet it at the risk and even cost of their own lives. Dr. Rieur, a genuine humanist, offers his highest tribute to these comrades and collaborators in the fearful work they had to undertake together. A certain symbolism is evident in this remarkable novel. The perceptiveness displayed by Camus in the case of his main figure is instructive and well worth pondering. Deutscher condemns the human material Trotsky had to work with, implying that this was one of the basic reasons for the failure of the Fourth International. He feels that the human material which Lenin and Trotsky had at their disposal before the October Revolution was better. In the West, particularly, the quality was poorer. The question, however, is not that simple. As the Spanish Revolution, to name an outstanding instance, proved, the raw human material was adequate to the task at hand. The cadres that came to Trotskyism at the time were far from being the worst fighters, the least self-sacrificing, or the least intelligent. The Stalinists, anyway, feared them to an uncommon degree, and with good cause, because they were of the same rebel type that staffed the ranks of the communist parties, men and women who were loyal to those parties by mistake, because they had not yet had time or opportunity to understand the difference between the Soviet state and its Stalinist regime. The tempo of developments, which in general favored the swift growth of Trotskyism, particularly in relation to the communist parties, turned against the movement in two supreme instances, the outbreak of war and the victory of the Soviet Union. The first event temporarily deferred everything, laying the foundation, of course, for explosive developments later on. The second, a 481. Completely progressive outcome, had the contradictory effect of temporarily strengthening Stalinism, as the Trotskyist movement clearly saw at the time, while preparing even more certain conditions for its ultimate liquidation, as the Trotskyist movement predicted. In any case, on the exceedingly difficult, complex, and challenging problem of building a revolutionary socialist movement, Trotsky and Deutscher are of different schools. Deutscher's deep skepticism was not to be found in Trotsky, not a trace of it. On the other hand, Trotsky was thoroughly familiar with the skeptical attitude, considered it without foundation objectively, held it to be a deadly danger, and did his best to immunize his youthful followers against this disease. Having said this, we can grant that the Trotskyist movement did have many difficulties, had its share of temperamental personalities who exercised undue weight in the small organization, and who no doubt offered the great teacher problems of little novelty or intrinsic interest. Trotsky's attitude toward his pupils, for his movement was also a training ground, was one of infinite patience. And, we repeat, while he could be acidly ironic, he never displayed skepticism, if we may make exception of his well-known reservations concerning followers of petty bourgeois origin, especially the intellectual variety, a subtlety in Trotsky's thought which Deutscher does not examine, since he dismisses the whole subject. The strangest part is that Deutscher shows the highest regard for Trotsky's followers in the Soviet Union, who were butchered by Stalin down to the last man and woman he could lay hands on. Deutscher also indicates Trotsky's feelings toward them. But the emotion Trotsky felt for his Russian followers was not qualitatively different from the warmth he displayed toward all who shared the vicissitudes of the struggle with him, his comrades in China, the rest of Asia, in Latin America, in Africa, in Western Europe, in Canada, and the United States. Trotsky's feelings could not be much different towards them, because they, too, to the best of their abilities, were fighting the plagues of fascism, Stalinism, democratic witch hunting, and the approaching war. They too shared with him the conviction that what is required to right things in this foul time we live in is basically rather simple. In short, Trotsky and his followers, many of them at least, understood each other. Instead of this unity, Deutscher presents a grotesque mismatch between Trotsky and his followers. And instead of the unity of Trotsky's Marxist outlook and his action in founding the Fourth International, Deutscher presents an irrational contradiction between the lucid vision of a prophet and the ludicrous bungling of a dabbler in petty sectarian politics. In studying the finishing touches to the portrait, where we have been led to expect a standard worthy 482-6 of the subject, we suddenly become overly aware of the artist. We notice the brush in his hand and hear him arguing his special points of difference with the subject. Just the same, the portrait is good enough so that looking at Trotsky on Deutscher's canvas, we suspect the old man of winking at us over the gesticulating brush. We have always had trouble with our artists. Let us not ask too much from them, but take gratefully what they can give. 2. Exchange of Views on Deutsche Biography 11, 1964. George Breitman and Joseph Hansen. Editor. 483. I strongly disagree with Joseph Hansen's review of the final volume of Isaac Deutscher's biography of Trotsky. Although Comrade Hansen lists many of the points on which Deutscher is wrong and misleading, and answers some of them, he is on the whole too soft, too conciliatory. An example of what I object to is his footnote about Deutscher's reference in The Prophet Outcast to an attack on his views by James P. Cannon in 1954. Hansen attempts to clear this up in the following way: some harsh and even unjustified things were said of Deutscher. His explanation is that at the time Deutscher's theory about the possibility of the self-reform of the Stalinist bureaucracy figured in an internal crisis of the Socialist Workers' Party. A minority, which eventually split away, was strongly influenced by Deutscher's theory. To many Trotskyists, Deutscher's position appeared as an alternative program which could be a bridge to Stalinism. It therefore was viewed with hostility. It turned out, however, that Deutscher was not interested in recruiting from the Trotskyist movement or in organizing a sect of his own, still less a cult. This spoke strongly in his favor. After the Hungarian uprising, Hansen continues, another phenomenon became noticeable. Many Communist Party members, still afraid to read Trotsky's writings, began to read Deutscher. Having begun dipping into Trotskyism in this way, they thirsted for more. Through Deutscher, some of them eventually found their way to Trotskyism. Thus Deutscher's position proved to be a bridge from Stalinism to Trotskyism. Trotskyists could not be against that kind of public facility. They therefore began undertaking their own self-reform, in relation to Deutscher and the Cochranites. But it is simply not true that harsh things said about Deutscher in our press can be attributed to the undoubted fact that the Cochranite minority of the Socialist Workers' Party embraced Deutscher's views in 1953. That embrace and its consequences were the main reason why Cannon attacked Deutscher's position at that time, as he himself pointed out, Fourth International, Winton 954, but harsh things had been written about Deutscher long before then. In 1949, when his Stalin biography appeared, I wrote 2 articles in The Militant sharply condemning it, despite its positive features, for its false analysis of the Stalinist bureaucracy as fundamentally progressive. This had nothing whatever to do with any internal situation in the SWP. In 1953, The Militant printed 2 more articles by me on the development of Deutscher's ideas after Stalin's death. In Russia, What Next? By this time Deutscherism was an internal issue, but I would have written exactly the same criticism if it hadn't been. In the spring of 1954, when the first volume of Deutscher's Trotsky biography appeared, the Cochranites had broken with revolutionary Marxism completely and were no longer of interest to me. But The Militant printed 6 more articles by me on the pernicious errors and distortions of Deutscher. They were harsh, all right, but I cannot find anything unjustified in them, even 10 years later, and I see that I correctly predicted then just what position Deutscher would take now in the final volume on the formation of the Fourth International. Hansen now makes it appear that our common hostility to Deutscher 10 and 15 years ago was based on a belief that he was interested in recruiting Trotskyists to a sect or cult of his own. This was never my opinion at that time, nor did I hear of anyone expressing such an idea until, after the publication of the second volume of the biography in 1959, Hansen began to revise his attitude toward Deutscher. It never occurred to me 10 years ago because, on the face of it, Deutscher was essentially a commentator and bystander. He could not have any interest in recruiting anybody to any organization because he thought and thinks organization is useless or harmful. All he was interested in doing was refuting Trotsky's ideas, while praising Trotsky was a genius and prophet. What Deutscher wanted to recruit members of the Fourth International to was not another organization but to the conception that it was a waste of time to build such organizations. Personally, I think it would speak more strongly in his favor if he had tried to build an organization to put his ideas into effect, as Trotsky did. In this connection, I do not understand why Hansen finds it hard to know exactly what Deutscher thinks Trotsky and his followers should have. 485. Been doing. Everything Deutscher writes testifies to his belief that Trotsky and his supporters should have been writing against fascism, Stalinism, imperialism, etc., and that's all. Analysis and propaganda, yes; building a revolutionary party or international, no. I also have serious reservations about Hansen's contention that through Deutscher, some of them, Communist Party members, eventually found their way to Trotskyism. It is true that some of them found an introduction to Trotsky's ideas in Deutscher, but in a distorted form. To find their way to Trotskyism, they would have had to go around or over Deutscher, not through him, and, in this country at least, few did. For most of them, Deutscher served as a stopping point, as a justification for breaking with Stalinism, but also as a justification for rejecting Trotsky's conclusion on what to do. For most readers of the Trotsky biography, I believe, the conclusion will be that Trotsky was a great man but that Trotskyism is utopian and impractical. As a public facility, Deutscher is more like a Dieter or dead end than a bridge, and I not only could be against that kind of facility, but am. If this is what led Hansen to reform his attitude to Deutscher, I would recommend that he take another and closer look at where this facility has led most readers. Finally, I question the use of Hansen's analogy of Deutscher's biography of Trotsky with a portrait that might be painted of Trotsky by an artist. Let us not ask too much from them, artists, but take gratefully what they can give. If Deutscher gives a portrait, that is only incidental. His is a political biography, that is, political analysis, not art, however well Deutscher writes. Perhaps Hansen's review would have been better if he had treated it primarily as false political analysis rather than as a work of art marred by the obtrusiveness of a gesticulating brush. George Brightman. Detroit, Michigan. Reply by Joseph Hansen. If I understand Comrade Brightman correctly, it is High.'s opinion that the third volume of the biography calls for an attack on the political and theoretical views of Isaac Deutscher, not only an attack, but a harsh one, and that any other way of proceeding signifies an unjustifiable concession. I disagree, of course. The immediate problem, it appears to me, is to decide whether Deutscher's biography of Trotsky, especially the third volume, is in overall balance, an asset. 486-6. To the world Trotskyist movement or not? Comrade Brightman fails to state his opinion on this. The question could scarcely arise, of course, if it were not for Deutscher's handling of Trotsky's relation to the Fourth International and his depreciation of the movement and its members. There is, I am well aware, anger in the Fourth International over this aspect of the third volume, particularly among young comrades who see with clear vision the historic import of Trotsky's work in founding the movement. But then anger is not the best counselor in politics. The truth is, in my opinion, that the biography is a valuable, even monumental contribution, but that it has flaws. These stem from Deutscher's own theories which he frankly states. For the Trotskyist movement, a first review, it appears to me, should indicate in what way and to what degree the flaws affect the portrait that is offered of Trotsky, but that it should leave no doubt on the main point, that the biography as a whole is a very positive contribution. This is what I sought to do in the review. Importance of the biography. If I may venture a prediction, Trotskyists throughout the world will give this biography a prominent place in their bookstores and literature racks and advise contacts to read it. They will also indicate their differences with the biographer, particularly on the question of the Fourth International, undoubtedly engage with him in further polemics, and suggest that those who are interested will find it fruitful to consult other writings, not least of all Trotsky's own works. And this attitude, I am sure, will prove sound. Comrade Brightman and I obviously disagree on the possible effect of Deutscher's biography on the growth of the Trotskyist movement. No doubt a good many readers, in the United States at least, under present political conditions, will accept Deutscher's estimate of the Fourth International uncritically. but I do not believe that this will hold to the same degree elsewhere, or that it will hold in the United States with the rise in the class struggle. If I judge the biography correctly, it will provide rebel youth with a sufficient appreciation of Trotsky to want more, to arouse interest in going to original sources, and, as the question of constructing a revolutionary party grows still more acute, they will be less and less inclined to pay attention to what Deutscher thinks should or should not have been done in 1938. The possible influence of the biography must be judged on a wider basis than is provided by the United States. Countries like Italy and Japan, where Deutscher is widely read, should at least be brought in, not to mention some 487 of the workers' states where his writings have become known and where they constitute a first introduction to Trotsky. On a couple of specific points related to the footnote which Comrade Brightman questions, I made the statement, with specific reference to an article written by James P. Cannon in 1954, some harsh and even unjustified things were said of Deutscher. Taking issue with this statement, Comrade Brightman defends the harsh things which James P. Cannon said in his article of 1954 and widens the defense to include things said by Brightman in many articles beginning in 1949. I do not understand why Comrade Brightman feels it necessary to take in so much territory unless he feels something fundamental is involved. But this is not the case, as I think can be shown without great difficulty. First of all, as to my failure to use a harsh tone in considering Deutscher's views. I see no factional fight in the Fourth International today which involves Deutscher's views in the way some of us thought they were involved in 1953-54, a feeling which I am convinced was reflected in Comrade Cannon's article of 1954. Am I mistaken in this estimate of the situation in the Fourth International today? I do not think so. Secondly, on Comrade Cannon's article as an expression of Trotskyist programmatic positions, I think that it stands up well if it is borne in mind that the harsh tone was due to special circumstances. But, thirdly, I believe that it must be admitted that the article included some unjustified statements. These were not deliberate, since Cannon's standard in the sharpest conflict, it long ago became even his style, is to maintain scrupulous fairness toward an opponent even if he feels that political harshness is demanded in a situation. Inaccurate information was involved in the unjustified remarks. My footnote was intended as a rectification for the record since Deutscher had called attention to it in the biography. Possible Deutscher cult. Comrade Brightman considers that I am mistaken in the view that there was a fear in the Socialist Workers' Party during the faction fight with the Cochranites that a sect or cult might form around Deutscherism. This was never my opinion at that time, Comrade Brightman writes, nor did I hear of anyone expressing such an idea until, after the publication of the 488-6 second volume of the biography in 1959, Hansen began to revise his attitude toward Deutscher. All I can say to this is that it was my own opinion at the time that the danger existed. I came to this opinion in the New York local where the fight first flared up in an acute way and where I had some influence from the beginning in shaping its development and final outcome. At the time I was under the impression that others shared this opinion, especially those involved in the brunt of the struggle in New York. Evidently Comrade Brightman neither shared this view nor heard about it at that time. As to the change in my views on this specific point, it began in 1955, not 1959, and was due in part to what happened in the faction fight and to new evidence which by 1958 had become definitive in my mind. This involved no change on basic political and theoretical questions. I saw certain individuals and tactical questions differently. I still think it speaks in Deutscher's favor that he did not respond to any overtures or opportunities to sponsor a sect based on his special views. I am looking at this from the standpoint of the political interests of the Trotskyist movement. On the other hand, I share Comrade Brightman's view that Deutscher's depreciation of the launching of the Fourth International and the effort to build it has nothing in common with Trotskyism. I sought to voice this in the review. Deutscher's deep skepticism was not to be found in Trotsky, not a trace of it. On the other hand, Trotsky was thoroughly familiar with the skeptical attitude, considered it without foundation objectively, held it to be a deadly danger and did his best to immunize his youthful followers against this disease. This is too soft, too conciliatory. All right, but the political position is evident, isn't it? As for the objection about considering the portrait of Trotsky created by the biographer, I fail to get it. What's a biography for if not to give us a portrait as well as a history? Is art necessarily at war with politics? How apt Deutscher is when he says of Trotsky's history of the Russian Revolution, whereas Marx towers above the disciple in the power of his abstract thought and Gothic imagination, the disciple is superior as epic artist, especially as master of the graphic portrayal of masses and individuals in action. His socio-political analysis and artistic vision are in such concord that there is no trace of any divergence. Trotsky as epic artist? Well, why not? And in the same way it is perfectly legitimate and proper to apply the same criterion to the work of his biographer and ask how well he meets it. I think that on the whole, he did very well, save that when it came to Trotsky and the Fourth International his artistic vision failed him. 3. The Chinese Revolution, Its Character and Development 1962. Arne Swabeck and John Liang, Frank Glass. 489. The Third Chinese Revolution, initiated in 1949 by the overthrow of the Kuomintang regime, reproduced the dynamics of the 1917 Russian Revolution on the vast scale of Asia. The new China became a powerhouse, extending the revolution to North Korea and North Vietnam. It sparked colonial revolts in Southeast Asia that swept through the Middle East and into Africa. The revolution ended the political isolation of the Soviet Union, upset the capitalist world equilibrium and altered the relationship of world forces to the advantage of the nascent socialist order. The Second Chinese Revolution of 1925-27 had been defeated primarily because of the opportunist, class collaborationist policy which Stalin imposed on the Chinese Communist Party, CCP. The CCP was subordinated to the Kuomintang, and the workers and the peasantry to the bourgeoisie. The resurgence of 1947-49 triumphed when the CCP, retaining its political independence, engaged in a struggle for power by revolutionary means, and proved itself an adequate instrument for the historic task. 2. Between the defeated revolution of 1925-27 and the revolutionary triumph of 1947-49 lay the protracted period of civil war and struggle to repel the Japanese imperialist invaders. After Chiang Kai-shek's forces, defeated in frontal warfare, had retreated to the west, a predominantly peasant army, operating in the countryside, under CCP leadership, continued the struggle. Peasants who could. 18 Swabeck and Liang 1962. 496. Not otherwise have been mobilized rallied in support of the party policy that combined the fight against the invaders with the struggle against oppressive landlordism. Once mobilized, the peasantry proved to be an invincible force. In the anti-Japanese war the CCP and its guerrilla armies gained the initiative and leadership. The party's forces grew swiftly. This determined to whom the victory would belong in the subsequently renewed civil war and struggle for power. Though the party leaders for a time entertained illusions about a coalition government, which did not and could not materialize, they did not repeat the Stalinist policy of subordinating their party to the Kuomintang. In the anti-Japanese United Front, the CCP leaders maintained the independence of their party. When the revolutionary tide rose towards its peak, Stalin continued to give official recognition to the Chiang Kai-shek government, but the CCP set a course toward the conquest of power. 3. From the revolutionary victory came the People's Republic of China. The CCP leaders characterized the new order as the people's democratic dictatorship. With it re-emerged the old political formula, the bloc of four classes, which in 1927 had served to conceal the subordination of the Communist Party to the Kuomintang. But it appeared this time in an entirely different situation. The bloc of four classes now became a political formula for the subordination of the national bourgeoisie and the petty bourgeoisie to the alliance of workers and peasants, under the leadership of the working class. The compradori or bureaucratic capitalists, who were interlocked with the foreign imperialists and native landlords and had controlled the state power and monopolized economic life, these had been vanquished together with the Chiang Kai-shek regime. 4. A revolution is a process, not an event. This simple axiom has been most clearly demonstrated in China. After the victory of 1949, which overthrew the Kuomintang regime, expelled the imperialists and created the premises of national unification, the revolution progressed to successively higher levels. The new regime set out first to wrest all capital from the bourgeoisie and centralize the means of production in the hands of the state. Alongside of these measures there took place a step-by-step reorganization of agriculture. 491. The properties of the compradori capitalists, together with all Kuomintang state-owned enterprises, were confiscated. By 1952, the major part of industry, the banks, all the railways and most of the coastal and Yangtze shipping had become state property. Private enterprise remaining in the hands of the national bourgeoisie, medium and small capitalists, was encouraged to develop under government control. Unlike the young Russian Soviet Republic, where civil war necessitated total nationalization in order to secure militarily the power of the working class, China could afford to take more time. China's civil war had already been won. Capitalist ownership was allowed to operate under control of the new workers' state as a means of facilitating the restoration of a broken-down economy. Meanwhile, the program of land reform proved a powerful engine of social change and economic progress. The peasants themselves had swung into action. They abolished landlordism, distributed the land to those who worked it and brought the countryside into the mainstream of social revolution. This was elemental democracy, not the democracy of a debating society, but of great masses of the people in their everyday life. With the basic premises of land reform and economic reconstruction thus assured, the CCP put forward its general line of transition to a socialist-type economy. Where private enterprises of the national bourgeoisie operated under government control, they were now to be converted gradually from capitalist ownership to ownership by the whole people, a step-by-step abolition of systems of exploitation and the building of a socialist society. The transition was to be effected by means of control exercised by administrative organs of state, the leadership given by state-owned economy, and supervision by the workers. 6. In 1953 the first five-year plan was launched. Industrialization now became a prime objective. But the contradiction between the individual, small peasant economy and the needs of socialist industrialization came quickly to the fore. Though land reform was completed, the primitive farming techniques on fragmented holdings led to a new class differentiation in the countryside. Poor, middle, and rich peasants reappeared. This promoted the growth of capitalist tendencies and undermined socialist planning. There arose an imperative. 492-6. Need for rural reorganization. Industrialization required large-scale agriculture, the amalgamation of midget peasant plots into more efficient farm units. The Peking government accelerated the development of the agricultural producers' cooperatives. But while collectivization alone could not notably elevate the technical level of agriculture, it was essential as a foundation for technical and cultural progress. 7. Like industry, agriculture had to be subjected to state planning so that the production of food supplies and industrial crops could be regulated and agricultural surpluses made available to help supply capital for industrialization. In its term, the real material basis for socialism could be provided only by a machine-building industry capable of the technical reorganization of agriculture. The interdependence of these two major sectors of the economy necessitated their simultaneous development. Collectivized agriculture furnished food and raw materials for the rapidly growing urban and industrial areas, while industry provided better tools and sane mechanical implements to help elevate the technical level of agriculture. The alliance between workers and peasants was thereby strengthened. Collectivization unfolded through a series of steps in which each new stage followed logically from the one preceding. These carried the peasantry from the early mutual aid teams, through the simple producers' cooperatives, to the socialist-type cooperatives and finally the communes, set up in 1958. Each stage provided sufficient time for verification and development to prove its progressively increasing value to the peasant, to agriculture, and to society. 8. From the beginning the poor peasants were encouraged to take the lead in this profoundly revolutionary advance. It was they who formed the backbone of the peasants' associations. They received government loans, and, together with the lower middle peasants, they were relied upon to fight the rich peasants and spearhead the socialist reorganization. They remained firmly in the vanguard through its various stages. No rich peasants or former landlords were allowed to join the cooperatives until these were solidly established. Concretely, these measures illustrate the peaking policy of support to the poor peasants in building the alliance with the middle peasants. Not Stalin's policy was followed, but 493. Lenin's, namely, to succeed in achieving an alliance with the middle peasants, without for 1 minute renouncing the struggle against the kulak and always solidly supporting ourselves on the poor peasants. An important reason for the success in transforming Chinese agricultural relations lies in the methods pursued by the Peking regime. They stand in sharp contrast to Stalin's collectivization, forced through by police terror against ferocious peasant resistance. Stalin's measures brought the Soviet Union to the brink of disaster. The CCP leaders used the methods of persuasion in order to enlist voluntary peasant cooperation. A party directive, adopted December 1953, declared, the cooperatives represent a transitional form through which the peasants can be induced to advance naturally and willingly to socialism. It stressed as a basic principle that the development should be voluntary on the part of the peasants. Compulsion and commandism and expropriating the peasants' means of production are criminal acts. Blind, rash adventurism is totally wrong. Mao Zedong characterized this rural reorganization as spreading the very essence of socialism, that is, making the principle of linking the collective interest with the individual interest the touchstone by which all words and deeds are judged. 9. Some pressure from above to achieve the rural reorganization may have been exerted through state control of supply and marketing. But actual coercion is unnecessary where people willingly cooperate. The fact is that initiative from below, from the peasants themselves, was constantly outrunning government expectations. Skeptical peasants were left alone until they saw the more effective work with better returns and then came along. Thus, over and above the economic gains, there was human advance. The greatest assurance to the peasants was the right to manage their own affairs. The democratic control established at the outset, when the peasants dealt harshly with the landlords, was continued. It is maintained in the rural people's communes. These are self-governing politico-economic units. Each commune plans and carries out its own public works, its own agricultural, industrial, commercial, housing, medical, welfare and other activities, even including military training. While government administration and commune management are integrated, the communes are governed by elected councils in which all but former landlords have the right to vote. 494-6. X. Advances from the smaller cooperatives to the rural people's communes provided that broader field required for the fullest mobilization of labor in order to raise agricultural production and carry out large-scale projects like conservation, irrigation, and reforestation. Together with such large undertakings, the small and medium-sized industrial plants, promoted by the regime and sprouted by the communes, furnished correctives to the chronic underemployment for the rural population. Surplus labor in the country found employment without migrating to the cities. The rural industrial enterprises, sustained by local resources and supplying tools and materials for local needs, help fill the time gap until nationalized industry can provide the more complex implements of farm mechanization. More important, in these enterprises some of the agricultural labor force acquires technical skills indispensable to the growth of industrialization. Above all, the communes have destroyed the outworn social and family relations that impeded progress. Opening up a broad road leading away from medieval barbarism to modern civilization, they have rescued great masses from the scourge of hunger, while assuring productive increases in farming and the completion of vital public works. This economic and social yardstick is for historical materialists the basic measure of progress. 11. The peasants entered the cooperative labor force of the communes as wage workers. A social transformation of profoundly deep-going consequences thus occurred in the countryside. Transcending the achievements of the original land reform which destroyed feudal land relationships, this transformation signified the disappearance of the peasantry as a property-owning class. The preponderant role of the workers' state in all phases of economic life, the nationalized property relations, state planning, and industrialization, together with the elimination of private proprietorship in land and the launching of the communes, all these factors provide the foundation for the socialist structure of the new China. On this foundation a new culture is arising, a new age of science and technology, of the development of the arts, the banishment of ignorance and oppression, and the narrowing of the age-old cultural gulf between city and country. 495. 12. Marxists have generally assumed that the peasantry, because of its intermediate and dependent social position, its cultural backwardness and its individualistic proprietary characteristics, is unable to play any leading independent political role. But Marxism, as Trotsky once observed, never ascribed an absolute and immutable character to its estimation of the peasantry as a non-socialist class. The very nature of the peasantry is altered under altered conditions. Trotsky noted the great possibilities discovered by the Bolshevik regime for influencing the peasantry and for re-educating it, and he added the significant remark, history has not yet plumbed to the bottom the limits of these possibilities. The Chinese Revolution has probed deeply into these possibilities. In the Civil War and anti-Japanese struggle the peasants played a political role independent of the landlords and the bourgeoisie. In fact, the Chinese Red Army, the revolutionary military power designed and assembled by the CCP, was overwhelmingly peasant. As early as 1927, in his report on an investigation into the peasant movement in Hunan, Mao Zedong predicted, in a very short time in China's central, southern and northern provinces, several 100 million peasants will rise like a tornado or tempest, a force so extraordinarily swift and violent that no power, however great, will be able to suppress it. They will break all trammels that now bind them and rush forward along the road to liberation. The CCP accepted this estimate. It organized and it led the peasant uprising. A communist-led peasantry became the predominant force of the revolution. History showed once again that every social revolution creates its own unique forms and methods of expression, of struggle, and of development. 13. While the peasants became the great battering ram, the CCP did not overlook the leading role of the working class and the importance of struggle in the cities. Shortly after Mao Zedong made his prediction about the peasant rising, he wrote a letter on behalf of the Front Committee to the Party Center, April 1929, in which he declared, "Proletarian leadership is the sole key to the victory of the revolution. It is therefore a mistake to abandon the struggle in the cities. For the revolution in a semi-colonial China will fail only if the peasant struggle is deprived of the leadership of the workers." This conception of working class hegemony in the revolution was reaffirmed at the National Party conference held in Yan'an in 1937. Explaining that China 496-6 would reach the stage of socialism only by going through that of bourgeois democratic revolution, Mao insisted that this bourgeois democratic revolution can be completed not under the leadership of the bourgeoisie, but only under the leadership of the proletariat. A declaration by Mao Zedong stated this policy of the CCP more explicitly, in June 1949, as the party prepared to take full state power. 14. The leadership of the working class is necessary because it is the most far-sighted, just, unselfish and richly endowed with revolutionary thoroughness. Without its leadership the revolution is bound to fail, and with the leadership of the working class the revolution is victorious. In the era of imperialism, no other class in any country can lead to revolutionary victory. To carry this concept into practice the party adopted a resolution stating that, henceforth, the center of gravity of the work of the party must be placed in the cities. As the cities were liberated from Kuomintang rule, workers joined the CCP in large numbers. In 1950 it was decided to halt peasant recruitment and concentrate exclusively on recruitment of workers. From this point onward the workers were considered the key factor in the constellation of political power, they were treated accordingly and they acted accordingly. China's ability to industrialize depended in large measure on their discipline and initiative. Special steps were taken to provide educational facilities for them and their children and to keep the latter to technical, intellectual, political, and managerial advancement open. A system of workers' participation in the administration of production was set up in all state enterprises under the leadership of management. Simultaneously, the peasants were advancing step by step toward the socialist transformation of agricultural relations. Abundant labor power available in urban and rural areas was converted into the capital of China's socialist future. 15. The energy, ingenuity, and inspiration unleashed by the revolution promoted a socialist consciousness among the masses. They not only welcomed, but they demanded, and themselves undertook, the most decisive shake-up and abolition. 497. Ition of capitalist property in city and village. In its forward surge, the MA.ES movement exerted pressure and checked party tendencies toward class conciliation. The CCP not only rode, but as its policies show, tried to guide the revolutionary wave, with which it was compelled to keep pace. This reciprocal relationship between party and class has been a decisive feature of the Chinese Revolution. The CCP, by its leadership of the revolution, from the overthrow of the Kuomintang through all the subsequent stages of social transformation, played and still plays a revolutionary role. This being so, we cannot continue to assert that the revolution was deformed by CCP leadership and that the state which emerged from the revolution is a deformed workers' state. 16. Every social revolution creates its own forms of state power, suited to its particular tasks and to the conditions of its development. China is no exception. To slap the label Stalinist on the Peking regime because it arose from a revolution led by the CCP would amount to endowing Stalinism with a quality of permanence it does not possess. This parasitic growth originated and developed in a period of revolutionary retreat. It could not arise out of conditions of revolutionary advance. Relations between the Peking regime and the people have been determined by the process of revolution, above all, by the continuous revolutionary advance. The class foundation for this relationship has been the alliance of workers and peasants under the leadership of the workers. The Peking government bases itself, first and foremost, on the working class and is supported by an overwhelming majority of the population. 17. When assuming state power, the CCP leaders maintained their view that the Chinese Revolution would be consummated in two stages, the bourgeois democratic and the socialist. The first task of the new state was to carry through the historically belated bourgeois democratic revolution, overthrow of the Kuomintang, expulsion of the imperialists, national unification, land reform. This democratic stage grew logically and without pause into the socialist stage, affirming in life the permanency of the revolution. 498-6. 18. The Peking government is a highly centralized regime and as such displays bureaucratic tendencies, arbitrariness and commandism. But there is not in China a bureaucracy such as developed in the Soviet Union under Stalin, a hardened social formation of a parasitic character, consuming an inordinate share of the national product, standing above the people, a social formation of the type that crystallized in the Soviet Union in a period of revolutionary retreat. China is a workers' state with bureaucratic distortions in the sense that Lenin applied this definition to the Soviet state during its formative years. The CCP leaders always closely identified themselves with the people and proved responsive to the needs and demands of the masses. In the planning and promotion of a new social order there was and there is collaboration between government and people. The democratic tendency also appears in the armed defense of the revolution. Peking did not hesitate to arm the people and establish a militia in which millions of young men and women serve on a basis of equality. The same democratic tendency occurs in the rural communes, self-governing socio-economic units. In industry, the workers take part in the formulation and execution of productive plans and have unions to defend their interests. Thus the relationship between government and people is similar to that in Cuba, where we hold the Castro regime to be democratic although lacking as yet the forms of democratic rule. 19. Our party's 1955 resolution, the Third Chinese Revolution and its aftermath, had one positive merit: it designated China a workers' state, obligating the party to defend the state against imperialist intervention and internal counter-revolution. In all other important respects the resolution has been proved invalid, particularly in its prediction of an inevitable collision between the Peking regime and the peasantry. Atum is imperative. The program and slogan of the political revolution, which flowed from our false conception of the Peking regime as Stalinist, must be discarded in favor of critical support to the regime and backing for its basic policies, both domestic and international. This does not exclude, but rather implies, criticism of all bureaucratic manifestations and stress on the need for democratization in every phase of government and society, to be achieved by peaceful reform, not by the overthrow of the Peking government. 499. XX. In the ideological dispute between Peking and Moscow we must also take a stand on the side of Peking. This dispute arises directly out of the uninterrupted revolutionary advance in China, contrasted with the bureaucratic conservatism of the Kremlin rulers. The Peking-Moscow dispute has material roots that go back to the beginning of the Peking regime in 1949. Among them we may note, 1. The reluctance of the Kremlin to return or make restitution for industrial machinery looted from Manchuria in the closing days of World War XI, 2. Soviet tardiness in withdrawing its occupation forces from Port Arthur and Daren, 3. Kremlin failure to give maximum economic aid to China, still a cause of strained relations. The CCP justifiably demands that aid to revolutionary China should be given precedence over aid to former imperialist colonies now ruled by their national bourgeoisie. The material conflicts between Peking and Moscow lead directly into the ideological dispute and serve to illuminate it. While the guidelines of Moscow policy are those of bureaucratic conservatism, those of Peking conform closely with the principles of revolutionary internationalism. XXI. The needs and interests of the continually developing Chinese revolution cannot be adjusted to the Kremlin policy of peaceful coexistence with imperialism. This is a major factor in the conflict between Peking and Moscow. China's position in Asia, where it is surrounded by the undeveloped world of which it is a part, dictates the necessity of extending the revolution. Peking's foreign policy has therefore included consistent and active support to revolutionary struggles by colonial peoples, especially in Southeast Asia and Korea, but even as far away as Algeria and Cuba. This cuts across the efforts of the Kremlin to reach a peaceful modus vivendi with imperialism, above all with the United States. In the ensuing controversy, the CCP leaders have advanced Marxist-Leninist positions on vital political questions: 1. The role of imperialism and the struggle against imperialist war; 2. The revolutionary or the parliamentary road to workers' power. Other contested questions flow directly from these two. 506. XXII. Without specifically naming the Kremlin rulers, the CCP rejected their contention that since Lenin's time there have been important changes that have outmoded his views on imperialism and war. On the contrary, says the CCP, these changes have more clearly confirmed the truths revealed by Lenin. They continue, we believe in the absolute correctness of Lenin's thinking. War is an inevitable outcome of systems of exploitation and the imperialist system is the source of modern wars. Until the imperialist system and the exploiting classes come to an end, wars of one kind or another will still occur. Therefore, Marxist-Leninists must expose the absurdities of the imperialists and modem revisionists on these questions, eradicate their influence among the masses, awaken those they have temporarily hoodwinked and further the revolutionary will of the masses. Regarding an alleged peaceful road to socialism, the CCP speaks in equally clear terms. It takes issue with the declaration of the 20th Congress of the CPSU to the effect that the increasing strength of the Soviet sector opens up possibilities of achieving socialism throughout the world by new forms, including the conversion of parliament from an organ of bourgeois democracy into an instrument of genuine popular will. This, say the Chinese, is precisely what divides Marxists from revisionists. And they add, the capitalist imperialist system surely will not crumble of itself. It will be overthrown by the proletarian revolution within the imperialist country concerned, and the national revolutions in the colonies and semi-colonies. Hence, contrary to the modem revisionists who seek to paralyze the revolutionary will of the people by empty talk about peaceful transition to socialism, the proletariat must never allow itself to one-sidedly and groundlessly base its thinking, policy, and its whole work on the assumption that the bourgeoisie is willing to accept peaceful transformation. It must at the same time prepare for alternatives, one for the peaceful development of the revolution and the other for the non-peaceful development of the revolution. Whether the transition will be carried out through armed uprising or by peaceful means is a question that is fundamentally determined only by the relative strength of class forces in that country in a given period. XXIII. The stand of China's leaders is a development of great significance. It tends to accelerate the process of breaking bureaucratic rule in the Soviet Union by its 501. Challenge to the monolithic authority of the Kremlin bosses and its reassertion of the principles of socialist internationalism. Peking's policy has already borne fruit. It compelled the Kremlin to identify the Soviet Union with the Algerian independence movement, despite Moscow's policy of peaceful coexistence with French imperialism. Peking's stand is proving a stimulus to the revolutionary reorientation of communist-minded workers in the capitalist world as they reject the opportunism of the Kremlin and seek anew the path to the socialist revolution. We must not dismiss this ideological dispute as a mere quarrel between two groups of Stalinist bureaucrats. That would mean misreading all the signs and excluding ourselves from an important development. Instead, we should take sides in the dispute, supporting the positions taken by Peking. 502-6. For Maoism and the Neo-Stalin Cult 1964. Tom Carey. With the publication of the recent Chinese indictment entitled, "The Leaders of the CPSU Are the Greatest Splitters of Our Times," the split between Peking and Moscow becomes definitive. The full text of the statement is published in the February 7 issue of Peking Review. The text goes beyond the title by characterizing the Khrushchev leadership as the greatest splitters of all time, by asserting that the leaders of the CPSU are the greatest of all revisionists as well as the greatest of all sectarians and splitters known to history. The statement purports to be a historical review of splits and splitters from the time of Marx and Engels up to the present day. Its central thesis had been previously projected in a speech by Zhou Yang, Vice Director of the Propaganda Department of the CPC Central Committee, delivered on October 26, 1963 to a scientific gathering at the Chinese Academy of Sciences. To wit, that revisionism arose to plague Marx and Engels at the very dawn of the socialist movement. So it was at the beginning and so it will continue to the very end. Zhou Yang argues that inasmuch as every thesis must have its antithesis, the promulgation of the Marxist revolutionary doctrine thesis inevitably gave rise to its opposite antithesis, revisionism. Not only were the founders of scientific socialism fated to combat revisionism, but Lenin too, in his day, was compelled to enter the lists against the revisionists. And, according to the dialectic of Zhou, such was the fate not only of Marx, Engels, and Lenin, but of Stalin too. This phenomenon may seem strange, Zhou Yang opines. How can certain people who had previously been supporters of revolutionary scientific socialism degenerate into counter-revolutionary anti-scientific revisionists? Yet it is not at all strange. Everything tends to divide itself in two. Theories are no exception, and they also tend to divide. Wherever there is a revolutionary scientific doctrine, its antithesis, a counter-revo. 1964. 503. Illusionary, anti-scientific doctrine, is bound to arise in the course of the development of that doctrine. As modern society is divided into classes and as the difference between progressive and backward groups will continue far into the future, the emergence of antitheses is inevitable. With all due apologies to Joe, a nagging question still persists in thrusting its way to the fore: what is the criteria for determining who is and who is not a Marxist-Leninist? Joe has a ready answer. The Khrushchev leadership has repudiated Stalin. To repudiate Stalin completely, Joe affirms, is in fact to negate Marxism-Leninism, which Stalin defended and developed. According to the Maoist schema of historical development, the split was inevitable from the beginning. However, it is still necessary to fix the exact moment in time and the precise issue which signaled the dialectical transformation of Khrushchevite Marxism-Leninism into its opposite, revisionism. The time and issue are pinpointed in comment number 2 on the open letter of the Central Committee of the CPSU, entitled On the Question of Stalin, September 13, 1963. It reads as follows. Stalin died in 1953, 3 years later the leaders of the CPSU violently attacked him at the 20th Congress, and 8 years after his death they again did so at the 22nd Congress, removing and burning his remains. In repeating their violent attacks on Stalin, the leaders of the CPSU aimed at erasing the indelible influence of this great proletarian revolutionary among the people of the Soviet Union and throughout the world, and at paving the way for negating Marxism-Leninism, which Stalin had defended and developed, and for the all-out application of a revisionist line. Their revisionist line began exactly with the 20th Congress and became fully systematized at the 22nd Congress. The facts have shown ever more clearly that their revision of the Marxist-Leninist theories on imperialism, war and peace, proletarian revolution and the dictatorship of the proletariat, revolution in the colonies and semi-colonies, the proletarian party, etc., is inseparably connected with their complete negation of Stalin. My emphasis. The aspect of the Sino-Soviet dispute about which this article is especially concerned is the attempt to revive, regenerate, and reconstitute the Stalin cult on a world scale. The working class of all countries, I repeat, all countries, have paid a heavy price for the virus of Stalinism that has for so long poisoned the wellspring of Marxist thought and revolutionary socialist action. Millions of worker militants who flocked to the liberating banner of Leninism in the aftermath of the Bolshevik-led Russian October Revolution were 504-6. Corrupted, debauched, and cruelly betrayed when the Stalin faction seized the power, strangled the workers' and peasants' Soviets, emasculated Lenin's party and extended its malignant sway over the international communist movement. To begin with, it is a gross exaggeration to assert that the heirs of Stalin now occupying the Kremlin have completely negated Stalin. For their own reasons and their own interests they have been constrained to lift but one tiny comber of the veil that has for too long shrouded the countless crimes committed by the genial butcher who defiled the name of Lenin and besmirched the proud banner of Bolshevism. Stalin was no Marxist-Leninist. He was a murderer of Marxist-Leninists, including some thousands of devoted Stalinists. The Chinese do a great disservice to their own cause in the struggle against the Khrushchev brand of revisionism and to the regeneration of Bolshevik Leninism by attempting to lead a movement back to Stalin. For nothing in the revisionist views today advocated by Khrushchev were not at one time or another in the past promoted and advocated by Stalin. There is today a growing mood of discontent and opposition to the flagrantly opportunist policies and practices of the Khrushchev leadership being manifested in Communist Party formations throughout the world. A number of splits have already taken place and more are looming on the horizon. The questions raised by the Sino-Soviet dispute have been an important ingredient in this ferment. In their February 7 document, Peking openly calls for an extension of these splits and encourages, promotes, and supports the schismatics. The Back to Stalin gambit is designed to channelize the opposition to Kremlin revisionism within strictly defined limits governed by the needs and interests of the Maoist bureaucracy, to circumvent untrammeled discussion of the many basic issues raised in the dispute by insisting on establishing and maintaining the hierarchical order of progression, Marx Engels Lenin Stalin Mao. If successful, it can only serve to substitute a Mao cult of infallibility for the now defunct Stalin cult, in which all disputed questions of Marxist-Leninist theory and practice will be subject to the ipse dixit of the cult leader. This tendency is already to be observed in the groups that have split off from the various communist parties and embraced Maoism. In this country, for example, a small group which split from the American Communist Party several years ago, after coyly flirting with Maoism for a period, has finally plumped for Peking as against Moscow. It modestly calls itself the Progressive Labor Movement. In the recently published winter issue of its magazine, Marxist 505, Leninist Quarterly, there appears a programmatic statement by the National Coordinating Committee of POM which purports to meet the need of the American working class for a revolutionary theory. We are informed in an editorial note that, during the past year, the Progressive Labor Movement has been discussing the Sino-Soviet debate concerning correct Marxist-Leninist theory for our movement and for the international movement. We are availing ourselves of this opportunity to comment on those aspects of the debate that concern us here, Stalin and Stalinism. In making their great leap from Moscow to Peking, the leaders of PLM faithfully parrot the Maoist line on the merits and demerits of Stalin. Along with Peking, they flay Khrushchev for downgrading Stalin in his 20th Congress speech because it did not place both his enormous contributions and his serious errors in their actual historical context, but offered instead a subjective, crude, total negation of a great Marxist-Leninist and proletarian revolutionist. In an almost verbatim paraphrase of the Chinese statement on the question of Stalin, the POM article draws a balance sheet of Stalin's assets and liabilities and concludes that on balance, Stalin's contributions are primary and his errors, secondary. What precisely were these errors? In the matter of party and government organization, Stalin did not fully apply proletarian democratic centralism. He was in some instances guilty of abrogating it. There was a great development of centralism without the absolutely essential corresponding growth of proletarian democracy. This appears to have fostered an inordinate growth of bureaucracy which often resulted in reliance on administrative diktat rather than the full participation of the party membership and people in making and carrying out policy. Emphasis added to underscore the method of introducing qualifying phrases intended to minimize Stalin's errors. But let's continue, the worst is yet to come. The POM statement then plunges into a learned dissertation on contradictions, lifted bodily from Mao, to explain why Stalin fell into the error of presiding over the monstrous frame-up trials and purges which converted the Soviet Union into a veritable chamber of horrors. Stalin, we are informed, erred in confusing two types of contradictions which are different in nature. Thus, he did not differentiate between contradictions involving the party and the people on the one hand and the enemy on the other, and contradictions within the party and among the 506 people. Consequently, he did not employ different methods in handling these different types of contradictions. Stalin was right to suppress the counter-revolutionaries. If he had not, he would have been derelict in his defense of the Soviet state. Thus, many counter-revolutionaries deserving punishment were duly punished. But, because contradictions within the party and among the people were not recognized as something totally different, something natural and even essential to the party's theoretical growth and development, no communist method of principled inter-party struggle, proceeding from unity through struggle to a higher unity, was developed. Many innocent people, or people with differences which could have been worked out in the course of principled ideological struggle, were wrongly killed. My emphasis. Unfortunately, people who were wrongly killed are just as dead as those killed rightly. When Stalin was alive, all were indiscriminately dubbed counter-revolutionary and summarily executed. Those who now deplore such secondary errors were among the first to applaud Stalin's frightful atrocities as evidence of his not being derelict in defense of the Soviet state. Who now is to decide which were the innocent and which the guilty? Who is to judge? As an aftermath of Khrushchev's 20th Congress speech on the Stalin cult, a few of the wrongly killed were rehabilitated and a few of Stalin's crimes were disclosed. A few more rehabilitations and disclosures at the 22nd Congress. Instead of pressing for a full disclosure of all the facts of Stalin's crimes and the rehabilitation of all of Stalin's victims, the Maoists demand that Khrushchev call a halt to the attack on Stalin. Under compulsion to settle accounts with their own Stalinist past, the authors of the POM statement present us with a Baudelarized condensation of the history of the American Communist Party. We are informed that the PUSA was cursed with revisionism from its very inception. We are further enlightened by the assertion that the one golden era of the American CP was the period following the expulsion of the Lovestoneite leadership in 1929, encompassing the early years of the Great Depression. In the entire history of the CP, one doughty warrior against revisionism is singled out for special commendation: William Z. Foster. To buttress this contention, a companion piece to the POM statement appears in the winter issue of Marxist-Leninist Quarterly, a eulogy of Foster on the occasion of the 80th anniversary of his birth, written by one Fred Carlyle. The POM. 507. Message to the American working class urging the need for a revolutionary theory is thus simplified: on the international arena, back to Stalin. On the American scene, back to Foster. Before proceeding further, we must comment on the outrageous jargon that is the hallmark of Stalinism and which has now been spiced by the turbid Maoism of the Chinese. Words which had previously been endowed with a precise definition in the Marxist vocabulary have been transformed into verbal abstractions capable, as the occasion demands, of being invested with the most diverse meanings. The term revisionism is a case in point. To Marxists, revisionism has been associated with the name of its most prominent advocate, Edward Bernstein, author of a book entitled Evolutionary Socialism. Bernstein's attempt to divest Marxism of its revolutionary content was designed to provide theoretical justification for the adaptation to capitalist parliamentarism of the right-wing bureaucracy, especially the trade union bureaucrats, who became a power in the Second, Socialist, International during the prolonged period of imperialist expansion and prosperity in the latter part of the 19th century up to the outbreak of World War. The classic manifestation of revisionism was known as Millerandism, after Alexander Millerand, a French lawyer and socialist deputy in Parliament who in 1898 accepted an appointment as Minister of Commerce in the cabinet of the capitalist government. Millerandism became synonymous with parliamentary coalitionism. Millerand was the first socialist to accept a ministerial portfolio in a capitalist government. His action engendered heated debate in the socialist movement of that time, which was divided into right, left and center. The left wing rejected coalitionism as a betrayal of socialism. The right wing chided Millerand only because he had not consulted the party. The center, trotsky, introduced a motion at the International Congress held in Paris, in 1900, typical of centrist straddling, allowing that socialists might, as an exceptional measure of a temporary kind, enter a bourgeois government, but implicitly condemning Millerand by saying that such action must be approved by the party. This compromise paved the way for the later coalition policy of the social democracy during and after the outbreak of the First World War. The lessons of the struggle in the Second International against coalitionism constituted an important ingredient influencing Lenin's views on the nature of the Revolutionary Socialist Party. Later, with the formation of the Third, Communist, International, a conscious and deliberate barrier was erected against the infiltration of reformist socialist and centrist muddleheads by the imposition at the Second Congress in 1920 of the 21 conditions for affiliation. 508-6. The People's Front variety. In the heyday of Stalinism, coalitionism was dignified by the name People's Front and was consecrated as the official policy of all sections of the Communist International at the Seventh World Congress in 1935. Lenin considered coalitionism a betrayal of socialism and fought against it the whole of his political life. To him it was the epitome of revisionism, and he wrote his polemical work, State and Revolution, as a refutation of the parliamentary cretinism of the coalitionists, and in the process elaborated and refined the revolutionary essence of Marxism. Upon his return to Russia in April 1917, Lenin threatened to split with those Bolsheviks, including Stalin, who favored participation with the Mensheviks in the coalition government established after the February Revolution. One question: do the Marxist-Leninists of POM consider People's Frontism, the most odious form of coalitionism, as revisionist? They don't say. However, they do extol William Z. Foster as the best of the fighters against the revisionism of the American CP, Foster, who preached and practiced People's Front coalition politics to the day of his death. And what of Mao? Can they find anywhere in his voluminous writings a forthright condemnation of People's Frontism? I don't think so. In China, coalitionism was first imposed by Stalin in the Revolution of 1926-27. It there took the form of the Stalin-Bukharin formula of the block of four classes, under which the Chinese Communist Party was subordinated to the rule of Chiang Kai-shek's Kuomintang. Under this formula, the Chinese workers and peasants were first disarmed and then butchered by the troops of Stalin's erstwhile ally, Chiang Kai-shek. As a result of this experience, Chen Tusiu, then leader of the CPC, broke with Stalinism along with a number of other prominent leaders, all of whom were expelled from the Stalin turn as counter-revolutionists. It was only after the Seventh World Congress of the CI enthroned the People's Front as the prevailing universal truth of Marxism-Leninism that Mao Zedong was elevated to the position of party leader. The dialectic of revisionism. According to the Maoist dialectic, in which everything, including theory, divides into not three or four but exactly in two, the tendencies in the world socialist movement are neatly separated into two compartments, revisionism and Marxist-Leninism. Revisionism is elevated to the status of an abstract category. 509. In which the term assumes a generic character in which is subsumed all that is not accorded the sovereign title of Marxism-Leninism. Reformism, sectarianism, dogmatism, opportunism, ultra-leftism, each or all are included or may be inferred in the general term. What is revisionism today can become Marxist-Leninism tomorrow and vice versa. It has become, par excellence, a cult term. Only the initiates who are privy to the thought of the cult leader can be sure of what it means at any given moment. Instead of a precise word defining a specific tendency, it has been transformed into an epithet to smite those bold or foolhardy enough to question or disagree with the latest revelation of the leader. From time to time differences of interpretation may arise between even the most devoted disciples that might lead to serious doctrinal disputations. The system cries out for a final arbiter around whom must be draped the aura of infallibility. Just as the Catholic Church requires its Pope to interpret Holy Scripture, so does every bureaucratic formation in the labor movement require its Pope to resolve disputes that arise as a result of the inevitable conflict of interest between individuals and groups within the bureaucracy. To submit such disputes to the democratic process of discussion and action by the masses would endanger the existence of the bureaucracy as a whole. The bureaucrats fear this course as the devil fears holy water. With the hothouse growth of the Soviet bureaucracy after Lenin's death, Stalin was elevated to the position of supreme arbiter of the parvenu bureaucratic caste and invested with the divine afflatus of infallibility. In this sense the Chinese are correct in twitting Khrushchev about his indiscretion in seeking to place sole blame on Stalin for the crimes committed during his reign. There is, however, method to Khrushchev's madness. His condemnation of the cult of the personality is calculated to absolve the bureaucracy of all responsibility for Stalin's crimes. His task is greatly facilitated by the fact that once the supreme arbiter is firmly ensconced upon this lofty perch, the illusion is created that the personality has achieved complete independence from the bureaucratic machine that created him, and that it is the man who manipulates and rules over the machine instead of the other way around. Khrushchev attacks the cult of the personality in order to conceal the ugly visage of the cult of the bureaucracy which continues to rule as before. Let us scrutinize, in the light of this brief historical review, the tendentious analysis of the Marxist-Leninists of POM of what went wrong with the American CP, when it happened, and what to do about it. From the earliest days of the 510-6 communist movement in the United States to the present, we are informed, revisionism and its political manifestation, class collaboration, has been the chronic weakness. Not so. While the POM theoreticians are prone to use the term revisionism in the generic sense indicated above, In this instance they define its concrete political manifestation as class collaboration. In the earliest days of the American CP, class collaboration was decidedly not its chronic weakness. In the period following the Russian Revolution of 1917, the dividing line between the various tendencies in the socialist movement on an international scale was their attitude toward the October Revolution. The revisionists who preached and practiced the doctrine of class collaboration were solidly lined up in hostile antagonism to the Bolshevik Revolution. The earliest CPs, both in this country and abroad, were formed almost without exception out of splits over this question in the various parties of the social democracy. In this country the several communist parties were established as a result of a split in the American Socialist Party led by the left wing. The left wing split off from the SP, together with the foreign language federations, comprised the cadres of communism, which then split into contending parties, each seeking recognition from the Communist International. Disease of ultraleftism. The basic weakness was not class collaboration but ultraleftism. The tendency toward ultraleftism was not at all peculiar to this country but was a malady that afflicted a number of the early communist groups in Europe. In fact, it was precisely against this disease that Lenin polemicized in his now famous pamphlet, Ultraleftism, an Infantile Disorder. Class collaborationists were not welcome in the Communist International of Lenin's and Trotsky's day. But let's proceed with our perusal of the POM statement for a clue to this Baudelarized version of history. After the expulsion in 1929 of Lovestone, we are told, the party developed a militant pragmatic approach which appealed to workers during the Depression and produced a mass base for the CP. In the article by Carlyle, eulogizing Foster, we are instructed that, during the 1929-33 years of deepest crisis, the American CP came closer to being a correct Marxist-Leninist program for the US than anything that had been developed during the past 70 years. This is incredible. The years singled out for special approbation by POM encompass what has gone down in history as the Third Period. The Sixth World Congress of the CI was held in 1928 under the aegis of the Stalin-Bukharin Bloc. 511. Bukharin headed the right-wing tendency in the CPSU, which included such prominent leaders as Tomsky and Rykov. For the whole period prior to 1928 the Stalin bureaucracy proceeded on the Bukharin formula of a casual romp to socialism in which socialism would be established at a snail's pace. The slogan at the time was, "Kulak, enrich thyself." The left opposition, under the leadership of Leon Trotsky, had repeatedly warned that the differentiation among the peasantry in the villages under the Stalin-Bukharin policy was strengthening the grip of the kulak, rich peasants, on the peasant economy and solidifying their political control over the middle and poor peasantry. The program of the left opposition presented an extensive criticism of the Stalin-Bukharin line and elaborated an alternative program of planned industrialization in the economic sphere and a restoration of workers' democracy in the Soviets and the party. Needless to say, the program of the left opposition was suppressed and the adherents of the opposition were slandered, expelled, jailed, and, in Trotsky's case, exiled from the Soviet Union. This did not forestall the development of the crisis predicted by the left opposition. It erupted soon after the Sixth Congress when the kulaks engineered a strike against the Soviet government which threatened to starve the cities into submission and brought the Soviet regime to the very brink of disaster. Recoiling in panic from the specter of capitalist restoration spearheaded by the kulaks, Stalin responded with a sharp thumb to the left. In startling contrast to the previous line, Stalin decreed the immediate liquidation of the kulaks, the forced march to collectivization and the first of his series of 5-year plans of rapid industrialization. These edicts were carried out in an atmosphere of virtual civil war. The Stalin-Bukharin program adopted at the Sixth Congress was quickly jettisoned. Stalin broke with Bukharin, who was retired in disgrace, and proceeded to purge the Bukharinists from their positions of leadership in the various sections of the Comintern. In this country J. Lovestone was tagged as the scapegoat because he was identified with the Bukharin line. Although commanding a majority at the March 1929 convention of the American CP, Lovestone was summoned to Moscow where he was detained while the Stalin machine engineered a switch in leadership. Characteristic of Stalin's machinations, Foster, who was then the most prominent leader of the CP, was sidetracked, and a political nonentity by the name of Earl Browder was tagged as leader of the CP. Being absolutely dependent on Moscow for his authority, Browder was considered a more pliable instrument of Stalinist manipulation and Foster was shunted aside. Foster never forgave Browder for this humiliation. To buttress his left thumb in the Soviet Union, Stalin proclaimed the advent of the Third Period, which was to herald the end of capitalism on a world scale. In 512-6. The world outside the Soviet Union, the tactics of the Third Period rested on the twin pillars of the theory of social fascism and the united front from below. The theory and practice of social fascism was a patent absurdity. Lenin had previously characterized the reformist social democrats as social chauvinists, or social patriots, etc. His intention thereby was to pillory the reformists as socialist in words, but national chauvinists in deed, or socialist in word, but bourgeois patriots in deed. But what could the epithet social fascism mean? That the Social Democrats were socialist in word and fascist in deed? But the Hitlerite fascists aimed at destroying the Social Democrats by smashing the independent unions upon which they were based, and made no bones about it. Germany was the major arena in which the battle was to be fought out. According to the theory of social fascism, the social democracy, which commanded the support of the majority of the German working class, was the main enemy. The Third Period tactic of the united front from below was another of Stalin's unique contributions which wreaked havoc in the world labor movement. The tactic of the united front was worked out and codified at the Third World Congress of the CI, which convened in Moscow from June 22 to July 12, 1921. Contrary to the hopes and expectations of the Bolsheviks, the post-war wave of revolutionary action subsided after a number of serious defeats. The slogan advanced after the October Revolution of the conquest of power, was amended because of the change in the objective situation. The Comintern modification was summed up in the slogan "the conquest of the masses." That is, to win for the communist parties the allegiance of a decisive section of the working class in preparation for the next revolutionary wave. The Social Democrats still commanded the support of a considerable section of the European working class. The tactic of the United Front was designed to unite the workers in action against capitalist reaction and for the defense of their interests. The tactic was devised to compel the leaders of the social democracy to enter united front actions on concrete issues in defense of the interests of the working class as a whole. In the process of such actions, it was considered that the non-communist workers would be won over to the communist parties as they became convinced of the treacherous nature of their reformist leaders. To forestall the expected attempt of the Social Democrats to limit and derail the united front actions, it was insisted that each organization maintain its independence. As Lenin phrased it, "We march separately but strike together." Stalin took this concept and gave it his own twist, which converted it into its opposite. If the social democracy and fascism were twins, as he insisted, a united front agreement with the leaders became impossible. To get around this dilemma, Stalin concocted the united front from below. That is, the workers. 513. Adhering to the parties of the social democracy were called upon to break with their leaders and join in actions organized and led by the communist parties. But if they were prepared to go that far, why bother about applying the circuitous tactic of the united front? It didn't make sense. The result was that there was no united front at all. On the contrary, in the name of the united front from below, the Stalinists proceeded to split the labor movement down the middle. American version of Third Period. In this country, and others, the Third Period lunacy became a hideous caricature. Worker militants, members of the Communist Party together with their supporters, were yanked out of the existing trade unions and herded into pure revolutionary paper organizations under the leadership of the CP acting through the front of the Trade Union Unity League. The trade union bureaucrats were tickled pink. At one fell swoop they had gotten rid of their most militant opposition elements. Needless to say, the paper unions of the TUUL were 100% revolutionary, and 100% are impotent. In this country the third period idiocy made little difference one way or another. It was in Germany, the key to the whole international situation, that it exacted a heavy toll. By splitting the organized German working class, the theory of social fascism and the tactic of the united front from below, paved the way for Hitler's march to power. So complete was the demoralization of the German workers that Hitler's horde seized the power without a struggle. The victory of Hitler in Germany marked the end of the so-called Third Period. It led to a sharp rightward swing in which the united front from below was transmuted into the People's Front at the Seventh World Congress of the CI in 1935. If anything, the People's Front line was an even crasser mutilation of Lenin's united front tactic. Third period Stalinism can be aptly characterized as infantile leftism gone berserk. And it is this aberration that POM now advocates as a model for building a new Marxist-Leninist revolutionary communist movement in this country. This, they contend, was the heroic period of the American CP. This view goes far to explain the pronounced tendency toward irresponsible adventurism which characterizes their activity. You can never give birth to a movement, progressive or otherwise, by propounding and following a course of infantile leftism, but you can spawn a numerous crop of victims, which is just about what the Stalinist third period line accomplished. The POM statement, cited above, attributes the development by the American CP of its third period line to militant pragmatism. I must confess that 514.6. The distinction between militant pragmatism and the non-militant variety, as philosophical categories, eludes me. The implication is that under the leadership of Foster, the American CP arrived at their line independent of the Kremlin. Unfortunately for the authors of the statement, Foster says otherwise. In his History of the Communist Party, published in 1952, Foster relates that during a discussion in the CR on the American question, following the March 1929 convention, Stalin criticized both the majority Lovestone and the minority Foster for their fundamental error in exaggerating the specific features of American imperialism. It would be wrong, the Kremlin sage observed, to ignore the specific peculiarities of American capitalism. The Communist Party in its work must take them into account. But, he quickly added, it would be still more wrong to base the activities of the Communist Party on these specific features, since the foundation of the activities of every Communist Party, including the American Communist Party, on which it must base itself, must be the general features of capitalism, which are the same for all countries, and not its specific features in any given country. Under this formula, Stalin cemented his monolithic control over all sections of the ER. Policy originated in Moscow. And woe betide those who pleaded specific peculiarities to warrant an exception being made for their own section. From then on every twist and turn in Kremlin policy was religiously echoed in every section throughout the world, special national peculiarities to the contrary notwithstanding. Foster got the message. When it came to twisting in conformity with the latest edict from Stalin, he was without a peer. This earned for him in the radical movement the appellation, William Zigzag Foster. This is the peerless fighter against revisionism whom the POM statement commends to, young radicals who can learn from and emulate the devotion to the working class and socialism of such outstanding communists as William Z. Foster. Page from CP History. In his panegyric on Foster, the self-avowed Marxist-Leninist, Fred Carlyle, explains that the main authority upon whom he relies for an evaluation of Foster is Foster himself. He neglects to add that whole sections of his eulogy were lifted bodily from Foster's History of the Communist Party, for which the original author is not credited. Foster's historical analyses of these struggles, Carlyle affirms, are quite helpful, being more accurate and objective than other avail. 515. Able sources. Irony itself stands disarmed before such monumental naivete. At any rate, among the many examples of Carlyle's historical scholarship, we select one which raises an important question: Lenin's concept of democratic centralism as contrasted with that of Stalin. Foster. In 1928-11 we are enlightened, James P. Cannon was expelled from the CP for supporting Trotsky's left deviationist doctrine. Upon his return from the Sixth World Congress of the Comintern, which had turned down an appeal from Trotsky in exile, Cannon began clandestinely distributing Trotskyite materials. Though Cannon had been a member of their group, Foster and Biddleman preferred the charges against him of disseminating Trotskyite propaganda, advocating withdrawal from existing trade unions, abandoning the United Front and fomenting disruption. Eventually about 100 of Cannon's followers were also expelled and, under Cannon's leadership, formed an opposition league which later became the Socialist Workers' Party, affiliated to the Fourth International. The charge of clandestinely circulating Trotskyite materials is supposed to convey the impression that Cannon was engaged in some sneaky, underhanded, criminal activity, warranting the most drastic penalty. Precisely what was the nature of this contraband which the sly Cannon was clandestinely distributing to leaders and members of the American CP? The slander that it consisted of propaganda advocating withdrawal from the existing trade unions, and abandoning the United Front, etc., characteristic of the Stalin-Foster Third Period insanity, is downright ludicrous. The materials actually consisted of Trotsky's article, Criticism of the Draft Program, which had been presented for the consideration of the delegates to the Sixth World Congress and which they were bureaucratically deprived of reading because it was suppressed by the Stalin-Bukharin machine. The article, which came into Cannon's possession through accident, was later published serially in the first issues of The Militant, then the American organ of the left opposition. Does our learned historian even bother to ask himself the question why Cannon found it necessary to distribute such materials clandestinely? Cannon was a member of the top political committee of the CP, he had gone to Moscow as a delegate of the American CP to the Sixth Congress. Wasn't he entitled to submit whatever materials he possessed pertinent to the decisions of that Congress in a discussion presumably called for that express purpose? But, no. By that time the Stalin pogrom against trotskyism raged throughout the communist movement. Trotsky's views were distorted, mutilated, or suppressed by the Stalin bureaucracy. The most effective theoretical weapon in the arsenal of the 516-6 bureaucracy was the mailed fist, and they wielded it with abandon. And all of this, of course, in the name of democratic centralism. A deadly affliction. As he did with so many of Lenin's contributions, Stalin twisted the Leninist concept of democratic centralism into its opposite, bureaucratic centralism. Under Lenin's concept of democratic centralism, as practiced in his lifetime, all a minority was obliged to do was to accept the decisions of the majority after democratic discussion and debate, leaving to the unfolding events to determine who was right and who wrong. Stalin gave this concept just one little twist and converted it into bureaucratic law that a minority must agree with the majority. It is a psychological impossibility to expunge from one's head views, opinions, and thoughts which might be at variance with the views, opinions, and thoughts of others. The practice of bureaucratic centralism inevitably led to the obscene spectacle of individuals driven to public confession of their errors in order to avoid summary expulsion or worse. All of this was embellished and dignified under the heading of self-criticism which, as practiced by Stalinism, could be more accurately defined as self-flagellation. Trotsky once aptly characterized Stalinism as the syphilis of the labor movement. To urge upon the American workers a return to Stalin-Foster is to counsel a course which could only induce an aggravated case of locomotor ataxia. And that is one affliction we would not wish on our worst enemies. 5. Don't Strangle the Party 20, 1966-67. James P. Cannon. 517. Editor's note: these concluding items, unpublished in Cannon's lifetime, were gathered together, with introductory editorial comments and footnotes, by George Brightman, and published as a pamphlet by the Fourth Internationalist Tendency in 1983. 1. Don't try to enforce a non-existent law. February 8, 1966. For NC majority only. To the Secretariat. Dear Comrades, I feel rather uneasy about the circular letter from Tom Carey dated January 28, enclosing a copy of Larry T. Rayner's letter of Jan. 15 and Ames Swaybeck's letter of January 7 addressed to Larry and his letter of December 14 addressed to Rosemary and Doug Gordon, and also the circular of LA announcing his decision to join the PLP Progressive Labor Party, which I had already seen locally. The Swaybeck letter and the Clara K document, which I had previously received, make serious criticisms of the party and youth actions at the Washington Thanksgiving Conference, 21, and make a number of other serious, and even fundamental, criticisms of party policy and action in general. The problem, as I see it, is how to deal effectively with these challenges and how to aid the education of the party and the youth in the process, in the light of our tradition and experience over a period of more than 37 years since the left opposition in this country began its work under the guidance of Trotsky. One might well include the first 10 years of American communism before that, from which I, at least, learned and remember a lot from doing things the wrong way. Larry's letter of January 15 suggesting disciplinary action, and Tom's letter of January 28 informing us that the political committee has put the question of discipline on the plenum agenda, are, in my opinion, the wrong way. Probably the hardest lesson I had to learn from Trotsky, after 10 years of bad schooling through the Communist Party faction fights, was to let organizational questions wait until the political questions at issue were fully clarified, not only in the National Committee but also in the ranks of the party. It is no exaggeration, but the full and final truth, that our party owes its very existence today to the fact that some of us learned this hard lesson and learned also how to apply it in practice. From that point of view, in my opinion, the impending plenum should be conceived of as a school for the education and clarification of the party on the political issues involved in the new disputes, most of which grew out of earlier disputes with some new trimmings and absurdities. This aim will be best served if the attacks and criticisms are answered point by point in an atmosphere free from poisonous personal recriminations and venomous threats of organization discipline. Our young comrades need above all to learn, and this is the best, in fact the only way, for them to learn what they need to know about the new disputes. They don't know it all yet. The fact that some of them probably think they already know everything, only makes it more advisable to turn the plenum sessions into a school with questions and answers freely and patiently passed back and forth. The classic example for all time, in this matter of conducting political disputes for the education of the cotters, is set forth in the two books which grew out of the fundamental conflict with the petty bourgeois opposition in 1939. 40.22 I think these books, 26 years after, are still fresh and alive because they attempt to answer and clarify all important questions involved in the dispute, and leave discipline and organizational measures aside for later consideration. Compared to the systematic, organized violation of normal disciplinary regulations and procedures committed by the petty bourgeois opposition in that fight, the irregularities of Kirk Richard Fraser and Swaybeck resemble juvenile pranks. Nevertheless, Trotsky insisted from the beginning that all proposals, or even talk or threats, of disciplinary action be left aside until the political disputes were clarified and settled. The party was reborn and re-educated in that historic struggle, and equipped to stand up in the hard days that were to follow, precisely because that policy was followed. As for disciplinary action suggested in Larry's letter, and at least intimated in the action of the political committee in putting this matter on the agenda of the plenum, I don't even think we have much of a case in the present instance. Are we going to discipline two members of the National Committee for circulating their criticisms outside the committee itself? There is absolutely no party law or precedent for such action, and we will run into all kinds of trouble in the party ranks, and the international, if we try this kind of experiment for the first time. We have always thought proper and responsible procedure required that party leaders confine their differences and criticisms within the National Committee until a full discussion could be had at a plenum, and a discussion in the party formally authorized. But it never worked with irresponsible people and it never will, and this kind of trouble can't be cured by discipline. In the first 5 years of the left opposition, Schachtman and Ahem took every dispute in the committee, large or small, into the New York branch with unlimited discussion and denunciation of the committee majority by an assorted collection of articulate screwballs who would make the present critics of the party policy, from one end of the country to the other, appear in comparison as well-mannered pupils in a Sunday school. There was nothing to do about it but fight it out. Any kind of disciplinary action would have provoked a split which couldn't be explained and justified before the radical public. To my recollection, there has never been a time in our 37-year history when a critical opposition waited very long to circulate their ideas outside the committee ranks, despite our explanation that such conduct was improper and irresponsible. We educated and hardened our cadre over the years and decades by meeting all critics and opponents politically and educating those who were educ able. I will add to the previously cited examples of the fight with the petty bourgeois opposition two minor examples. 526. 1. Right after our trial in Minneapolis in 1941, the well-known Grandizo Muniz blasted our conduct at the trial as lacking in proud valor, capitulating to legalism, and all other crimes and dirty tricks. I answered Muniz by taking up his criticisms point by point and answering them without equivocation or evasion. Muniz's letter and my answer, some of you will remember, was published in a pamphlet on defense policy in the Minneapolis trial, so that all party members and others who might be interested could hear both sides and judge for themselves. That pamphlet was published 24 years ago, and I personally have never since heard a peep out of anybody in criticism of our conduct at the trial. On the contrary, my testimony Socialism on Trial has been printed and reprinted a number of times in a number of editions and, as I understand it, has always been the most popular pamphlet of the party. 23-2. I notice that the YSA has just recently published, in an internal discussion bulletin, my two speeches at the 1948 plenum on the Wallace Progressive Party and our 1948 election campaign. 24. The circumstances surrounding these speeches have pertinence to the impending plenum. No sooner had the Wallace candidacy been announced on a Progressive Party ticket than Swaybeck in Chicago, consulting with himself, decided that this was the long-awaited Labor Party and that we had to jump into it with both feet. Without waiting for the plenum, or even for the political committee, to discuss the question and formulate a position, he hastily lined up Mike Bartell and Manny Trubovich and the local executive committee, and from that, quick as a wink, the entire Chicago branch to support the candidacy of Wallace and get into the Progressive Party on the ground floor. There was also strong sympathy for this policy in Los Angeles, Buffalo, Youngstown, and other branches of the party. The discussion at the plenum should be studied in light of these circumstances. My two speeches were devoted, from beginning to end, to a political analysis of the problem and a point-by-point answer to every objection raised by Swaybeck and other critics. It is worth noting, by those who are willing to learn from past experiences, that Swaybeck's irresponsible action and violation of what Larry refers to as committee discipline were not mentioned once. There was a reason for the omission, although such conduct was just as much an irritation then as now. The reason for the omission was that we wanted to devote all attention at the plenum to the fundamental political problems involved and the political lessons to be learned from the dispute. My speeches, as well as remarks of other comrades at the plenum, had the result of convincing the great majority present and even shaking the confidence of the opponents in their own position. By the time we got to the National Convention a few months later, the party was solidly united and convinced that the nomination of our own ticket in 1948 was the correct thing to do. Committee discipline follows from conviction and a sense of responsibility. It cannot be imposed by party law or threats. I have said before that in more than 37 years of our independent history we have never tried to enforce such discipline. There was such a law, however, or at least a mutual understanding to this effect, in the Communist Party during the period of my incubation there. But what was the result in practice? Formally, all discussion and happenings in the political committee and in the plenum were secret, sealed with 7 seals. In practice, before any meeting was 24 hours old, the partisans of the different factions had full reports on secret onion skin paper circulated throughout the party. Even the ultra-discipline of the Communist Party never disciplined anybody for these surreptitious operations. It would be too bad if the SWP suddenly decided to get tougher than the Communist Party and try to enforce a non-existent law, which can't be enforced without creating all kinds of discontent and disruption, to say nothing of blurring the serious political disputes which have to be discussed and clarified for the education of the party ranks. I would like copies of this letter to be made available to National Committee members who received Tom's letter of January 28. Fraternally. James P. Cannon. 2 reasons for the survival of the SWP and for its new vitality in the 1960s. The party that we represent here had its origin 38 years ago next month when I and Martin Auburn and Max Schachtman, all members of the National Committee of the Communist Party, were expelled because we insisted upon supporting Trotsky and the Russian opposition in the International. 522-6. Discussion. It seems remarkable, in view of the death rate of organizations that we have noted over the years, that this party still shows signs of youth. That is the hallmark of a living movement, its capacity to attract the young. Many attempts at creating different kinds of radical organizations have foundered, withered away, over that problem. The old-timers stuck around but new blood didn't come in. The organizations, one by one, either died or just withered away on the vine, which is probably a worse fate than death. In my opinion, there are certain reasons for the survival of our movement and for the indications of a new surge of vitality in it. I'll enumerate some of the more important reasons which account for this. Internationalism and the SWP. First of all, and above all, we recognized 38 years ago that in the modem world it is impossible to organize a revolutionary party in one country. All the problems of the different nations of the world are so intertwined today that they cannot be solved with a national policy alone. The latest to experience the truth of that dictum is Lyndon B. Johnson. He's trying to solve the problems of American foreign policy with Texas-style arm-twisting politics. It does not work. We decided we would be internationalists first, last, and all the time, and that we would not try to build a purely American party with American ideas, because American ideas are very scarce in the realm of creative politics. By becoming part of an international movement, and thereby participating in international collaboration, and getting the benefit of the ideas and experiences of others in other countries, as well as contributing our ideas to them, that we would have a better chance to create a viable revolutionary movement in this country. I think that holds true today more than ever. A party that is not internationalist is out of date very sadly and is doomed utterly. I don't know if our younger comrades have fully assimilated that basic, fundamental first idea or not. I have the impression at times that they understand it rather perfunctorily, take it for granted, rather than understand it in its essence, that internationalism means, above all, international collaboration. The affairs, the difficulties, the disputes of every party in the Fourth International must be our concern, as our problems must be their concern. It's not only our right but our duty to participate in all the discussions that arise throughout the International, as well as it is their right and their duty to take part in our discussions and disputes. 523. Our revolutionary continuity. The second reason that I would give for the durability of this party of ours is the fact that we did not pretend to have a new revelation. We were not these men from nowhere whom you see running around the campuses and other places today saying, "We've got to start from scratch. Everything that happened in the past is out the window." On the contrary, we solemnly based ourselves on the continuity of the revolutionary movement. On being expelled from the Communist Party, we did not become anti-communist. On the contrary, we said we are the true representatives of the best traditions of the Communist Party. If you read current literature, you'll see that we are the only ones who defend the first 10 years of American communism. The official leaders of the Communist Party don't want to talk about it at all. Yet those were 10 rich and fruitful years which we had behind us when we started the Trotskyist movement in this country. Before that, some of us had about 10 years of experience in the IWW and Socialist Party, and in various class struggle activities around the country. We said that we were the heirs of the IWW and the Socialist Party, all that was good and valid and revolutionary in them. We honor the Knights of Labor and the Haymarket Martyrs. We're not Johnny-come-latelys at all. We're continuators. We even go back further than that. We go back to the Communist Manifesto of 1848, and to Marx and Engels, the authors of that document, and their other writings. We go back to the Paris Commune of 1871 and the Russian Revolution of 1917. We go back to Lenin and Trotsky, and to the struggle of the left opposition in the Russian Soviet Party and in the Comintern. We said, we are the continuators. And we really were. We were in dead earnest about it, and we were very active from the very beginning. This is one of the marks of a group, however small, that has confidence in itself. We engaged in polemics against all other pretenders to leadership of the American working class, first of all the Stalinists, and the reformist Social Democrats, and the labor skates, and anybody else who had some quack medicine to cure the troubles of working people. Polemics are the mark of a revolutionary party. A party that is too nice to engage in what some call bickering, criticizing, is too damn nice to live very long in the whirlpool of politics. Politics is even worse than baseball, in that respect. Leo Durocher, who had a bad reputation but who carried the New York Giants to a championship of the National League and then to the World Championship over the Cleveland Indians, explained this fact in the title of an article he wrote, "Nice Guys Finish Last." That's true in politics as well as in baseball. If we disagree with other people, we have to say so. We have to make it clear why we disagree so that inquiring young people, looking for an organization to 524-6 represent their aspirations and ideals, will know the difference between one party and another. Nothing is worse than muddying up differences when they concern fundamental questions. Working class orientation. Another reason for the survival of our movement through the early hard period was our orientation. Being Marxists, our orientation was always toward the working class and to the working class organizations. It never entered our minds in those days to think you could overthrow capitalism over the head of the working class. Marxism had taught us that the great service capitalism has rendered to humanity has been to increase the productivity of society and, at the same time, to create a working class which would have the interest and the power to overthrow capitalism. In creating this million-headed wage working class, Marx said, capitalism has created its own grave diggers. We saw it as the task of revolutionists to orient our activity, our agitation, and our propaganda to the working class of this country. Putting theory into action. Another reason for our exceptional durability was that we did not merely study the books and learn the formulas. Many people have done that, and that's all they've done, and they might as well have stayed home. Trotsky remarked more than once, in the early days, about some people who play with ideas in our international movement. He said, they have understood all the formulas and they can repeat them by rote, but they haven't got them in their flesh and blood, so it doesn't count. When you get the formulas of Marxism in your flesh and blood, that means you have an irresistible impulse and drive to put theory into action. As Engels said to the sectarian socialists in the United States in the 19th century, our theory is not a dogma but a guide to action. One who studies the theory of Marxism and doesn't do anything to try to put it into action among the working class might as well have stayed in bed. We were not that type. We came out of the experiences of the past, but we were activists as well as students of Marxism. 525. The capacity to learn. One more reason for our survival, one factor working in our favor was our modesty. Modesty is the precondition for learning. If you know it all to start with, you can't learn any more. We were brought to the painful realization in 1928 that there were a lot of things we didn't know, after all of our experiences and study. New problems and new complications which had arisen in the Soviet Union and in the international movement required that we go to school again. And to go to school with the best teachers, the leaders of the Russian Revolution. After 20 years of experience in the American movement and in the Comintern, we put ourselves to school and tried to learn from the great leaders who had made the only successful revolution in the history of the working class. We had to learn, also, how to think and to take time to think. We believed in a party of disciplined action, but disciplined activity alone does not characterize only the revolutionist. Other groups, such as the fascists, have that quality. The Stalinists have disciplined action. Disciplined action directed by clear thinking distinguishes the revolutionary Marxist party. Thinking is a form of action. In the early days of our movement we had a great deal of discussion, not all of it pleasant to hear, but out of which came some clarification. We had to learn to be patient and listen and, out of the discussion, to formulate our policy and our program. Those were the qualities of our movement in the first years of our almost total isolation that enabled us to survive. We had confidence in the American working class and we oriented toward it. When the American working class began to move in the mid-30s, we had formulated our program of action, and we were in the midst of the class, and we began to grow. In some years, we grew rather rapidly. Internal democracy within the SWP. Not the least of our reasons for remaining alive for 38 years, and growing a little, and now being in a position to capitalize on new opportunities, was the flexible democracy of our party. We never tried to settle differences of opinion by suppression. Free discussion, not every day in the week but at stated regular times, with full guarantees for the minority, is a necessary condition for the health and strength of an organization such as ours. There's no guarantee that factionalism won't get out of hand. I don't want to be an advocate of factionalism, unless anybody picks on me and runs the 526-6 party the wrong way and doesn't want to give me a chance to protest about it. The general experience of the international movement has shown that excesses of factionalism can be very dangerous and destructive to a party. In my book, The First 10 Years of American Communism, 25, I put all the necessary emphasis on the negative side of the factional struggles which became unprincipled. But on the other hand, if a party can live year after year without any factional disturbances, it may not be a sign of health, it may be a sign that the party's asleep, that it's not a real live party. In a live party, you have differences of appraisal, and so on. But that's a sign of life. The new left of the 1960s. You have now a new phenomenon in the American radical movement which I hear is called the New Left. This is a broad title given to an assemblage of people who state they don't like the situation the way it is and something ought to be done about it, but we mustn't take anything from the experiences of the past, nothing from the old left or any of its ideas or traditions are any good. What's the future going to be? Well, that's not so clear either. Let's think about that. What do you do now? I don't know. Something ought to be done. That's a fair description of this amorphous new left which is written about so much and with which we have to contend. We know where we come from. We intend to maintain our continuity. We know that we are part of the world, and that we have to belong to an international movement and get the benefits of association and discussion with co-thinkers throughout the world. We have a definite orientation, whereas the New Left says the working class is dead. The working class was crossed off by the wiseacres in the 20s. There was a long boom in the 1920s. The workers not only didn't gain any victories, they lost ground. The trade unions actually declined in number. In all the basic industries, where you now see great flourishing industrial unions, the auto workers, aircraft, steel, rubber, electrical, transportation, maritime, the unions did not exist, just a scattering here and there. There were company unions in all these big basic industries, run by the boss's stooges. The workers were entitled to belong to these company unions as long as they did what the stooges told them to do. It took a semi-revolutionary uprising in the mid-30s to break that up and install real unions. 25 footnote by Brightman, reprinted by Pathfinder Press, 1973. 527. There were a lot of wiseacres who crossed off the American working class and said, "That's Marx's fundamental mistake. He thinks the working class can make a revolution and emancipate itself. And he's dead wrong. Just look at them." They didn't say who would make the revolution if the workers didn't do it, just like the new leftists today don't give us any precise description of what power will transform society. People who said such things in the 1920s were proved to be wrong, and those who say the same things about the working class today will be proved to be wrong. We will maintain our orientation toward the working class and to its organized section in particular. I hope that our party and our youth movement will not only continue but will intensify and develop its capacity for polemics against all pretenders to leadership of the coming radicalization of the American workers. Above all, I hope our party and our youth movement will continue to learn and to grow. That's the condition for survival as a revolutionary party. I don't merely get impatient with Johnny-come-latelys who just arrived from nowhere and announce that they know it all. I get impatient even with old-timers who think they have nothing more to learn. The world is changing. New problems arise, new complexities, new complications confront the revolutionary movement at every step. The condition for effective political leadership is that the leaders themselves continue to learn and to grow. That means, not to lose their modesty altogether. The importance of the individual. I'd like to add one more point. The question is raised very often, what can one person do? The urgency of the situation in the world is pretty widely recognized outside of our ranks. The urgency of the whole social problem has been magnified a million times by the development of nuclear weapons, and by the capacity of these inventions and discoveries to destroy all life on Earth. Not merely a single city like Hiroshima or Nagasaki, but capable of destroying all life on Earth. And it's in the hands of reckless and irresponsible people. It's got to be taken away from them, and it cannot be done otherwise except by revolution. What can one single person do in this terribly urgent situation? I heard a program on television a short while ago, an interview with Bertrand Russell, the British philosopher, former pacifist, fighter against nuclear war. He's not a revolutionary Marxist but is an absolutely dedicated opponent of nuclear war and a prophet of the calamity such a war will bring. He was asked, what are the chances, in your opinion, of preventing a nuclear war that might destroy all life? 528-6. On Earth. He said, the odds are 4-6 against us. He was then asked, how would you raise the odds of being able to prevent a nuclear war? He answered, I don't know anything to do except keep on fighting to try to change the odds. Now suppose as a result of all the protests and the activity of ourselves and other people, we change the odds to 50-50. Then you have a scale, evenly balanced, where just a feather can tip it one way or another. If a situation such as that exists, which, in my opinion, is just about the state of affairs in the world today, one person's activity in the revolutionary movement might make the difference. 3. A trend in the wrong direction. November 12, 1966. Copies to Ed Shaw, New York. Gene Simon, Cleveland. Reba Hansen, New York, NY. Dear Reba, this answers your letter of November 2 with which you enclosed a copy of Gene Simon's letter of October 12. I was surprised and concerned by Gene's proposals to change the constitutional provisions providing for an independent control commission elected by the convention, and making it a mere subcommittee of the NC, which would mean in effect a subcommittee of the PC. This would be the de facto liquidation of the control commission as it was originally conceived. As far as I can see, all the new moves and proposals to monkey with the Constitution which has served the party so well in the past, with the aim of tightening centralization, represent a trend in the wrong direction at the present time. The party, and the YSA, is too tight already, and if we go much further along this line we can run the risk of strangling the party to death. As I recall it, the proposal to establish a control commission, separately elected by the convention, originated at the Plenum and Active Workers' Conference in the fall of 1940, following the assassination of the old man. The assassin, as you will recall, gained access to the household in Coyoacán through his relations with a party member. 26. The political committee was then, as it always will be if it functions properly, too busy with political and organizational problems to take time for investigations and security checks on individuals. It was agreed that we need a special body to take care of this work, to investigate rumors and charges and present its findings and recommendations to the National Committee. If party security was one side of the functions of the Control Commission, the other side, no less important, was to provide the maximum assurance that any individual party member, accused or rumored to be unworthy of party membership, could be assured of the fullest investigation and a fair hearing or trial. It was thought that this double purpose could best be served by a body separately elected by the convention, and composed of members of long standing, especially respected by the party for their fairness as well as their devotion. I can recall instances where the Control Commission served the party well in both aspects of this dual function. In one case, a member of the Siemens fraction was expelled by the Los Angeles branch after charges were brought against him by two members of the National Committee of that time. The expelled member appealed to the National Committee and the case was turned over to the Control Commission for investigation. The Control Commission, on which, as I recall, Dobbs was then the PC representative, investigated the whole case, found that the charges lacked substantial proof and recommended the reinstatement of the expelled member. This was done. In another case, a rumor circulated by the Schachtmanites and others outside the party against the integrity of a national office secretarial worker was thoroughly investigated by the Control Commission, which, after taking stenographic testimony from all available sources, declared the rumors unfounded and cleared the accused party member to continue her work. There were other cases in which charges were found after investigation to be substantiated and appropriate action recommended. All these experiences speak convincingly of the need for a separate Control Commission of highly respected comrades to make thorough investigations of every case, without being influenced by personal or partisan prejudice, or pressure from any source, and whose sole function is to examine each case from all sides fairly and justly and report its findings and recommendations. This is the best way, not only to protect the security of the party, but also to respect the rights of the accused in every case. As far as I know, the only criticism that can properly be made of the Control Commission in recent times is that it has not always functioned in this way, with all its members participating, either by presence or correspondence, in all proceedings, and convincing the party that its investigation was thorough and that its findings and recommendations were fair and just. It should be pointed out also that the idea of a Control Commission separately constituted by the convention didn't really originate with us. Like almost everything else we know about the party organizational principles and functions, it came from the Russian Bolsheviks. The Russian party had a separate Control Commission. It might also be pointed out that after the revolution the new government established courts. It provided also for independent trade unions which, as Lenin pointed out in one of the controversies, had the duty even to defend the rights of its members against the government. Of course, all that was changed later when all power was concentrated in the party secretariat, and all the presumably independent institutions were converted into rubber stamps. But we don't want to move in that direction. The forms and methods of the Lenin-Trotsky time are a better guide for us. I am particularly concerned about any possible proposal to weaken the constitutional provision about the absolute right of suspended or expelled members to appeal to the convention. That is clearly and plainly a provision to protect every party member against possible abuse of authority by the National Committee. It should not be abrogated or diluted just to show that we are so damn revolutionary that we make no concessions to bourgeois concepts of checks and balances. The well-known Bill of Rights is a check and balance which I hope will be incorporated, in large part at least, in the Constitution of the Workers' Republic in this country. Our constitutional provision for the right of appeal is also a check and balance. It can help to recommend our party to revolutionary workers as a genuinely democratic organization which guarantees rights as well as imposing responsibilities, and thus make it more appealing to them. I believe that these considerations have more weight now than ever before in the 38-year history of our party. In the present political climate and with the present changing composition of the party, democratic centralism must be applied flexibly. At least 90% of the emphasis should be placed on the democratic side and not on any crackpot schemes to stream. 531. Line the party to the point where questions are unwelcomed and criticism and discussion stifled. That is a prescription to kill the party before it gets a chance to show how it can handle and assimilate an expanding membership of new young people, who don't know it all to start with, but have to learn and grow in the course of explication and discussion in a free, democratic atmosphere. Trotsky once remarked in a polemic against Stalinism that even in the period of the Civil War discussion in the party was boiling like a spring. Those words and others like it written by Trotsky, in his first attack against Stalinism in the new course, ought to be explained now once again to the new young recruits in our party. And the best way to explain such decisive things is to practice what we preach. Yours fraternally, James P. Cannon. For the SWP's Great Tradition. June 27, 1967. To the Political Committee, New York, New York. Dear comrades, I am opposed to the motion adopted by the Political Committee recommending the immediate suspension of Comrade Swabeck. As you have been previously informed, I favor a different approach to the problem raised by Swabeck's letter to Gary Healy. I explained my views to Art Sharon during his brief visit here, and I presume that he communicated it to you. Also, Joel Britton showed me a copy of his letter to the National Office in which he reported the discussion which took place at a meeting of the NC members here. I consider it rather unfortunate that these divergent views were not incorporated in the PC minutes of the meeting which decided to recommend the suspension of Swabeck, so that the other members of the National Committee would have a chance to consider and discuss them before casting their vote on the ballot sent to them together with the PC minutes. My approach to the problem can be briefly summarized as follows. 1. Since Swabeck's letter to Healy deals with two questions of great world importance, Chinese developments and our policy and tactics in the struggle against the Vietnam War, which are now properly up for discussion in the international movement as well as in our party, any action of a disciplinary 532-6 nature which we may propose should be closely coordinated with international comrades, particularly the comrades in England, and carried out in agreement with them. 2. Since we are just now opening up our pre-convention discussion, where the questions raised by Swabeck will properly have their place on the agenda, it would be rather awkward to begin the discussion by suspending the one articulate critic of the party's positions and actions. A more effective procedure, in my opinion, should be simply to publish Swabeck's letters, to Healy and Dobbs, with comprehensive and detailed answers. If past experience is any guide, the education of the new generations of the party and the consolidation of party opinion would be better served by this procedure. Examples in favor of the subordination of disciplinary measures to the bigger aims of political education have been richly documented in the published records of the fight against the petty bourgeois opposition in 1939-40, and in the internal discussion bulletins dealing with the Goldman-Morrow affair in 1944-56. 27.3. In the course of discussion, during a number of years of opposition to party policy, Swabeck has managed to isolate himself to the point where the immediate effect of the party's reaction to this new provocation will not be very great one way or the other. But the long-range effect on the political education of the party, and its preparation to cope with old problems in new forms, can be very great indeed. It is most important that our party members, and the international movement, see the leadership once again in continuation of its great tradition, acting with cool deliberation to serve our larger political aims without personal favoritism or hostility. Fraternally, James P. Cannon. History and Theory. Brian Palmer and Paul L. E. Blanc. Articles throughout the various sections of these volumes are steeped in history and theory. Some of what is presented here could have been included in previous chapters. For example, Grace Carlson's critique of racist ideology and William Gorman's study of W.E.B. Du Bois are related to materials in chapters dealing with racism and anti-racism, Myra Tanner Weiss's critique of Sternberg grew out of the factional struggle in the Fourth International. Joyce Cowley's article on the history of women who fought for the right to vote could be placed with other news stirrings materials, etc. In the same vein, various contributions in chapters throughout these volumes could be legitimately placed here. The Trotskyist movement was like that. History and theory infused its origins as Trotsky and many others throughout the world grappled with what had gone wrong with the revolution betrayed. With the founding of the Fourth International and its American section, the Socialist Workers' Party, discussions of history and theory were never separable from political discussions of the current time and prescriptions for the future. At the same time, there is something to be said for highlighting the sustained attention given to matters of history and theory in the Trotskyist movement, particularly the breadth and diversity represented here. For as the premier capitalist nation in a global system ordered by an accumulative regime driven by the quest for profit, the United States exhibited trends in its development that could be discerned throughout the advanced political economies of the world. But it also had its peculiarities. How all of this factored into understanding the dynamics of revolutionary possibility were of central importance to those struggling to create alternatives to the far-reaching regime of acquisitive individualism. In the years stretching from the 1920s to the 1960s, capitalism gave rise to the destructive crises of the Great Depression, the rise of fascism, World War, and imperialist aggressions that unleashed deepening colonialist deformations. American history, replete with the complexities of a colonial past that had unleashed an early movement of national liberation, was complicated by the subsequent ambiguities of class struggle that took place within a history scarred by chattel slavery's long legacy of racial divides and intense regional differentiations. As a case study of revolutions made, unmade, and remade, the 534-7 United States was a unique configuration of the general development of capitalism, complicated by the kinds of specific particularities that distinguished one national context from another. George Novak, under the name William F. Ward, was one of dissident Marxism's most accomplished theoreticians. Active in the Trotskyist defense of civil liberties, Novak worked closely with John Dewey, a proponent of American pragmatism in the fields of philosophy, education, and political theory, being centrally involved in the 1937 international inquiry into the Moscow trials that Dewey chaired and that vindicated Leon Trotsky in the face of Stalinist depictions of the founder of the left opposition as a counter-revolutionary guilty of innumerable crimes. Novak continued this labor and civil liberties work, so vital to dissident Marxism's development, by leading the campaign to defend those prosecuted under the Smith Act in the 1940s. He kicked off this practical building of a coalition dedicated to exonerating and freeing those charged and later convicted in the state trials reaching from 1941 to 43 with a historical account of just how integral revolutionary thought was to the entire history of the United States. See The Right to Revolution in the History and Theory chapter of Volume 1 of this documentary trilogy. Jailing people for espousing revolution, Novak argued, flew directly in the face of what the United States was about. This did not, of course, mean that revolutionary ideas always triumphed, or that there were not historical occurrences of shameful bigotry and violent suppression of peoples and their entitlements that were central to American history. Progress in the United States came with considerable costs, as Novak explained in his pioneering Marxist analysis of the Native American experience, in which racist genocide was exposed as central to the triumph of American capitalism. Compromised somewhat by the limited understandings of the time in which this essay was written, Novak's sensitivity to the ways in which the First Nations of the United States were brutally suppressed as part of the preconditions of capitalist development, was nonetheless testimony to the basic insights of Marxist analysis. Document 5. As Novak, again, writing as Ward, would later suggest in a 1957 pamphlet, The Irregular Movement of History, the Marxist Law of the Combined and Uneven Development of Society, the dialectics of historical development revealed how the path of humanity's advancement was disfigured by episodes of shockingly destructive and inhumane expropriation, suppression, and subordination. To Marx, for instance, referred to this history being written in the annals of mankind in letters of blood and fire. 3. One expression of this dialectical orientation was Novak's response to C. Wright Mills, the outstanding sociologist, radical gadfly, and dissident public intellectual. Mills, rooted in the classical sociological tradition but strongly influenced by Marx and Trotsky, was moving decidedly to the left over the course of the late 1950s and early 1960s, and had close connections to the dissident communism of the first British New Left of E.P. Thompson, John Saville, and others who founded the journal, The New Reasoner, which would later merge with Universities and Left Review, giving birth to the New Left Review. The Texan-born Columbia University professor produced a series of outstanding books defining key aspects of US society, reorienting the American intellectual scene. The New Men of Power, America's Labor Leaders, 1948, dealt with the dynamics of the labor movement in the late 1940s. White Collar, The American Middle Classes, 1951, examined the phenomenal growth of white-collar professionals in the labor force of the 1940s and 1950s, and The Power Elite, 1956, demonstrated that, far from being a democracy, the United States of the 1950s was dominated by three immensely powerful and interlocking elites, centered in business corporations, the higher levels of government, and the military. In The Sociological Imagination, 1959, Mills offered a critique of and radical agenda for the social sciences. Two influential interventions into US political discourse, The Causes of World War III, 1958, demolishing standard Cold War myths, and Mills's sympathetic account of a revolutionary challenge to the United States, Listen Yankee. The Revolution in Cuba, 1960, gave his contribution a special edge, and set the stage for his last publication, The Marxists, 1962. Published posthumously, Mills's mass-market paperback introduced unfamiliar readers to revolutionary historical materialist writings from Marx to Mao, and eased the way for a soon-to-be American New Left to eventually be open-minded and receptive to Marxism. Mills, at the young age of 45, succumbed to heart failure. He never managed to experience the full impact of his impressive scholarly and political labors, and his premature and untimely death in 1962 robbed American intellectual life of one of its most stimulating, wide-ranging, and provocative minds. 4. Novak met with Mills, admired him, and reviewed his last work, offering a critical but balanced appreciation of the radical sociologist's contribution. The comments in the lengthy letter entitled Intellectuals and Revolution by James P. Cannon, the grand old man of American Trotskyism, dismissed by many as being little more than a sectarian and anti-intellectual faction fighter, is noteworthy for what it reveals in its quite thoughtful and appreciative comments about Mills. What separated Novak and Cannon from Mills was not a disdain for intellectuals and their contribution, and the value Novak and Cannon place on genuine intellectual rigor and its importance is evident in their engagement with the radical sociologist. Rather, both Novak and Cannon saw Mills's accomplishments as considerable, and his development as important and promising. They differed from Mills in their conception of what Marxism was and, above all else, in the possibility of an American revolution and the role to be played in that revolution by the working class. These issues are central in the development of Harry Braverman, a member of the Socialist Workers' Party who wrote a number of significant articles on US history for the Trotskyist press under the party nom de plume, Harry Frankel. Frankel's sophisticated analysis of American society at the time of Andrew Jackson tackled the importance of class fissures in the United States of the pre-Civil War era at a time when the academic historiography on Jackson and the popular mobilizations of his era highlighted the conventional wisdoms of contemporary 1940s US political and social mythologies of classlessness. 5. Frankel/Braverman would later become a leader of the Cochrane faction. After splitting from the SWP, he would edit the journal American Socialist for much of the remainder of the 1950s. He would also play an important role at Grove Press, which published George Lavin Weissmann's influential collection Che Guevara Speaks, Selected Speeches and Writings, 1968, as well as a similar edited volume by George Brightman that provided one of the first collections of the talks and statements of Malcolm X. Subsequently, in the 1970s, as managing director of Monthly Review Press and a major contributor to Monthly Review, Braverman produced a classic Marxist analysis of the labor process under capitalism, labor and monopoly capital, The Degradation of Work in the 20th Century, 1974. This best-selling and widely read book popularized appreciation of the impact of so-called scientific management and its architect, Frederick Winslow Taylor, in disciplining workers, subordinating them to managerial initiatives. The book also carried on the intellectual labors of C. Wright Mills, outlining how the work of white-collar workers was being proletarianized. 6. United States history thus served as an entry point for many American Trotskyists into issues of theory and politics, and their contributions were, as the case of Harry Frankel/Braverman indicates, to be long-lasting. The clear and stirring explication on the life and ideas of heroic American revolutionary Tom Paine, written by Gene Tussey, using the pen name Gene Simon, was but one example of how history opened out into understandings of the present, and of the necessity of struggling to realize socialism. Document 7. A lifelong trade union activist and organizer, Tussey/Simon later produced the highly popular edited collection Eugene V. Debs Speaks, 1972. Women Who Won the Right to Vote by Joyce Cowley, a prominent figure in the Socialist Workers' Party of the 1950s, would be widely distributed and read by young, and older, us feminists of the 1960s and 1970s, contributing to the development of the women's liberation movement during those decades. The historic problem of the color line identified by W.E.B. Du Bois, and its various ramifications, is the focal point for considerable attention by a number of contributions in these volumes, most influentially from C.L.R. James and George Brightman, but in this section we present two major pieces. One is a lengthy and early work by Grace Carlson, The Myth of Racial Superiority. Carlson, a leading activist in Minneapolis, a Smith Act defendant, and an SWP vice presidential candidate, provides the most sustained examination of the topic to appear in the Trotskyist press up to that time. The other contribution presented here is William Gorman's thoughtful and capable survey, W.E.B. Du Bois and his work. Gorman was a prominent member of the Johnson Forest Tendency, whose members provided many insights and works of value, deepening anti-racist sensibilities and activism within the Trotskyist movement. Polemics and factional struggles within the Trotskyist movement have often been depicted as the ultimate example of sterile self-destructiveness on the left. A contrary view is that polemical interventions are clearly necessary when there are serious differences among revolutionaries. Such disagreements cannot simply be papered over, and forceful exchanges that clarify important differences in perspective and program, strategies, and tactics necessarily involve spirited debate and argument. Polemics can thus provide an opportunity to clarify important points of theory that will be crucial for orienting activists in practical struggles. Contributions presented here, reflecting the factional dispute which tore apart the Fourth International in 1953, by Myra Tanner Weiss and George Brightman are of this kind. Tanner Weiss takes sharp issue with a prominent Marxist theorist, Fritz Sternberg, who had earlier been friendly to Trotskyists, but evolved in a reformist direction. In a critical review of Sternberg's Capitalism and Socialism on Trial, Tanner Weiss defends Marx from the common 538-7 charge that he simplistically envisioned some inevitable decline of working-class incomes and living standards, an important question for Marxist activists in the relatively affluent 1950s. Similarly, a sharply critical examination of the optimistic forecast by Isaac Deutscher that the Soviet elite would be capable of reforming itself to eventually usher in a socialist democracy provides an opportunity for Brightman's clear and cogent presentation of Trotsky's analysis of the Stalinist bureaucratic caste and the nature of its hold over the Soviet political economy. Contrary to Deutscher's arguments, Trotsky's analysis stresses the need for a political revolution if the USSR is actually to move forward to socialism. While George Novak has been commonly cited as the SWP's authority on questions of philosophy, there were in fact a number of comrades who grappled intelligently with questions in this sphere. The multilingual Joseph Vansler, better known in Trotskyist circles as John G. Wright, or Yuzik, was described by Cannon as our most learned man. 7. He provides in this chapter an erudite but clear discussion of the ideas of Ludwig Feuerbach, whose materialist and humanist theorizations helped pave the way for the emergence of Marxism, and which were absorbed, to a significant degree, into the methodology and substance of what Marx and Engels termed scientific socialism. Particularly relevant for the neoliberal era of the late 20th and early 21st centuries is Joseph Hanson's contribution to this section. A scathing review of the classic neoliberal work by Friedrich A. Hayek, The Road to Serfdom, 1944, it gives special attention to the logical and historical flaws, and to the class bias, permeating this much heralded defense of laissez-faire capitalism. Attentive readers who have suffered the consequences of neoliberal policies in recent decades may find Hanson's pointed critical discussion illuminating. Taken together, in all of their diversity and with whatever limitations might be perceived in what they present, these contributions, simply a few among many that could be provided, indicate a remarkable intellectual vibrancy in the tradition reflected in this documentary trilogy on us Trotskyism. History and Theory. 1. The Myth of Racial Superiority 8, 1944. Grace Carlson. 539. History will record the fact that in the enlightened 20th century more millions of human beings were enslaved by the colonial systems of the powerful capitalist democracies than at any previous epoch. Only in the future socialist society will the full record of capitalist violence, hypocrisy, and deceit be revealed. Then, socialist historians will paint a picture of French, English, and American imperialist rulers of our day, holding down helpless masses of colonial peoples with one hand, while grasping in the other a copy of the Declaration of Independence, the Magna Carta, or the Declaration of the Rights of Man. Of the approximately 2 billion people inhabiting the earth today, only 1/3 are white peoples of European descent, but they keep the other 2/3, the brown, black and yellow peoples, in colonial subjection. All men are created equal, liberty, equality, fraternity, equal rights for all, the political slogans which helped the 18th century capitalists seize power from the feudal lords have long been collecting dust in national archives. But equalitarian mottos did not obtain for the white capitalist rulers of the democracies the rich lands and poorly paid labor of the colored peoples of the world which they needed so desperately. Bloody and brutal imperialistic offensives had to be launched in Asia, Africa, and 100 other regions so that capitalist democracy could function. The myth of white racial superiority was evolved as a vindication of these crimes. Hitler's vicious persecution of the Jewish people, which he attempts to justify on the basis of the superiority of the Aryans, or more particularly, the Nordics, to all other sections of the white race, is simply an application of this theory of white superiority to one segment of the white race. The lie of racial superiority. The idea of racial superiority was not a 20th century invention. Conquerors of all ages had recourse to this convenient theory, not only in order to excuse crimes committed against those whom they enslaved, but even more in order to set one group of subject peoples against another. Divide et impera, divide and rule, is the classical expression of this policy used so successfully by the Roman tyrants against the conquered tribes of northern Europe and Britain. How much more successful have been the descendants of those former subject peoples, the English, French and German imperialist rulers of today, in dividing and ruling. For not only has the technique of empire building been vastly simplified by modern scientific developments, but the population of the globe has increased so tremendously since the days of imperial Rome that, whereas the world-conquering Caesars dominated only scores of millions of colonials, the 20th century capitalist lords of the earth rule over nearly a billion people. In his book, Heredity and Politics, the English biologist J.B.S. Haldane writes, "The earliest statement of that doctrine racial superiority known to me is found in the book of Genesis where the curse on the children of Ham is related. It is worthy of note that if this attribution of priority is accurate, the doctrine of racial superiority is originally a Jewish doctrine, although it is now being used against the Jews in Central Europe. According to the biblical story, Ham, the legendary ancestor of the Negro people, was condemned by the curse of his father, Noah, to be a servant of servants to his brothers, Shem and Japheth. It is interesting to note that anti-abolitionists in the United States found refuge in the Word of God many centuries later. An entire volume, The Bible Defense of Slavery, was published in Kentucky in 1852 by one such figure, Josiah Priest, as an attempted justification for the continued enslavement of the Negro people. The dubious historical distinction of having best phrased the doctrine of white supremacy goes to the English poet, Rudyard Kipling, a staunch supporter of Imperial Britain's policies in the colonial countries. In his poem, The White Man's Burden, Kipling wrote in 1899, "Take up the white man's burden. Send forth the best ye breed. Go bind your sons to exile. To serve your captives' need. To wait in heavy harness. On fluttered folk and wild. History and theory. Your new caught, sullen peoples. Half devil and half child. The ancient civilizations." 541. But the theory and even the expression of the false concept that one race is inherently superior to others did not always have the one-sided character of the superior white race versus the inferior colored peoples. Haldane quotes a contemptuous reference made by the writer, said of Toledo, about the Anglo-Saxon inhabitants of northern and central Europe, "They are of cold temperament and never reach maturity. They are of great stature and of a white color. But they lack all sharpness of wit and penetration of intellect." Said of Toledo wrote in the 8th century when the Moors, of mixed Negroid and Semitic extraction, had conquered all of Spain, which thus became part of the great Arab Empire that stretched all across northern Africa and Asia Minor. At a time when the future exponents of white supremacy were still immersed in the superstitiousness and intellectual backwardness of Europe's dark ages, these highly cultured colored peoples were making great strides in the mathematical, medical, and physical sciences, as well as in the arts. The great historic pasts of others of today's so-called inferior peoples can also be cited in refutation of the false doctrine of white supremacy. The average white student of history knows little about the early Dravidian civilization in India, the Chinese culture of several centuries before Christ, and more notably of the 7th, 8th, and 9th centuries AD, the advanced civilization of the Mayan and Aztec Indians in Mexico and Central America over 1,000 years ago, and so on. If little is known by white students of the great cultural achievements of the early peoples of India, China, Mexico, and other regions, characterized today as backward, still less is known of the remarkable history of the black peoples of Ethiopia. In Black Folk, Then and Now, a scholarly work modestly designated by its author W.E.B. Du Bois as an essay in the history and sociology of the Negro race, there is a wealth of information about the Black Kingdom. Research in the Nile Valley and study of the records establish the fact that ancient Ethiopia in what is now the Anglo-Egyptian Sudan was the seat of one of the oldest and greatest of the world's civilizations. The golden age of this culture dates from the middle of the 8th century before Christ to the middle of the 4th century after Christ. But its 542-7 beginnings go back to the dawn of history, 4 or 5,000 years before Christ, and in a way Ethiopian history parallels that of ancient Egypt. A reasonable interpretation of historical evidence would show the history of the Nile Valley was something as follows: Negro tribes migrated down the Nile, slowly penetrating what is now modern Egypt. They there gradually came in contact and mingled with whites from the north and Semites from the east. Stimulated to an unusual degree by this contact of the three primitive stocks of mankind, the resulting culture of Egypt was gradually developed. What do conquests prove? Why then have modern historians been silent about the high cultural attainments of the black peoples of ancient Ethiopia, glowing accounts of which have been preserved in the writings of such Greek and Roman historians as Homer, 9th century SC, Herodotus, 5th century SC, Pliny, 1st century AD, and Ptolemy, 2nd century AO. Why have the role of Negro blood and ancient Negro culture been denied their proper place in the historical explanations of the development of Egyptian civilization? Because, as Professor Dubois correctly points out, the needs of the white slave traders of the 16th, 17th, and 18th century Europe and the United States made it necessary to distort and hide all favorable facts and interpretations of the history of the black peoples. Dubois writes, "The whole attitude of the world was changed to fit this new economic reorganization. Black Africa, which had been a revered example to ancient Greece and the recognized contender with imperial Rome, became a thing beneath the contempt of modern Europe and America. All history, all science was changed to fit this new condition. Africa had no history. Wherever there was history in Africa or civilization, it was of white origin, and the fact that it was civilization proved that it was white. If black pharaohs sat on the throne of Egypt, they were really not black men but dark white men. Ethiopia, land of the blacks, was described as a land of the whites. If at any time, anywhere there was evidence in Africa of the human soul and the same striving of spirit, and the same build of body found elsewhere in the world, it was all due to something non-African and not to the inherent genius of the Negro race." 543. The fact that a race has been conquered and held in subjection is no proof that it has an inferior culture to that of the conqueror. Still less does the fact of conquest prove the biological inferiority or superiority of peoples. When the Nazi blitzkrieg swept over a dozen countries of Europe in 1939–41, Hitler's sociologists and historians hailed the victories as conclusive proof of the inherent superiority of the Teutonic branch of the so-called Aryan race. Now, the armies of Hitler are in retreat. Does this fact then offer proof of the inherent inferiority of the Germans? Both aspects of this false racial theory will be dismissed by Marxists and an explanation sought in the social and economic factors involved in the situation. The highly efficient productive system of Nazi Germany, closely geared to a modern and radical type of war machine, continued victorious in Europe until it came into conflict with the war machine of the still more advanced American system of production, which had far greater resources in material and manpower. This basically important economic factor, coupled with the great social weight of the superior morale and resistance of the workers and soldiers of the Soviet Union, swung the balance against the Nazi invincibles. As in this short-term historical demonstration of the fallacy of one strongly held belief in racial superiority, so has history offered 1,000 other long-term illustrations of the reversal of the roles of the dominant and the subject peoples, of the conquerors and the enslaved. Neither the testimony of written history nor the extensive research findings of archaeologists, paleontologists, and anthropologists offer grounds for a belief in the innate superiority of the white race. The period in which the white race has dominated all of the other races of the earth, a few hundred years at the most, measures only a relatively short span of recorded historical time. It is but an infinitesimal portion of geological time. Nature experimented for millions of years in the production of organisms capable of adapting themselves to their environment, or as in the case of man, the highest type of organism, capable of changing his physical environment and developing mutually protective relations with other members of his species. The prehistory of modern man. In the age-long evolutionary process from amoeba to man, living organisms were forced to adapt themselves to cataclysmic planetary changes. Not until somewhere around 10,000 BC did the geography of the world become similar to that of the world today. In the millions of preceding years, geological and 544-7. Graphical change was the rule. Enormous internal activity created constantly changing patterns on the Earth's surface, mountain ranges were thrust up or rearranged, continental outlines shifted, some continents disappeared into the Earth's seas, the depth of the seas was increased in one millennium, decreased in another. The Neanderthalers, so called because the fossil remains and primitive tools of this almost human species were first found at Neanderthal, Germany, were dominant on this earth 250,000 years ago. Thousands of years later, they were exterminated either by the ancestors of modern man or by freezing and starvation during one of the glacial periods. Superior in cranial capacity to the early types of modem man, the Neanderthal man had a certain definite inferiority of body structure. He could not turn his head from side to side or look upward, nor could he oppose his finger to his thumb as modem man can. Such physical characteristics, possessed by modem man's ancestors, had real survival value. Unscientific criteria. The new types of early man, with widely varying physical characteristics, which evolved in response to tremendous environmental changes, represent the original pure races. From these pure races, the several modem races and national types have been formed by a complex process of interbreeding, selection, and other changes flowing from differences of environment, nutrition, etc. But it is impossible now to speak of pure races. Anthropologists tell us that there were probably no pure races left after the great human migrations and general mixing of the races that occurred at the time of the last glacial period, 18,000 years ago, when most of Europe and a great part of North America were covered with ice. Evidence for the truth of this statement lies not only in the fact that fossil remains of various racial types have been found all over the world, but that among the living races there are no clean-cut scientific differentiations. Racial classification has become, therefore, a very confused and arbitrary matter. Some anthropologists classify the peoples of the world on the basis of skin color and come out with 3, 5, or 7 distinct races. Others use hair texture, cephalic index, width of head, length of head, or a combination of all three of these indices, skin color, hair texture, skull structure, and in this way derive anywhere from 2 to 17 main races. The classification sanctioned today by a great many anthropologists, i.e., 3 main races, the Negroid or black, the Mongoloid or yellow-brown, and 545. The Caucasian or white, can be used for practical purposes, but it must be understood that there is a tremendous overlapping between the races on physical characteristics, even on skin color. Just to give one example, the African Bushman or Hottentot member of the black race is far lighter than many swarthy Spanish or Italian whites. Long-headed, dolichocephalic, and round-head, brachysplecatic, types are found in all 3 races. Race politicians who like to give a scientific coloration to their propaganda attempt to show that the Negro is lowest on the scale of evolutionary development, the Mongolian, slightly higher, with the Caucasian at the peak. Considerable evidence is brought forth to prove that the Negro has more primitive physical characteristics, i.e., that he is not so far removed from the anthropoid apes. Dr. Otto Kleinberg, Columbia University's expert on race psychology, has marshaled an impressive array of facts to contradict this pseudo-scientific claim. The Negro is by no means the most ape-like of the 3 races, he writes in his book, Race Differences. The ape, for example, has practically no lips, and the thick everted lips of the Negro may therefore be regarded as the most human and most advanced. In this respect, the Mongolian is closest to the anthropoid, and the Caucasian intermediate. In the hairiness of the face and body, the Caucasian, and particularly the North European Nordic, resembles the ape most closely, the Negro is next and the Mongolian farthest removed. In hair texture, the Caucasian is again closest, the Mongolian is intermediate, while the frizzly hair of the Negro is the least ape-like of the 3. In the length of his arms, the Negro may seem to be the most closely related to the gorilla and the other great apes, but it is only fair to note also that in the length of his legs, he is the farthest removed. The hierarchy will entirely depend on the features which are singled out for observation. Attempts to create distinct subdivisions of the white race on the basis of physical characteristics result in still more confusion. The most fashionable division is into the Nordics, tall, long-headed, blue-eyed blondes, alpines, medium height, round-headed, blue or brown-eyed brunettes, Mediterraneans, short, long-headed, dark-eyed brunettes. Latin, Aryan, Semitic are terms descriptive of basic languages, not of physical types. To speak of Latin, Aryan, and Semitic races is therefore completely misleading. Kleinberg says very correctly, unclassifiable or mixed types are very definitely in the majority, and there are large regions in which pure racial types are very rare exceptions. 546-7. The intelligence test. Race is, in fact, a political concept which has no precise anthropological definition. Because the concept of superior and inferior races has been an extremely useful weapon in the hands of the ruling classes, it has persisted despite numerous scientific demonstrations of its falsity. When all other proof has failed, the die-hard Nordic theorists and the devout believers in white supremacy cover up their own unscientific positions by referring to the results of intelligence testing among the various races. They point to the undeniable fact that, on the average, Negroes rate lower than whites on intelligence tests. Mexicans and Indians also score lower than whites, while Nordics have higher scores than South Europeans. These facts are pointed to triumphantly as irrefutable scientific proof of the superiority of the white race over the colored races, and of the Nordics over all other sections of the white race. When the French psychologist, Alfred Binet, the father of intelligence tests, issued the first set of mental tests in 1905, he, like all other psychologists, believed that these tests measured sheer native intelligence and were completely uninfluenced by environmental factors. If this were true, the problem of determining the relative abilities of the various races would indeed be comparatively simple. But as data from intelligence test studies accumulated during the past 4 decades, psychologists have been forced to conclude that the presence or absence of educational and cultural opportunities in the given environment exerts a tremendous influence on the individual's test performance. Effects of poverty on IQ. Kleinberg presents considerable evidence to show that Negro groups, that have had the benefit of a fairly adequate environment, score higher than whites who have lived in a poverty-stricken environment. Most significant is the report that in the First World War test scores of Negro soldiers from the northern states, Ohio, Pennsylvania, New York, Illinois, exceeded the Army Alpha intelligence test scores of whites from such southern states as Mississippi, Kentucky, Arkansas, and Georgia. The homes and general environmental conditions of the Mexican and Indian people and of immigrant workers, especially the Italian and South European workers, are almost as poverty-stricken as those of the Negroes. That members of these most bestially exploited groups receive lower scores on intelligence tests than those who come from environments which provide richer. 547. Cultural opportunities proves only that intelligence tests are not valid tests of native ability. Dr. Paul Whitty found the average IQ of children from the homes of professional people to be 116, from semi-skilled laborers, 105, and from day laborers, 92. The well-known positive relationship between socio-economic status and intelligence formerly led psychologists to conclude that poor people were poor because they were unintelligent. Statements such as the following, made by Stanford University's Professor L.M. Terman, the author of the Tenon revision of the Binet-Simon intelligence test, were accepted uncritically only 15 years ago. Our data, said the professor, show that individuals of the various social classes present differences in early childhood, a fact which strongly suggests that the causal factor lies in original endowment rather than in environmental influences. An even more graphic expression of the same cynical upper-class point of view was given by Dr. Lita Hollingsworth. Individuals of surpassing intelligence, as measured by intelligence tests, create national wealth, determine the state of industry, advance science, and make general culture possible. Other factors in IQ testing. But even these dyed-in-the-wool hereditarians have had to modify their opinions as evidence accumulated of the improvement in IQ of children of feeble-minded parents who have been placed in average or superior foster homes, of great increases in the IQs of children who attended a superior type of school, of marked changes in the IQs of Negro children brought to New York City from southern communities, etc. The conclusions reached by Dr. Walter Neff in a critical survey of the studies dealing with the relationship between socioeconomic status and intelligence are accepted by most psychologists today, very reluctantly by some, to be sure. All of these facts taken together lead to a conclusion which we feel is forced and inescapable. Just as Kleinberg has shown that the standard intelligence tests are inadequate instruments for measuring the native ability of different races, so do we find that these tests cannot be used for measuring the capacity of different social levels within our society. All the summarized studies tend to show that low cultural environment tends to depress IQ approximately to the degree agreed to as characteristic of laborers' children, and that a high environment raises IQ correspondingly. All, then, of the 20-point average difference found to exist between 548.7 children of the lowest and highest status may be accounted for entirely in environmental terms. Not only does the lack of homogeneity in social, economic, and educational status make comparisons of intelligence test performances of the white and colored races very difficult, but differences in motivation also complicate an interpretation of the test results. For a full exposition of this aspect of the problem as well as of the whole question of race differences, Kleinberg's book on the subject should be studied. It is possible here to cite only a few of the examples which Kleinberg gives to prove that members of different racial groups are not equally interested in intelligence tests, and therefore do not compete with equal energy. 1. Testers working among the Dakota Indians found great difficulty in securing answers to their questions because it is considered bad form to answer a question in the presence of someone else who does not know the answers. 2. Australian Aborigines, accustomed to group thinking and to a group solution of problems, could not comprehend why they should work on a test problem alone. The experimenter, Porteus, relates the great bewilderment manifested by members of a tribe, of which he had just been made a member, at the fact that he would not help them solve the problems of the performance test. 3. A study of Negro and white girls in a Pennsylvania reformatory showed that Negro girls quickly lost interest in the test procedure. They are suspicious as to the value of the task, writes the experimenter, Baldwin. Anyone familiar with the pattern of segregation and discrimination against the Negro people could add that the Negro girls were also very probably suspicious of the psychologist who was asking them so many questions. Similarly, differences in culture, or, as Kleinberg defines it, those attitudes and experiences which an individual receives from the society of which he is a member, have a determining effect on test performance. Here again, it is possible to give only a few of the illustrations which Kleinberg has brought together to show that because of differing cultural backgrounds, two equally intelligent individuals from different racial groups would give very different answers to intelligence test questions. 1. On the Army Alpha test, given to the soldiers in the First World War, one question reads, "Why should all parents be made to send their children to school?" The correct answer is that school prepares the child for later life. The experience of many American Indians, however, has been that 549. Schooling completely unfitted their children for life on the reservation. So they gave the wrong answer. 2. A picture completion test, part of the Army Beta, a performance test, requires that the subject draw in the missing chimney of a house. One Sicilian child drew in a crucifix, because his particular experience had taught him that no house was complete without one. Similar facts may be adduced to any number. Although it is an undeniable fact that heredity sets certain limits for mental development, thoughtful scholars, after weighing all the evidence, have concluded that these limits are very broad and that individuals of every race have tremendous possibilities for mental development if given richer environmental opportunities. Food and intelligence. So simple a thing as an adequate diet can constitute a richer environmental opportunity for the ill-fed children of the poor. A New York physician, Dr. A. Newton Kugelmass, reported at a meeting of the American Association on Mental Deficiency in the spring of 1943, that the intelligence of small children can be increased as much as 18 points in IQ by proper diet. His conclusion was based on a study of the intelligence test results of 182 children, who were malnourished at the time of their first test, but better nourished when the second test was given. Children who were well nourished when both tests were given showed no such mental improvement. From all this we Trotskyists draw the following conclusion: in order that an equal opportunity may be had by all peoples for adequate food, decent clothing, proper shelter, full and rich educational and cultural stimulation, the capitalist system which breeds poverty, misery, race discrimination, war, fascism, and a host of other attendant evils must be abolished. The white and colored workers of the democracies must break down the barriers of racial segregation which the capitalist rulers have erected between them. Together with the millions of colonial peoples, they can destroy this decadent social system and with it the capitalist-inspired myth of racial and national superiority. In the new international socialist world which must and will be built, not racial segregation and discrimination, but widespread interracial mixing and collaboration will be the rule. A new stage of evolutionary development will have been reached, a new unified world race, created. Man, the highest product of the century-long evolutionary process, will have then succeeded, in the words of the great social scientist revolutionist Leon Trotsky, in ending the tyranny of man over man. 550. 2 Hayek pleads for capitalism 9, 1945. Joseph Hansen. 7. Hayek dedicates his Road to Serfdom, 1945, to the socialists of all parties. Despite this dedication, which one might believe should have limited its reading public to the left-wing political movement, the book has achieved popularity among circles long notorious for their hostility to socialism. The New York Times, for instance, praises its rigor of reasoning, its remorseless logic, its impressive authority, and judges it to be nothing less than one of the most important books of our time. Apparently agreeing with the verdict of the Times, local chambers of commerce are reported to be ordering the Road to Serfdom in wholesale lots. Hayek's message to the socialists of all parties in fact boils down to nothing but a variation of the ancient theme of big business that capitalism is superior to socialism. Hayek's sudden vogue among reactionary circles undoubtedly is due to the apparent effectiveness with which he makes out a case for the familiar Chamber of Commerce arguments against socialism. It must be admitted that Hayek's presentation is somewhat unusual compared to that of most professional red-baiters and defenders of capitalism. Hayek selects his audience and limits his objectives. To understand the purpose of Hayek's arguments, which in themselves are exceedingly weak and easily answered, it is first necessary to visualize the type of individual he addresses. It is not the class-conscious worker, still less the Marxist. He directs his propaganda to that section of the petty bourgeoisie which inclines towards socialism as the only means of ending the continual wars and depressions of capitalism. He attempts to block their further progress toward active participation in the socialist movement and to provide them with a bridge leading toward reaction. The book can thus be classified as a kind of transition propaganda that hopes to take the radical petty bourgeois step by step from a mood of doubt to rejection of socialism and outright support of capitalism. G. Hansen 1945. 551. Beginning of the transition. The author early establishes his authority as an economist and successful professor, but he does not lean heavily on this authority until later when he comes to the crucial issues upon which his entire argumentation rests. In his opening he prefers to flatter the intelligence of his reader, speaking in the style of a logician and seeking common grounds of interest. In the preface he implies that he too was a socialist as a young man. He is still an idealist with certain ultimate values. He is self-sacrificing, having painfully carried out his duty to speak out despite every possible reason for not writing or publishing this book. In the introduction Hayek seeks additional emotional ties with his reader. To believe in socialism, it seems, is not an uncommon error. It is only too human. Moreover, it arises from the best of intentions. If we take the people whose views influence developments, they are now in the democracies in some measure all socialists. If it is no longer fashionable to emphasize that we are all socialists now, this is so merely because the fact is too obvious. The learned professor's assertions bristle with falsehoods. Socialism, for instance, is not a common belief of our generation, at least not in America, the mightiest stronghold of capitalism. It is still promulgated only by the vanguard of the proletariat. The people whose views influence developments are not all socialists. This does not concern Hayek, however. he is making an emotional appeal to the petty bourgeois sickened over the growth of Stalinism, confused by its superficial resemblance to Nazism, despairing over the apparent weakness of genuine Marxism and swept from his feet by the tidal waves of bourgeois war propaganda. The professor's primary aim, as we shall see again and again, is the establishment of emotional rapport with his reader in order to convert him into an enemy of socialism. Is it not possible, he continues, that if the people whose convictions now give it an irresistible momentum began to see what only a few yet apprehend, they would recoil in horror and abandon the quest which for half a century has engaged so many people of goodwill? Observe the neat rationalization the professor provides for abandoning the quest. Is there a greater tragedy imaginable than that, in our endeavor consciously to shape our future in accordance with high ideals, we should in fact unwittingly produce the very opposite of what we have been striving for? Most petty bourgeois who have begun to regret their socialist youth, we presume will hasten to agree with the professor that no greater tragedy is imaginable. Nevertheless, a soul-sick petty bourgeois, who has not yet completely freed himself from the last traces of Marxism, might ask for convincing evidence that this tragedy, so difficult to imagine, is applicable to socialism. Hayek aims to provide such evidence. 552-7. Sincere idealists, explains Hayek, have sought socialism in order to bring greater freedom. But instead of bringing greater freedom, socialism means slavery. As proof, Hayek quotes capitalist political thinkers of last century's liberal school to which he claims adherence and cites as confirmation of their warnings against the danger of socialism the instances of Nazi Germany and Fascist Italy, not forgetting of course to point his finger likewise at the Stalinist regime in the Soviet Union. But fascism and socialism are polar opposites, might exclaim the reader in surprise. It does not at all follow that what is true of fascism or degenerate Stalinism likewise holds for socialism. The logical professor of bourgeois economy replies imperturbably, it is probably preferable to describe the methods which can be used for a great variety of ends as collectivism and to regard socialism as a species of that genus. Yet, although to most socialists only one species of collectivism will represent true socialism, it must always be remembered that socialism is a species of collectivism and that therefore everything which is true of collectivism as such must apply also to socialism. This is what the New York Times admires as rigor of reasoning and remorseless logic. We can agree that it is logic of a kind, the logic characteristic of bourgeois thought in its period of utter decay. How well this logic reflects reality can be seen by anyone able to read the press. Fascists and Nazis hunt down socialists in order to murder them. In the democracies the men who influence developments are now preparing to drown the rising European socialist revolution in blood. In Hayek's logic, however, movements in absolute contradiction to each other are amalgamated and pronounced one and the same. For a petty bourgeois in retreat Hayek's method of thought is probably preferable. Once accepted, all else follows remorselessly, including the overthrow of Marxism. Hayek, of course, is not original in his logic. He simply states more baldly the assumption at the bottom of the whole school which maintains Nazism and Marxism are twins, that Nazi Germany and Soviet Russia are species of one genus, that Stalinists and Nazis are both representatives of a new class hitherto unknown and unforeseen in history. Hayek's method is characteristic of the petty bourgeois approach to the subject. Its appeal to petty bourgeois renegades from socialism has been demonstrated again and again, one of the most prominent recent instances being that of James Burnham, whom Hayek mentions favorably in a footnote. Where his purposes require it, our bourgeois pundit not only amalgamates the unamalgamable, he divides the indivisible. This gives his logic a symmetry that should please the petty bourgeois. The petty bourgeois renegades from 553. Socialism have long pondered the question of means and ends in order to construct a suitable rationalization to cover their base retreat. Hayek does not overlook this powerful instrument of bourgeois propaganda. All the consequences with which we shall be concerned in this book, he declares, follow from the methods of collectivism irrespective of the ends for which they are used. Thus does Hayek drive an axe between means and ends. In dialectic logic, on the contrary, means and ends reciprocate, are in mutual dependence. A revolutionary takes as his end the building of a political party of the working class so that it can become the means to reach a new end, the dictatorship of the proletariat, which in turn becomes the means to inaugurate the socialist society of peace and plenty. Hayek's logic, however, makes an arbitrary abstraction of means, amputates it from ends and opens it up like an empty sack in which he can place whatever content he requires to prove his thesis. Only a soul-sick petty bourgeois, unable to think clearly, could be taken in by logic as remorseless as this. But it is precisely such individuals Hayek addresses, and the efficacy of arbitrarily separating ends from means in driving the petty bourgeoisie from Marxism has been demonstrated many times over. I do not know of an exception among the renegades from Marxism who has not passed through the stage of sweating over means and ends. It is now a standardized argument in bourgeois propaganda. Hayek deals quite concretely with the dangers, terrors, and horrors of socialist means. Among his major exhibits is planning. This spokesman of the capitalist order holds that planning leads to the very opposite of what it sets out to accomplish. Instead of a means of achieving greater freedom, planning in the eyes of the professor becomes the means leading to slavery and chaos. Under the fascists, freedom was lost, but the fascists are only one species of collectivism of which the socialists are another, therefore freedom would be lost under the socialists just as much as under the fascists. Or to drop more deeply with Hayek into the logical abyss, since ends, by this Hayek implies good or bad intentions, have nothing to do with what happens from the use of certain means, and since planning is inherently a bad means, no matter who uses it, evil results will follow, but planning is characteristic of socialism, therefore. The facts are so well known one is astonished that even the most delirious petty bourgeois could bring himself to accept such reasoning. The fascists in both Germany and Italy used planning to crush the working class, drive down the standard of living, intensify exploitation, and unite the capitalist class in a bid for world power through imperialist war. This end had nothing to do with good or bad intentions. The capitalist class utilized fascist planning in order to preserve its rule. 554-7. Socialist planning, on the other hand, begins with the expropriation of capitalist property, the expansion of the productive machinery, the raising of the standard of living and the balancing of the economy through correlation of its various sections by means of a general plan. Planning in this case too has nothing to do with good or bad intentions. It is the means the working class must utilize to preserve itself from utter disintegration. At the same time it becomes the means to end the class struggle. Under fascism the class struggle continues, under socialism the classes eventually disappear. It is not necessary to be a Marxist to see the fallacy in Hayek's analysis of planning. Anyone who understands the class struggle, as do the capitalists, can see that the result of planning is not implicit in planning in and of itself as a means, but is implicit in what class does the planning and for what end. The class struggle in the road to serfdom, however, receives scant notice. Remorseless logic and rigor of reasoning replace the brutal facts of life in capitalist society. This rejection of class analysis is characteristic of petty bourgeois thought. The petty bourgeois wants to exorcise the class struggle, he is sick of it. Hence Hayek's argumentation, if it is to achieve its purpose, must inevitably follow the traditional pattern of petty bourgeois thought. Hayek still has left the task of providing his reader with an arsenal of rationalizations proving the inherent evils of planning. This he accomplishes with a horror show. Human nature, it seems, is so constituted common agreement cannot possibly be reached on all the vast complexity of small details in the general plan. Some regions would feel slighted and pained because they did not receive development of their resources equal to that of regions more favorably situated. Authority would have to be delegated to a central body, this central body would rule arbitrarily, hence individual freedom would vanish. Thus any petty bourgeois, terrified at the prospect of losing his individual freedom, can see that there is no greater tragedy imaginable than planning. The horror of horrors. Hayek does not consider any of the teachings of the Marxists on the subject of planned society. He does not even consider the views of Leon Trotsky, author of the plans in the Soviet Union which enabled that backward country to accomplish in less than a quarter of a century the economic development of hundreds of years of capitalism. Thus he presents a highly distorted picture of what planning is like in both theory and practice. First, he divides up the planned economy among countries which would be at each other's throats instead of